Hospital port as pride and dignity. Stop the New World Order. Welcome to HPANWO TV and welcome to this, the 31st comments reply video. Yeah, 31, blimey. Getting old, isn't it? Okay, if you're new to the channel, you'll know that you guys sometimes leave comments, and when you do, I always feel obliged to reply in some way. The problem is I don't have time to reply in text. I'd be just sitting around tapping at the keyboard all day long because I get so many comments. So what I do is I do these comments reply videos where I actually answer your comments in the videos. Yeah, so I just actually you write, I just read them out and I tell you what my answer is. Now you may have noticed that my comments reply videos tend to be very long. In fact, they're among the longest videos I do. On average, they're way longer than any of the others. And some of you might be saying, "Hang on a minute, you say you're going to reply to my comment. Oh well, you know, this video is 6 hours long. Am I going to sit and watch a 6-hour video just to get a reply to one comment I made? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sit around for 6 hours. Well, guess what? You don't have to. The thing is, when I reply to your comment, I put a little timestamp. I put a little reply, just a template, little notice of reply underneath the comment that I'm replying to, and it says, "Thanks for your comment. It'll be answered in approximately," and then I give a time to the nearest hour of the comment you made within the video that I'm uploading, within the first hour, second hour, third hour, etc. of the upcoming reply to comments video. So the longest you're going to have to watch any of it is for just 1 hour if you choose. Although I know a lot of people actually watch them all the way through. It's actually many people say, "Hey Ben, I've just finished watching your comments reply video. I had to do it over 3 days because it was so long, but it was really great fun." So I know some of you actually like watching them all the way through anyway, and you enjoy watching them, and so I'm doing it for entertainment purposes of you guys as well. So you never know, you might feel curious to watch the rest of it. Another reason is I enjoy making these. I just enjoy making these particular videos. I think they're fun. So let's start immediately with the End of the World live stream. This was over a month ago. I'm actually slightly overdue. I'm trying to do them once a month now, because just to stop them getting too bloody long. Because I mean, I was doing 2 parters and they were like altogether they were over 9 hours, but anyway, this is hopefully be a 1-parter, and although last month's was like quite long, over 6 hours I think. Anyway, here we go. John Nolan says on the End of the World live stream, "Hi Ben, Morrissey is a racist. Could you do a show on this, a live debate on what's racist or not?" Right, well, you haven't used any punctuation in this, but I think I know what you mean here. So, Morrissey is a racist. Could you do a show on this, a live debate? Okay. Firstly, Morrissey is not a racist. Morrissey is against immigration, and in fact, his views on immigration are actually very, very, very similar to mine. It's generally a bad thing. This does not mean that he or I feel hatred for immigrants. I live with 2 bloody immigrants. I live with 2 guys from Sudan, and we get on absolutely fine. It's none of us. I don't hate immigrants. I doubt if he does. It's about it's a policy. It's a bad policy, we think. And if anything, I'm much more extreme than Morrissey, because I do put this down to a deliberate strategy on the part of the powers that shouldn't be. I don't think he does. So if he's a racist, it would mean I'm an even bigger racist. And the thing is, I'm not a racist at all. So Morrissey can't be a racist. I mean, you must realise the word racist is it's overused and misused so much. More than 99% of the people accused of being racists are innocent. To be a racist, you have to actively feel dislike or actively engage in prejudice against a person because of their race. That's what you have to do to be a racist. And neither he nor I does that. As for doing a show about it, well, I already have, John. My show is actually called "White People: A Reply to Christy Winters," and that kind of covers all I want to say on this matter. As for a live debate, I'm happy to debate people who disagree with me. The problem is people who disagree with me just think I'm evil, so that's it really. I mean, what are racist and what is not? Again, if you watch my video "White People: A Reply to Christy Winters," which I did, I think I did it before the last comments reply video. Oh, I go into details there. Same video, Christian Muscle says 666 is less than 777. Yes, I know. It's actually yes, of course it is. It's 110 less than 777. Or if you, I think you might possibly mean that the devil is worth less than God, because you see, some people have used the number 777 as a kind of a way of they've theorized. I mean, there's no reason, there's nothing scriptural about this at all, but some people think that the number 777 is the number of God, because the number 666 is the number of the beast from the book of Revelation, the Antichrist. Which would make 777, I suppose, the Christ, the second coming. For instance, the AWB, that's the Afrikaner organisation in South Africa, uses the 3 sevens on its flag, things like that. I think that's what you mean, Christian Muscle. Christian Muscle says, the world won't end, but it'll be purified with fire 777, starting a new world age. Well, you know, it's funny you should say that. I'm not a Christian myself, but I'm not an atheist. I believe in God. I believe there's a consciousness to the universe that's convenient to call God, and I am very interested in the idea of the end times, the apocalypse. In fact, if you go to HPANWO Radio, you'll see that I've done an entire show about it recently, Program 379, and I'm going to do a HPANWO TV video about it too. It's going to be a kind of like live lecture transcript kind of thing, or live lecture adaptation, and that's something I've got planned coming up. Maybe a couple of weeks, but I will do that at some point. But I'm very interested in the idea of the end times and the apocalypse. I don't believe in the literal Judeo-Christian Islamic vision of the end of the world, but I do believe that there is such a thing as transformation, and there's the Kali Yuga ends in 2025, and I'll be saying a lot more about that later. Okay, reply to comments 29, part 1 of 2. Steve Palmer says, Ben, you say it's a misunderstanding on the British Interplanetary Society's part when they say Marcus Allen believes Apollo sent men to the moon. Then on all this site you try to make out you agree with him, men have been on the moon, but he clearly says he believes Apollo sent men to the moon. What? Alright, let me try and unpick this. I do agree with him that people have been to the moon. Well, I don't recall. You see, this was a misunderstanding at the time. I actually made an article called, I wrote an article at the time called "Has Marcus Allen Changed His Mind?" And it turned out no, he's not changed his mind. I think there was a misunderstanding here, Steve. I mean, I'm willing to perhaps you could state in more detail. Give me like maybe a clip from the debate. You just send it to me with a timestamp, and I'll look at it. David Gregg says on reply to comments 30, I thought you were taking a piss. Sorry, I've not seen much of you recently. Oh, David, I'm here. I'm back. Yes, I have. And we have our first thread on reply to comments 30. Oh, Nassim Agdam says, keep being you, Ben. Oh, Nassim, you're getting a love heart for that, mate. You really are. I will. I promise I will. Percy Axton says underneath, you mean condoning threats of violence against women, defending a serial liar? Keep doing that, you mean? Oh, Percy, let's see. I take it you're talking about Larry Warren. Well, could I suggest that you go, on anyone else listening to my voice nows, go to my video, Larry Warren in Rendlesham Forest. It's one I did in 2017. And look up exactly what Percy is saying. Firstly, I'm not condoning threats against women. Larry hasn't made any threats against women. If he was, he'd be in jail right now. He's a white straight male. He would be in prison right now. What he said was he made a statement announcing his intention to use force lawfully in self-defense. He did it in a very dramatic, over-the-top way, but he did announce that. He said if anyone harms his family, he will use lawful violence, lawful force to defend them, which he's allowed to do under the law. That's not a threat. It's not a threat against anyone. Defending a serial liar. And what you see, I'm going to ask you now why you think Larry's a liar. You're going to give me links to Sasha Christie's blog, and I'm going to explain to you with my own links and my own research exactly why she's completely wrong and you're completely wrong. So good luck, Percy. I look forward to this. And Kipper Bunn says quite rightly, and axed another bloody idiot. You're getting a love heart for that, Percy. Woody Black says, When has he done any of that? Quite well, exactly, Woody. Thank you. And Zythantiaps asks here, what is this referring to, Percy? And Percy says, little Larry Warren's threat to put a woman's windpipe through her spine was perfectly reasonable in the circumstances, according to Ben. Actually, Percy, Larry did not threaten to put a windpipe through anyone's spine. He a particular person's spine in an unprovoked manner, in other words, initiating force. He said he would put someone's windpipe through their spine as a statement of intention of self-defense. He meant anyone. He didn't mention a person. He meant anyone. Now, under the law, you're allowed to do that. Under the law, you're allowed to use proportional and reasonable force in self-defense of yourself or someone else. Right? If you don't believe me, check it out. But you don't need to check it out because the evidence is Larry's still walking the streets. Do you know how many times Larry's been arrested and questioned by the police over this matter? Zero. Never. And Zythantiops says, really? I don't know anything about it. Well, Zythantiops, you're lucky, I'll tell you, because Sasha's made sure every other bugger knows, I'll tell you. Why did he want to do that? I saw him at a UFO conference in '96 and even read his book. It all came across like a steaming pile of BS, akin to one of those people who were in Dallas when Kennedy was shot and start making up more and more outlandish stories as the year go by. Oh, you're talking about Larry. Okay, the book is now out of print, but the book is, Larry's story is correct in that book. It is. In fact, you say he's making up more and more outlandish stories. No, he's actually repeated the same story over and over. Excuse me. Zythantiops says, oh, your powers of prediction, Ben. Sasha Christie's blog is an expose of little Larry. No, it's not, Percy. I've done responses to every single thing she said. I've demolished it. I've taken it apart. I've neutralised it. It's well written, comprehensive, and hilarious, and he doesn't like it. Well, Sasha does have writing skills. It's got to be said, but unfortunately, she puts them to bad use. She said she would attend a conference in Scotland and ask him a question. That's what the elected listed as the threat. No. She said she might be in there in the audience, and Larry said, "My family are there. If anyone harms my family, I will use force lawfully to defend them." That's what it wasn't a threat. Ben thought that asking a question deserved the violence in the threat. No, I didn't. I said that harming his family deserved the violence in the threat. Perfectly reasonable to take someone's life if that person has the impertinence to ask a question. No, Percy, that's not what I said. That's a misrepresentation. You shouldn't believe Sasha so much. After little Larry's claims of discovering Metallica and being paid £500,000 working at Ground Zero amongst many other lies, Ben cooled off in his support. Alright, firstly, I suggest you watch ZXR Alien Warrior and the interview he did with Larry all about the situation with Metallica and Larry's relationship with the rock music industry. Also, Larry did actually go to Ground Zero. Larry knows someone he was allowed onto the site. It's all going to be in the film Capel Green coming up. Okay, I've not cooled off my support at all. But Larry's a friend of mine. His name has been impugned, and I am still defending him. The only reason I haven't said so much lately is because the trolls have cooled down a little bit. The Rendlesham book was withdrawn by the publishers because half of it, Larry's half, was thought to be all lies. Other way round. The book was withdrawn by the publishers on the request of the authors, both authors. Larry stands by what he said in that book, and based on the evidence I've seen, he's got every right to. I'm putting a thumbing down on your comment anyway. The Capel Green documentary, a rewriting of the RFI in support of Larry's version, hasn't yet been released. No, yet you've already written a review of it. I mean, this is something unique in the history of cinema. Capel Green is surely the film, whether documentary or not, that has had reviews written of it before it's even been released. It's going to be released soon. I mean, look for December this year because that's the 40th anniversary. Anyway, that's taken me out of me. Anyway, nothing as it seems says on reply to comment 30. Big 30, big 30, yeah, big 30. I can't believe I've done 30 of these. Bloody hell. Try to work out how long that is. Oh, yeah. Sam Rowbottom says in reply to comments 30. Hi Ben, thanks for your feedback and comments. Regarding life after death, I'm friends with Anthony Peake, and he's put together a very strong hypothesis which supports the idea that we survive death. Yes, Sam, I know Anthony too, and he is very interesting. His books, I've read 2 of his books, they're very interesting. Anthony argues that just before you physically die, you drop out of time and you get to relive your life all over again. This is called The Eternal Return, written about by some of the world's greatest thinkers: Shakespeare, Nietzsche, Goethe, Shelley, Dostoevsky, Priestley, Eliot et al. Anthony's written 15 books, including the one with Irvin Laszlo, The Immortal Mind. Yeah, this idea of reliving your life. I mean, one of the things that near-death experiencers have, near-death experiencers, I was going to say sufferers, but it's not suffering, it's something very positive. One thing that near-death experiencers often report is that they get a life review. They get to see everything that's happened to them in their life. And there's this classic phrase when people who are not having a near-death experience but are thinking they're about to die say, "My whole life flashed before my eyes." Yeah, that's very interesting, but that's what people often have. Funny about J.B. Priestley. You mentioned J.B. Priestley. He was a very interesting chap. Anthony's actually right. I think either he has already written or he's going to have written a book about J.B. Priestley. Because Priestley seemed to know an awful lot. He was a bit like Philip K. Dick. He seemed to know an awful lot about paranormals and incorporate this into his books. For example, one of his best known plays probably An Inspector Calls, and I've actually been in it. It was actually produced at my school, and I acted in it. I was Mr. Burling. It's about a family who are sitting down to have dinner one night, and they're visited by a being who claims to be a police inspector. And the things he says is really interesting because he interrogates them over an issue, and he seems to know already what they're going to say. He can read their mind. And at the end, it turns out it's revealed that he wasn't a real police inspector at all. Fascinating play. If you like, I could set you up for an interview with him. Oh, thanks, Sam. You know what? I have interviewed him twice for HPANWO Radio, but if you wanna, I mean, I'll have a word with him about that. I mean, I'm happy to go and interview him on camera as well. I'll take my camera and I'll interview him. Yeah, again, anytime. Yeah. And Sam says, here's an interview I facilitated, which I'm sure you'll enjoy, and there's a YouTube link.
Creators, Lilu here.
Oh, it's Lilu Mace, Deja Vu, Immortality, and Guardian Angel with Anthony Peake. I've not seen this one. Thanks very much. Well, Sam, thanks very much. That's really good of you, mate. Very interesting indeed. And I'll have a watch of that sometime. I will have a watch of that. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. He's got a little bit more here. Sorry. There are many videos here of Anthony. Check them out at your leisure. And if you're not already connected, I'm happy to arrange that. Well, thanks, Sam. You know, I'll ask Anthony. I am in touch with Anthony already. I will certainly get in touch and say I'll mention I know Sam Rowbottom and yeah, he speaks very highly of you, and maybe I can read another his book and do another interview with him. Yeah, I would like that. Yeah. Reply to comments 30 again. Gary Robinson says, Ben, just so you know, mate, I watched all of your last mega comments reply video. I still really enjoy the mega epic business. Oh, thanks, Anthony. I'll give you a love heart, and I'll say you get a text reply. You get honoured with a text reply for that. So Gary, sorry, not Anthony. Confused with Anthony Peake. I'll put a smiley face on that. So thank you very much, Gary. Much appreciated. And here we have the inimitable, the one and only proselytizing Orthodox Pentecostal trans rabbit on reply to comments 30. If you think I'm going to search through an hour of your vacuous jibber jabber to find your reply, which will likely be just more vacuous jibber jabber, then you're crazier than David Icke, and he's really crazy. How shall I reply to that? There's only one way, isn't there? Thanks for your comment. It'll be answered within the first half hour of the upcoming comments reply video. Gary Robertson replied to comments 30. Just had a look on Google for your Evansland book and found someone on Amazon had left a comment saying they paid £108 for their copy. I hope you got a cut of that, mate. I didn't, Gary. That must have been a wholesaler. Bloody 108 quid. No, you see, it's I sell them to a wholesaler for a reasonable price, and then the wholesaler then sells them on for whatever price they choose. And if they want to, I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, I would never ever sell a book for that price because wouldn't think anyone would buy it. But you know, I'm really flattered that someone will actually buy Evans Land for that cost. I'm wondering what to do with Evans Land actually, because I've just removed the audiobook. It's truth of the matter is, I don't like Evans Land. I just don't like it. I think it's a bloody awful book. But I've sort of come to the feeling it's. Let's see. Oh yeah, £776. One use was £776. Oh my god. Ooh. The truth of the matter is, I'm afraid I don't think it's a very good book. I mean, I was proud of it when it came out. That was 2002. It was published. But you know, I look back on it now, and I think bits of it, not all of it. There's some good bits in it, but basically, it makes me cringe. It just shows how I've changed as a person and how I've improved as a writer. So that's good. But you know, I've toyed with the idea of putting it up, PDFing it, and something, but I haven't got a copy. I think I've sold all my copies actually. So I'd have to get a copy off someone else if I wanted to PDF it. I made a reply video. I made an audio book of it a few years ago, which was on my channel. I've just deleted it. Anyway, Woody Black says so. Oh, sorry, where was it? Yeah. So, if you're really desperate to read it, Gary, I can arrange it. I can arrange that. I'll get the copy. I'll get a copy off somebody I've sold it to, because most of the people I've sold it to, I know people at Sufon and that, and I will PDF it. And put it up on Ben's bookcase. But the audio book I'm getting rid of, not just because it's a bad novel, but it's a bad quality audio book. It's basically just me speaking. If you really like Gareth, you really like my fictional work, then please just, I can't do more than recommend the Roswell trilogy. Honestly, my early period is not good. I've improved a lot since my early period, and my latest work is actually far better. I have a novel called Rockall as well, which was 2004, so I suppose it's from my early period, and that's a lot better than Evans Land, and that's for free on Ben's bookcase, and it's a second edition, so it's better than the original book. Woody Black says 5.5 hours. Can you do some long form content in future, please? Oh, do you want me to be your Hindu cowgirl or something, Woody? Do you want me to go and sit at the front of a train for 10 hours? It's funny talking about Hindu cowgirl. You know, in Norway, I found it has a big tradition in this sort of thing. They call it slow TV, and they even had a TV show that was over a week long, a single TV program over a week long. They basically took a camera on board a cruise ship and just filmed the whole thing, the whole cruise non-stop. TK says in reply to comments 30, when you do Steve Mumbling's voice, I close my eyes and it actually sounds like Steve Mumbling. Are you perhaps melding into a single entity? Hashtag Steve Ben Embling. TK. You mean like this when I talk to him like this? In fact, Steve says, come on TK, I sound nothing like that. If you remove the ridiculous hostile tone Ben uses, you'll find I make some very valid arguments. It's not a hostile tone. I don't know why I make you sound like a bad male prison warder from Prisoner Cell Block 8, Steve. It's just, you know, because I know when I listen to your voice, you don't sound like that, even though I make you talk like that. I don't know. You don't even really sound very Australian. I mean, what you'll find is that some Australians don't sound Australian. Usually they're kind of posh people, and I don't think Steve's very posh. But it's sort of like very, very prim middle-class people in Australia tend to speak. Their accent is almost like an English accent, I find. And there are no regional differences in Australian English. There's just like class differences. You know, the further down, the further you are into the working classes, the more broad your Australian accent will be. But when you get up to like the upper classes, they just sound English. But Steve does actually sound a bit Australian. I don't think Steve's very posh actually. He doesn't sound like it. He drives a Holden, so he can't be that posh. Anyway, Steve, you make some arguments that, but most of them are not valid, and most of them can be disputed. Anyways, like Antiops says underneath to Steve mumbling, he will always make the voice sound like he's straining whilst having a dump. I think Ben should get Steve to do an ident for her panel. This is Steve mumbling, and you're listening to a stupid, believe conspiracy nut. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Gary Robinson's reply to comments 30. Hi Ben, in regards to the issue of people being unsubscribed to your channel, I have a friend in the UK who has a music tech channel which has been suffering with the same issue. His channel is only a few years old and has 1,700 subscribers. I am recording. Yeah, I am. Good. That'd be a bit of a bugger if I wasn't recording. Despite the low subscriber count, he gets a lot of comments and interactions. His videos are completely harmless and inoffensive and focus solely on music production technology, such as drum machines and synthesizers, etc. Despite this, he has a number of instances of people being unsubscribed to his channel, including myself, so I know that it's definitely happening. He was even motivated to do a video on the subject, so I wonder if there's a bug in YouTube's code base that's causing this to happen. If that was so, it is unlikely they would announce it. If that's the case, Gary, I would probably be relieved that they're not doing it deliberately. They're not, because I wouldn't put it past them doing it deliberately. So maybe it's just that. Maybe it's simply something that everyone on YouTube has to put up with sometimes. It's not like it's not a form of shadow banning. That's something to look into. I think definitely that's something to. They probably wouldn't. They probably try to fix it without telling everyone. Yeah, they probably would. Oh right, BJ says on reply to comments 30. Right, he's got a timestamp here. Let's have a listen to what this is about. Knock on their door and say, look, we're here to tell you you're not doing anything criminal. We don't suspect you of a criminal act, but you offended someone online. If it's not a criminal act, why are you here? That's what I'd say to them. All right, what's that got to do with tax discs, BJ? Maybe I'll go back a bit. What are you? Guilt and racial original. No, this is not. No tax discs anymore, Ben. Been a few years now. Really, is it? Let's have a look. So I'll just check that out. I'll check that out, BJ. Let's have a look. Tax disc. Tax. All right. Yeah, tax disc was a circular certificate that vehicle owners had to place. You're right. It's not there anymore. All right. It's been got rid of. Well, I don't have a car, so I wouldn't notice these things, BJ. Okay, right, you are. Maybe it's just I don't know what the context is there. The link you provided doesn't give me any context. It's about a different subject, as far as I can see. Same video, Steve071. Thanks for this edition of your reply to Steve's. Oh yeah. Oh right. This is a reply to Steve mumbling. Oh, you're welcome, Steve071. Yeah, I replied to you. Steve mumbling's not the only Steve I replied to. I replied to you as well. The other Steve, but yeah, Steve. Well, Steve mumbling does provide me with a lot of comments. I should be grateful, really, because it does an awful lot of. He gives me an awful lot of inspiration for content. A bit of healthy dissent is good. I wouldn't want to live in an echo chamber. I encourage skeptics to come to my channel and make polite points. That's absolutely fine. In fact, I welcome it. Ravenhill of the Sword Merchant, 1968, says, Ben, this is on reply to comments 30. I am white, also of Spanish descent. Spain, well, that makes sense. He put Spain in brackets, even though he's of Spanish descent. So that's kind of a tautology there, Ravenhill. And I hate multiculturalism. What do you think about multiculturalism? I like you. I'm very much against it, Ravenhill. I think it seems to have some kind of dark agenda behind it. This doesn't mean I hate other cultures. I don't. I'm very interested in other cultures. I've travelled a lot in my time. I've visited a lot of places around the world, and I'm interested in those places. But what's happening is they tend to be taking people from all over the world and mixing them up together in various places, especially in Europe and North America, as a way of I think it's a way of breaking down social cohesion, that is cultural identity, And I mean that ties in with the European Union and things like that, and that's very bad. That's a very bad thing. It's not the people who are moved here are not the one. We shouldn't take it out on them, and they're not the ones to blame. It's the people in the government in the New World Order organising it. BZ Garson says multiculturalism is brilliant. No, it's not. Bloody hell, no, it's not. Patrick Patel says, I think this multiculturalism is still relatively new to us all. We're probably still in a transitional phase. Gives it a couple more decades to see the end product, and you'll probably like it if you're still alive, of course. It depends how old you are, Patrick. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing by your name you are non-white, because Patel is an Indian name actually. And I want to say, I've got absolutely nothing against you. You're actually a really good viewer. You leave very positive comments, and I appreciate that very much. Also, if you may well have been born in a country out of your place of ancestral origin, and you don't get to choose where you're born. No one does. I think there's going to become a time, and obviously there will be an interaction between different cultures around the world more and more. In fact, really, that has already happened with international transport. That is clipper ships, then liners, and then aeroplanes, international airliners. That inevitably meant that the world, in a sense, did become multicultural, and it will continue. I mean, in the post-Illuminati world, that probably will accelerate actually, because we will be able to travel much more cheaply and easily and quickly than we've ever had before, with the declassification of free energy and anti-gravity. I don't believe that will be a problem. I really don't. I think people will get on fine so long as they're not forced to displace each other. That's the thing. The difference, the multiculturalism that Ravenhill I think is referring to, and the one I'm referring to, is where people are essentially frog marched into locations where their ancestry doesn't come from, and basically baited to fight against the native population. That's bad. It's deliberate. It's being done on purpose for a cause. So probably, yeah. I mean, if the truth of the matter is, if we don't have the New World Order over in a few more decades, none of us will be alive. None of us will all have been replaced by Epsilons from Brave New World, which I don't think is going to happen. I really don't. I feel very hopeful. But the transitional phase is probably, well, as I said, we're sort of like global village now, and that nothing can change that. Even if you wanted to change it, you couldn't. I don't particularly want to change that. I just don't believe in the forced industrial movement of people for the purposes of breaking down societies. But thanks for the comment, Patrick. And underneath, Sonara's Ashtree says in reply to Patrick Patel, "Lol." Is it Sonara's Ashtree? Hang on a minute. I think I know who that is. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, I think that is. I think I know who that person is. I know them by another name, but yeah, if I'm right there. Reply to comments 30. TK says, news story: vehicle tax abolished. What, really? Displaying a vehicle tax disc was abolished like 6 years ago. Alright, again, I'm not sure exactly what the context is. I can't remember, unfortunately, what I said there, TK, but obviously I made some comment indicating I believe that vehicles still had tax discs in them. And I was wrong. Okay. But I don't have a car myself, so I don't keep up with things like that. Steve Palmer says in reply to TK, Ben and the rest of the Apollo defectives live in the past. I've pointed this out several times. Well, Steve, if I had a car, I probably wouldn't. Come, this is a very minor thing. Yeah, it's a very stupid sentence, what you just said. Very stupid indeed. Zythantiops says in reply to that, to Steve Palmer, Marcus is literally living in the past, poring over a copy of David Icke's Tales from the Time Loop. Marcus, are you who? Is that Marcus Allen? Poring over a copy of David Icke's Tales from the Time Loop and waiting for a glitch in the Mandela effect to propel him into the present. Hang on, come on, like Zythantiops. Firstly, Tales from the Time Loop is a really good book. I think it's the best one of David Icke's books that I've read. Bearing in mind I haven't actually read the most recent 2 or 3. But I don't think Marcus has read that. I don't know. As for, he doesn't wait for a glitch in the Mandela effect. But he is unable to make contact with the Matrix as he's on one dial-up modem and technology's moved forward too far. Alright. Now, honestly, it's funny you should say that, because I actually interviewed Marcus for HPANWO Radio, Marcus Allen, for HPANWO Radio a couple of years ago. I think it was last year for the. It wasn't Apollo 13. No, it was. I did one for Apollo 13 earlier this year, but no, it was last year. And I couldn't get through to him, and we couldn't work out what was wrong. But he couldn't get Skype to work. He couldn't get his microphone to work, and we didn't know why. I ended up having to call him on the phone, get Skype credit, and call him on the phone. Okay. But he's unable, to make contact. Okay, the dial-up modem. He is stuck in an internal Promethean-type nightmare, where each day he wakes up to reread the same emails from the future, telling him that the format that he has submitted an edition of Nexus, is not recognised by the publisher, and he has to resubmit it. I don't think Promethean is the word you're looking for, because Promethean is refers to the ascent of civilization. Oh my god, is the ascent of civilization. Prometheus was the god who taught mankind how to use fire in Greek myth. And this is often used as symbolic for basically injecting humans with the ability to create a great civilization. Oh wait, 60 minutes of dial-up modem sounds. How many people? This is under a channel called Relaxing and Useful Sounds, Noises and Videos. Good grief! How many people watched this all the way to the end? That's very funny, those Antiops. I think I don't think it applies to Marcus Allen, but I did have a laugh at that. Patrick Patel says in reply to comments 30. Thanks, Ben. Huge respect. Oh, you're getting a love heart, Patrick. Thank you very much. I'll say you're welcome. I'll say you're welcome, Patrick. Smiley face. He's great. Or Patrick Patel. Okay, we have another thread now, and it's a show more replies situation. Blimey. Oh, it's a long one. It's on reply to comments 30. And oh my god, it's Steve Palmer. Bloody hell, this is a long one. This is a long comment. What the hell is this? Okay. Here's all my responses to this video in one post. Just think you can call me a bastard, bitch, and all the other things in one go. Well, I'm not doing that, Steve. The reason I said the Dragon 2 mission must have come as a surprise to Andy Chaplin is because a short time ago he was asking why NASA still rely on Russian technology to get Americans into space. Of course, well, obviously they don't now. Alright, they don't. He made a song and dance about using 50-year-old Russian technology, which Soyuz isn't. Compare a modern-day Soyuz with one from the 60s. Very different. Chaplin had no idea that a few weeks later NASA would launch American astronauts using a far more advanced American technology. And he's living in the past like the other Apollo defectives. Oh, Andy made a mistake about that, I know, but I think a lot of people, followers of the American space program, were disappointed that the space shuttle was abandoned. It was, in a sense, it was strange that there was no manned space program in the United States of America. I know very well that the Russian space program has advanced considerably in the same way the American one has since the 60s. I know that. But you have to take that with Andy. I mean, I don't believe that. I can't remember him saying that myself. Anyway. Oh yeah, SpaceX didn't fail when they didn't send tourists around the moon in 2018. Didn't they? Well, they said they were going to do it and they didn't. That sounds like a failure to me. The guy who bought 2 tickets changed his mind. Instead of going on the Dragon spacecraft, where he could only take 1 friend plus the pilot plus an engineer, he decided to wait for the coming Starship spacecraft that will accommodate 100. Okay, so he cashed in his tickets. That's fair enough. I'm like, okay, well, if they allowed him to cash in his tickets and or transfer them to an upcoming service like they do on trains or on planes or coaches, all right, then there's no problem. There's no problem. I actually, I've done that myself with coaches. I can't make a particular service. I call up their office. Can I transfer my booking to another one? And they check availability, and they say yes, sir, and they just give me a new ticket to print out. Okay, so there's not a problem there. Okay, Dragon 2 could have flown to the moon in 2018. It took until now to fly to the ISS because of NASA's safety requirements. Oh, really? So that's the kind of capsule that could go to the moon? Could it? Does it have the ability to go? Because of course, in other situations such as the Apollo, for instance, the Apollo spacecraft, which allegedly went to the moon, was different in design. For example, Dragon 2 can land purposively like their boosters, but NASA insisted on parachutes. Dragon had parachutes as a backup. Then NASA insisted on endless testing of the parachutes. This resulted in very advanced parachutes, but took time. I told you this before, and so did someone in a reply comment I read from an Apollo defectives video. I hope, like the 50 years to the moon and can't build the heat shield you claim will stop. Also misleading people about the Space Exploration Technologies Corporation SpaceX mission to take tourists to the moon. Alright, well look, I didn't know that about NASA testing of parachutes. Alright, well there's a bit of red tape involved here. But what's that got to do? Are you saying the only reason they didn't have that moon mission in 2018 was because of this? Is that the only reason? I don't know. I mean, obviously Neil and will watch this. Neil Geddes Ward and probably Marcus too. So they can possibly say so. As for the heat shield problem, that is still valid. It's a valid question that they've often said that one of the problems is the aero braking issue of Earth re-entry. They've said that. So, but it wasn't they did build a heat shield that could do that. I mean, the whole point of the Apollo thing was that the Apollo missions. The model was that the return trip to the moon, the heat shield under the command module would be able to enter the Earth's atmosphere at translunar speeds, not at orbital speed, at translunar speeds. I don't believe it's misleading people about SpaceX to ask that question. And if they say the thing is, I'm not misleading them. They said they would take some tourists to the moon in 2018. They didn't. Okay, you've given a reason why you'd think they haven't. That's fine. I mean, if it turns out to be the case that it's all to do with the parachutes and things like that, then okay. They're contractors. They're dealing with a governmental organisation. That's always a tricky situation. By the way, SpaceX have announced one-day LEO, low Earth orbit flights, priced $10,000. Prices will drop drastically in time, especially with the introduction of Starship. 10,000. That's actually is cheap when you consider one guy went up to Mir for like 9 million. He paid the Russians 9 million to take him up to the Mir space station. I think space tourism is definitely on the way, which will have enormous, very interesting effects for the people's view of space exploration. Also UFOs. Maybe it'll shut the flat earthers up. You never know. Oh, but mind you, they'll come up with something. Okay. What does Marcus mean they haven't built a heat shield that can do what Apollo did? Orion is a moon capsule and it's already built. Not only that, it can return from Mars, which takes a heat shield more advanced than the one used on Apollo. No, it doesn't, Steve. That's not what's happened, right, Steve? They can build a heat shield, okay? The Orion is a capsule that's already built. Not only can it return from the moon, well, it hasn't yet. Like, it hasn't yet, okay? If the Orion does that, if it achieves that feat, and it can be proven it's done it, you know, I'll admit I was wrong, and I'm sure Marcus will do the same. As far as a heat shield coming from Mars, well, yeah, that will. If it's gonna go straight from Mars into the Earth's atmosphere, dive straight in without entering orbit first, then yeah, that's obviously it's more advanced still. Anyway, Steve carries on. It's going to Mars, not just the moon. That's why they didn't just copy Apollo. Really? Well, so let me get it straight. The Orion capsule is a dual mission. They're making a craft that can do both. Really? Oh, right. If they had just copied Apollo, you would have woo-woo saying no advancement like Marcus when he gets all the specs of Artemis wrong. Okay, SpaceX Dragon 2 could also fly to the moon with the heat shield it has. Really? So, it has the heat shield to enter Earth's atmosphere. Is it? Well, if it does that, all right. If its heat shield can be tested properly, and it would have to be tested before they put astronauts on the thing. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, if it can do that and if it's been properly tested, the final proof is the pudding is in the eating. Let's see it get to the moon and back. Marcus is talking rubbish. Take that from a ham radio license holder who doesn't only operate on long wave. Oh, well, it's okay. I'm not. I don't see why what that's got to do with Marcus. What Marcus says. If he's talking rubbish, and by all means, you do realise that Marcus is willing to debate people. He's debated Blue Earth thing. He's done really long interviews with Blue Earth thing. Maybe do one with you. Ben, you are the master when it comes to ad hominem attacks. Just the ones you aim at Brian Cox alone could well put you up the scale. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Brian Cox. What I say about Brian Cox is not an ad hominem attack. It is simply me being rude to him. You got to understand the difference, all right? Me calling somebody a name, saying, well, say you're just a bloody idiot. Okay, if I say you're just a bloody idiot, that's not an ad hominem attack. Okay. It is an ad hominem to say 2 + 2 = 5. You're a bloody idiot, so you don't know. Right? That's an ad hominem attack. When you attach your insult in order to discredit somebody who is making a point. I'm not discrediting Brian Cox as he makes a point. I'm just discrediting him. That is not an ad hominem. You called me a bitch and something else just because I warned you about making unsubstantiated claims regarding La Rock that could lead to legal action. Did I call you? If I called you a bitch, what did you say beforehand? Because I'm not the kind of person who makes unprovoked attacks like that, who calls people that. Okay. I don't remember what you said to me that inspired me or provoked me into calling you a bitch. I don't remember. The fact that I don't remember is the fact that I don't remember indicates it probably wasn't that serious, and you're probably exaggerating. Anyway, as for unsubstantiated claims regarding La Rock, firstly, I didn't make any claims about La Rock. I asked questions. And I checked on. Let's say I addressed the issues associated with La Rock factually. I didn't make any. I said that La Rock possibly could have some kind of, the facility could have some kind of underground base. There may be some underground base below the facility, or some parts of the La Rock facility could be secretive government project, could involve secret government projects. Legal action? Well, they haven't sued me yet. What's there to sue me? I haven't said anything defamatory about the company La Rock. I haven't said anything defamatory about any individual within the company La Rock. I've just said there could be some kind of operation going on in their facility that the company and individuals within it might very well be unaware of. The fact that they haven't actually tried to take me to court, or Miles, or Julie, indicates that we're right there. Your analogy of YouTube and a restaurant changing its prices is rubbish! No, it's not. Hang on. Why is that? Hang on a minute. Hang on. Before you agree to use YouTube after any changes, you have to agree to those changes. A correct analogy would be going into a restaurant and then saying the prices have changed. Do you still want it? I don't think that's a correct analogy, no, because you're not informed when you go into this restaurant, to continue the analogy, that the price might go up. And that you may have material on the video that, for instance, the prices might go up even food you've already ordered, so you're forced to pay. Because these rules do apply to things you've already done before the rules changed. So that's the correct analogy, and that again is wrong. Okay. Back to the name calling. Bastard now, bitch before, and what was the other one? What did you say before I called you that? Okay. If you didn't delete my comment, fair enough. But there's no need for ad hominem attacks. I refer to you to the comment I made 2 paragraphs above. I've read that. Now, as I say, I don't remember being rude to you. I'm not often rude to people, so I assume you provoked me in some way. Or I said it in a jocular manner, which you've either misinterpreted or you've deliberately twisted. And I didn't delete your comment. I'm glad you realise I didn't delete your comment. I didn't. If you say you didn't delete my comment, fair enough. Is that an apology, Steve? Are you making an apology? If so, apology accepted. Now, you're saying I've been all over my forum accusing you of deleting my comments. Lol, what? You've been all over your forum accusing me of deleting your comments. No, you made that comment. I think you made that comment here, didn't you? You made that. You said here. You accused me of deleting your comments here, and I responded to you here. I don't know anything about your forum. I've only looked at your forum a couple of times. Strange though, isn't it, that I got a troll by the name of Lady Lakshmi posting all kinds of nasty stuff on my forum, and was informed by people on Mumbling's channel that's one of your sock puppets. The IP address was Cowley, Oxford. I know you live in that locality. I've seen you about. I can't be certain it was you, but I sent you an email to your email address bennyj74@gmx.co.uk saying I would inform the police, and it all stopped. What? What the hell are you talking about, Steve? Lady Lakshmi is a part of Team Droik. Lady Lakshmi is one of the profiles of Team Droik. It's nothing to do with me. What do you mean IP address for Cowley, Oxford? What the hell are you talking about? You were informed by people on Mumbling channels. You were informed on Steve Mumbling's channel that one of my sock puppets is Lady Lakshmi, and the IP address of Cowley, Oxford was there. It's true, I do live in Cowley, Oxford. And you've seen me about. You live around here as well. Oh, blimey. Well, you can just come up and say hello. I mean, I won't hold it against you. But it's not true. All right. Whoever said this is lying. Lady Lakshmi does not does not live where I live. I don't think there's any trolls that live around here. They certainly wouldn't dare approach me. I actually challenged them to a meet-up, and we agreed to confront each other in Watford. And I went there, and they never showed up. I honestly, you have been misinformed here, and you should have come to me and asked me to confirm it here, but before saying, all right, hang on, before believing this stuff about me, about this Lady Lakshmi being Cowley, Oxford, and Lady Lakshmi being me. Could be coincidental, but strange all the same. It's not coincidental, Steve. They're lying. They're trying to make out Lady Lakshmi as me. Weird thing is, mostly the nastiness was aimed at you. Well, isn't that weird? Yeah. Why is that? It's because the nastiness is aimed at me because they hate me. They've been chasing me since 2005. That team has been after me for all that time. Okay. The point about an Apollo capsule landing in the middle of the Sahara Desert, as you suggested, is it wouldn't have happened. This also explains why the boilerplate capsule didn't have to cross the Atlantic. It was training for UK recovery, totally discrediting anything Marcus Allen says on the subject. Alright, okay, well, that's maybe something we can bring up on the next Apollo Detectives. Why don't you write to Marcus about this? Because he does write back to, or put a comment on the Apollo Detectives video on Neil's channel as well as mine. Okay, David Icke, on the one hand, told his fans he never looks at the forum. On the other, he told a court he scours it every day. Both can't be true. Icke says what was beneficial to him at the time, and he has no problem lying to benefit himself. I'm not familiar with the court case. Only I know that David has been in court a couple of times. He had to take someone to court. He himself has been sued by a certain so-called Canadian human rights lawyer. He lost that case, which. I mean, I don't know all the details of it, but I know that this particular person just likes to go litigious with everyone he doesn't like. But I know that David. I know he never participated in the original David Icke forum. I know Sean, the webmaster, was the bloke who basically managed the forum for him, and now Sean and he are sort of like they've split up now. The Cross of St. Peter. Off you go again. I told you both Gates and the Pope are big St. Peter's fans. That's why they, along with many Christians, wear this. But still you attempt to could we make something different? A double bluff. My oh my. What? What? Are you familiar with the inverted crucifix? It's not just St. Peter. It is used as a satanic inversion. An inverted pentagram, and I give you some credit. The inverted cross is the realm of Hollywood movies, rock music, and wannabe Satanists. The Church of Satan does not recognise an inverted cross as this symbol. And let's have a look. Let's have a look. Redirect notes. No, I'm not. No, I'm not going there. Oh, it's Pinterest. What's it saying? It's all right. This cross is not satanic. Oh, Anton LaVey here is a picture of Anton LaVey with an inverted pentagram. No, oh right, Peter was crucified and oh yeah, he did. All right, okay. St. Peter is very famous. St. Peter did say he wanted to be crucified upside down because he didn't want to. He didn't want to be in the same position as Jesus because he said that he said that would be disrespectful to Jesus or something like that. I remember. All right, well look, I'll get back to you on that one. If I made a mistake on that, I made a mistake. As for the inverted pentagram, I'm sure some people will even then say that that's not satanic. But if that's the case, then I won't go on about Bill and Melinda Gates again about that. Okay. Who was the woman talking about the space suits you call an annoying cow? Another ad hominem attack by you. Oh, I can't remember who it was. But she was an annoying cow. But I mean, I called her that, like with Cox, I called her that just because I found she was an annoying cow. I didn't say, Madam, you're wrong about the spacesuits because you're an annoying cow. I didn't say that. So you've got to realise the difference between being insulting someone and using an ad hominem attack. Alright? Oh, so now I'm a mind reader. According to you, I switched off one of your videos because I wouldn't like what you were going to say later. LOL! Is that right? I don't remember that. I don't remember saying that, Steve. I really don't. You know me, and I know, and you. Lol. Rubbish. What? Later today or tomorrow, I will post a scan of one of my utility bills on my forum to you. Although I have a feeling I've already done that and removed it. What? LL. You may well believe you know me. That would explain your abusive posts on my forum. What? Using what I've been told is your sock puppet, Lady Lakshmi. Alright, just stop right now. Alright, Lady Lakshmi is not me. These abusive posts on my forum have nothing to do with me. Someone is fooling you into thinking that's me. I've not even joined your forum. I had a look at your forum and I realised, if I got in there, I didn't have time. I didn't have time. Alright? Truth is, Ben, people like Mumbling and myself tie you up in knots and you have to find a way out. Colin Woodchipper, for example. No, I don't believe you do tie us up in knots. Maybe you disprove us on a few things, like the St. Peter's Cross. All right, if I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong about that. But no, I don't. I actually do. I'm giving you politely and calmly contrary points to what you're saying. If I've been rude to you, unprovoked, then I apologise. But when I called you a bastard and a bitch and things like that, what did you say beforehand? Let me know what you said beforehand, please. Hang on, I need to put a comment on this, don't I? I need to put a, what's the word, right, no, you don't have to post your bloody utility bills. I don't care who you are. And as for the Colin Woodchipper thing, why should I? I mean, like I said, I don't mind debating with people. I don't mind addressing people's points. But you were saying I should do a live debate with someone who said they wanted to put Colin Sugar into a woodchipper. They're now refusing to apologise for that remark. If they apologise to Colin publicly and unconditionally, then then as far as I'm concerned, it's the end of the matter. But if you don't really think that it's reasonable, it's unreasonable for me to insist on that, do you? Colin was back on the Apollo Detectives the other day on the most recent one, and now you're saying, oh no, someone said they want to put you in a woodchipper, and no, but you won't debate with someone who said that. Would Colin debate with someone who said that? What are you talking about? Plans, drawing animations to go back to the moon. The NASA hardware is built. What? Oh, okay. Churchill was bipolar, as you pointed out. But then you stopped and said, so what? Come on, Ben, spit it out. I don't remember, because I don't remember what point I was making. Now, Churchill actually said that he sometimes had to, when he was on a ship at sea, he sometimes had to restrain himself from jumping overboard. I don't remember what the context was. Oh, that is the end of a session, so we'll go on to part 2. But honestly, though, I mean, I'll put on another track. But anyway, I'll come back and continue with this very long comment by Steve in a moment. Right, I'm back. So where were we? I'll have to put a tag for the second hour as well, because we're on the second hour now. And my phone is charged, so I can put it here. I've got all these plugs here are used up. That's the thing. Okay, so it's the second hour. Liberace is singing up there, and there we go. No, Ben, I'm not. Steve, can I just say it'd be easier if you split. You're obviously like doing one long comment about all the things I've said. It'd be easier if you split this comment up and just put them into separate comments under the video you're referring to, or maybe this is all the last comments reply video. I don't know, but we'd like to have a bit of context. No, Ben, I'm not saying the move from oil will be easy. The point is the Saudis are preparing for life after oil. They know it can't last forever and are making alternative plans. Well, if that's true, then maybe they know there's going to be some kind of disclosure. I don't know. Even you must admit there's only a certain amount of oil left. Sooner or later it's going to run out. Actually, I know that at the rate we're using oil, eventually all the oils will peak. All the wells are going to peak. That's true. However, you may be familiar with the Russian discoveries, which involve leaving oils. They actually leave wells alone for a while. They call it fallowing, like you do with a field. Like if you have like an arable field. They go back later and there's viable pressure. It's as if the oil replenishes itself, and there's this abiotic theory of oil that's very interesting. Now, if that's the case, it means that oil will never run out. Oil will essentially regrows itself. It sort of replenishes it deliberately. It actually returns to its former levels within the earth, almost like it's it's rather like blood within your skin. I mean, if you lose some of your blood, your body will eventually produce more of it, and it's like oil might be the same. Which means oil will never run out. However, of course, if we continue to use it at a certain rate, then eventually it will be depleted to the point where we can no longer use it. An analogy would be, yes, your body can replace blood that's lost, but if Dracula's got his teeth in your neck and he's draining your blood, eventually you're going to die or become undead. Yeah, so you're partly right there, partly right, but partly wrong. Tesla will become the biggest energy supplier in the world, and it will be dirt cheap. The power wall, solar roof, power banks, etc. You seem miles behind the times, Ben. I don't know. Have you actually, it's funny you should say that. Did you see my Planet of the Humans review? They've said that apparently all the current renewable energy is a scam. The renewable energy industry is a complete scam, which would mean that there's no way out except free energy. That's classified free energy being declassified, which is good. Look at these trucks, for example. Watch till the end for a cool surprise. Hang on. What's this? Go.
And available.
Watch till the end. Hang on. Well, I don't know if it's a 35-minute video. I can't wait till the end for that. But I see lots of people. It's a Tesla video, and there's lots of people running onto the stage and to sort of surround the trucks. Is that the surprise? Okay. Soon you're going to see these everywhere. Oh, well, that'd be interesting. But I don't. Why am I behind the times here? I mean, did you read my review, or did you watch my review of Planet of the Humans? As I said, it's a good thing. I mean, if the renewable energy thing is a scam, for the reasons that the film says, and indeed I make this point in my review, it does in a sense give the Illuminati no choice, but to either go for the New World Order or lose, or basically they lose everything. We have free energy. All the big freight companies are signed up to switch. All right, are these lorries powered by the electric? They got proper, they got like long duration batteries and things like that. It's a 35-minute video. Perhaps you could explain. In which case, okay, we have electric cars and electric lorries. That's fine. Well, I see electric cars everywhere today. That's fine. Yeah, it says here Tesla give me 1,000 miles a year free charging, and there are charging stations. As soon after that, they charge 12p per kilowatt hour at 4.5p per mile. Okay, that's pretty good. That's cheaper than petrol. However, if I go supercharger, that's nearly 17,000 in the UK. I charge for free. It takes about 20 minutes to charge. Get out, stretch your legs, drink a coffee, battery full for free. I also have the Powerwall at home, charging from sunlight, also powering my home sometime. Tesla will make cars and energy so cheap, you won't be able to afford not to have it. Remember, I said that, and watch for the next few years to pan out. Okay, well, we'll see what happens in Saudi Arabia in the next few years, shall we? The truth of the matter is, though, it's the fact is, yes, you charge your car from a charging port. I've seen them in petrol stations. I mean, I myself don't have a car, but even I know that what you described is much cheaper than just filling up with petrol. So yes, it's likely that there will be a complete switch to electric cars. However, how is that electricity generated? That's the point. How is the electricity generated? Does it just come from a normal coal or gas-fired power station, or one with nuclear fission reactors? That's the point. I mean, see my nuclear fusion video. In fact, I've just re-uploaded it. I just re-edited it and uploaded it to BitChute, where you can see the whole thing in one go. And that's the point. It's the actual. It's not the energy. It's not the energy delivery and storage mechanism. That's the point. The point is the energy generation mechanism. And if these things, such as which you call solar roof, power wall, I mean, these things, that video, Planet of Humans, indicates that it's a scam. If that's true, then the only choice will be either fossil fuels or free energy. Okay, here we go. Do we really have to go through the boilerplate recovery again? It was a boilerplate capsule dropped in the ocean off the UK mainland for recovery after an abort to Earth practice. It was lost at sea and found sometime later. Do your own research. Alan is bullshitting you. Oh, look, to be fair, Steve, I mean, I've said I'll look into this. I mean, Marcus, you can write to him. We can talk about it. If the next time I get to talk to Marcus about this, I'll bring this up. But I did mention it to him, and he said something different. Okay. Robert Mugabe's buried in his hometown in the garden, a few feet away from his house. The coffin is steel, and the grave encased in concrete. His family were worried people might steal the body. What did I suggest he was buried next to roads or something in the Matopo Mountains? I don't know what's the context. I don't think did I mention Robert Mugabe's grave? I know that Robert Mugabe is from a family of emperors and things like that, and he obviously had a very full opinion of himself. Okay, but he's buried in his hometown in the garden. Okay, is that in his own garden, his own back garden? Okay, 9/11 and the Afghan pipeline. Okay, let's have a look at this. Blah de blah de blah. I'll have a look at. Okay, I know 9/11 myths. I've actually got the book of 9/11 myths. I'll have a look through this. Okay, but I haven't read it, so I can't say for sure. But anyway, it's a very long comment from Steve. Again, Steve, you may be right about a few of the things you've posted here, but not about everything. And Steve Mumbling says, "Lol, Lady Lakshmi is in Oxford. Who would have picked up that? It's worth remembering that the conspiracy world is full of people with mental health issues. Just look at Miles Johnston's channel. I haven't had time to watch much of this, but it sounds like he's dredged up this old chestnut again." What's this? Astronautics. What's this? Does Miles mention this? Oh, the boilerplate thing. Yeah. All right. I'll go through. I'll ask Alan. I'll ask Marcus about that. I can't exactly remember all the details of it anyway. But obviously, if we've made a mistake, we'll correct. How dumb would someone have to be to believe NASA would stencil NASA on the side of a real Apollo capsule? And the state of Victoria, among others, already has more free solar power than it can handle. Really, Steve? Well, did you watch my video called "My Review of Planet of the Humans"? If so, please post a comment on it. Steve Palmer says, "Go on, Steve. Give an unreserved full apology for saying you'd like to pull Colin in a wood chipper." Yes, go on. Do it, Steve. Come on, do it. You're going to do it? Because if you do, as far as I'm concerned, that's the end of the matter. Steve Mumbling says in reply to Steve Palmer, Then it would be an apology to Marcus Allen for calling him a moron, etc. Ben knows he would be crushed. A live debate will never happen. No. You calling Marcus Allen a moron is not as bad by far as saying you put Colin Masugrin in a wood chipper. That's totally different. Totally, utterly different. I don't care what you call Marcus. Marcus is a big boy. He can fight his own battles. When you start saying you wish to commit a violent act against a member of the panel, you cross over the line. It's a full, public, unconditional apology to Colin Sugrin, and as far as I can matter, that's the end of it. I don't believe I'd be crushed at all. That's my only condition. Oh, good. Steve is saying here, you shouldn't have tipped Ben off to Lady Lakshmi's IP address. You may have got Ben on there, and he's able to compare his IP address with Lady Lakshmi. If they were same, you could have posted them, lol. I'm guessing Cowley, Oxford's bedsit area. No, it's not Oxford's bedsit area. It's a big part of Oxford. I think about 50% of people in Oxford live in Cowley. As for Lady Lakshmi, Lady Lakshmi is part of Team Droik. You've got it in your dice. Steve has got it into this idea that I'm basically sock puppeting his forum. I've never joined his forum. I've only looked at it a couple of times. Steve Palmer says, Ben said if you apologise to Colin, he would take you up on your offer. If he comes up with another excuse here, you would have to agree he's now scared to debate me. You're in a win-win situation. Well, go on. Let's have you. That's the ultimate test, isn't it? All you have to do is apologise. Go on. And by apologise, I mean it's got to be public, not just a comment. You say it on your channel, you contact Colin, and you make a full, unconditional, heartfelt apology, which is sincere in nature and not sarcastic. If you do that, it's over. And if Steve Palmer thinks that I'm just saying this as an excuse to get out of debating you, try it and see. Steve says IP addresses can be spoofed. You know someone's ISP address and their location. It's either just spoof for post, email, whatever. The interesting point is, I mailed Ben from an anonymous source and it all stopped. LL is still a member of my forum, but there's no post from that account since I sent the email. So what, you actually sent me an email to my public email, bennyj74@gmx.co.uk. I don't remember getting anything from you, Steve. Did I? I don't know anything about this. All I know that Lady Lakshmi is a member of Team Droik. You apparently have claimed that he, she, or whoever they are is pretending to be me. I know nothing about this. Steve Mumbling says, everybody knows Ben is scared to debate me, Steve. They all are, and Alan would be wrong about the Apollo 11 re-entry speed being higher, just like he's wrong about everything else. I'm not scared at all. I think, Steve Mumbling, I think if you were willing to apologise to Colin in the way I suggested, you'd be allowed onto the panel. You could join the Apollo detectives. I reckon they'd agree to it. I'd certainly be in favour of it. As long as you did what I said. Steve Palmer says, Steve Mumbling, actually, Alan, for a rare occasion, would be right about re-entry speed. Mach 35 for Apollo from the Moon versus Mach 25 for Dragon from LEO. However, as I said in the other post, Dragon was designed to fly to the Moon, so has good enough heat shield. So good, in fact, it could have performed 100 re-entries without being replaced. It could have, because Dragon can land purposefully on land, but NASA insisted on a splashdown from the sea using parachutes. Salt water makes a mess of the heat shield, which will be refurbished after each flight. Alright, so it's all down to this landing situation. Alright. Well, like I said, Steve, we'll see what happens if and when they actually go to the Moon. Zythantiops says to Steve Palmer, Ben would still find a reason not to debate him. Really, Zai? You really think that? Try it. Try it and see. There was another one of the reply to comments videos I was listening to the other night. 24, I think it was. Ben was mentioning some insults that someone had made and was claiming they were justified under free speech, but he keeps bringing up the wood chipper thing like it's the worst thing anyone has ever said. I'm sure there would be a lot worse language I heard if Ben ever came face to face with the English Bigfoot. No, Zythantiops, please try to understand the difference between defamation, threats, and insults, right? Insults is just that. It's calling someone a name. If someone calls you a name and insults you and you feel hurt or angry about what they've said, you can block them. You can just, that's the end of it. You just don't have anything to do with them. Defamation is when you say that someone is doing something, then it's in a sense you're trying to smear their character. That is the laws against that. Threats and things like intent to commit violence. That's what we're talking about here. What Steve said about Colin is very, very different to what he said about Marcus. Calling someone a moron, you know, that's not a big deal. That's just a silly thing to say. Saying you would like to put someone in a wood chipper is much more serious. It's very, very different. Okay, right. That's the end of that thread. Thank goodness. I spent half an hour on that one thread. So where are we now? Neil Peel, Neil. This is on reply to comments 30. Neil Peel, of course, is Neil Geddes Ward. Hey Neil, how you doing? Jane Roberts, back in the 1970s, channeled Seth on TV in the US, I understand. Just in relation to Steve Mumbling's in-depth research in the area. Seth is, oh right, this is this higher beat, this ascended master or something, if I remember. Let's just look that up because I want to get my facts right here. Jane Roberts, that's the Seth material. Oh, Jane Roberts, American author, poet, self-proclaimed psychic and spirit medium. The Seth material. This on September evening 1963, Roberts sat down at a work on poetry. Okay, the Seth material. The Seth material is a collection of writing dictated by Jane Roberts to husband from late 1963 until her death in 1984. Okay, a discarnate entity named Seth. Right, you are. Okay, I'd heard about that before, Neil. I just wanted to get all the details right. Steve Mumbling says, "You really love all this claptrap, don't you, Neil? There's no such thing as channeling. Get a grip on reality, for fuck's sake." Alright, well that's just, bloody hell, that's 3 sentences there that make no point at all. Saying, you really love this claptrap. That's a fallacy known as poisoning the well. There's no such thing as channeling. Okay, well I say there's no such thing as 2 + 2 = 4. Prove me wrong. There's no such thing as 2 + 2 = 4. I've had a text message. Who's this from? Hang on a sec. Oh, hang on, it's just for my little kid. I've just got to quickly leave a message for her. Do I have enough credit left on my phone? Yeah, so Steve is... yes, I did. Right. She thinks I'm daft. I tell you, I've been feeding her cats. That's it. Yes, I fed the cats. Yes. Right. I'm out of credit. Right. Okay. Okay, so where were I? I should have switched the phone off. So yeah, get a grip on reality, for fuck's sake. Well, the thing is, get a grip on reality. The reality is that if you make a statement which involves a poisoning the well fallacy, and you just make a single assertion without anything to back it up, that is reality. That's reality, is it, Steve? So if I say you really love this claptrappy idea that 2 + 2 = 4, there's no such thing as 2 + 2 = 4. Does 2 + is it then does that mean that reality is that 2 + 2 = 5? Is it, Steve? Let's explain it, shall we? Neil Peel says, "I speak from experience, Steve. You don't." Nice one, Steve. No, it's nice one, Neil. Neil is standing up to it. Steve Mumbling, "I certainly do. No one's ever channeled anyone I knew that died." Steve, have you ever been to a spiritualist church? You ever visited a medium? I've told you I've already been to a seance. Do you remember my Jason Harrington video? I have a video that I filmed already, which I haven't edited. I haven't uploaded it. It'll be up maybe within a few days after this, or a couple of weeks at the most after this, in which I did. Right, I had a remarkable experience of channeling, and it happened just the other day. It just happened on Saturday, and it's now Tuesday. So, Neil Peel says, "That is a piss poor conclusion." Well, Neil, it's piss poor, alright, but it's actually not a conclusion. Steve Bumbling's not making an conclusion. He's not a conclusion at all. It is an assertion. An assertion is like saying 2 + 2 = 5. I know Hugo Roon. I know you don't like me using this Orwellian analogy, but it's too good a one. It's too simple and it's too persuasive and it's too explanatory for me to abandon. Oh, what is it? Okay, I'm out of credit now anyway. Thanks. Are they okay? She's asking about the cats. I'll answer her in a minute. In a little while. No one has ever died in my family from snake bite, so snakes don't exist to bite people. Yeah, right. Exactly, Steve. You see, Neil, you do understand, don't you? It's not a conclusion, it's an assertion. Yeah, good one. Steve Mumbling says, I could easily arrange for you to be bitten by a deadly snake. Could you easily arrange for someone to channel someone I knew who died? That is an unfair comparison, Steve. Because you know very well that the two experiments are very, very different in nature. The outcome of failure is very different in nature, isn't it? You know, an experiment where you get bitten by a deadly snake. Obviously, if one of the outcomes is you die. The other outcome is you just simply waste an evening at a spiritualist church or at a séance. That is not a fair comparison. Steve carries on. I would love to have a chat with a couple of people. And as evidence, it was really them. Could they channel some information only I would know? How about it, Neil? Well, Steve, that's actually a good question. And that's actually a good challenge for an experimental psychical researcher. And believe it or not, if you look into the subject, experiments like that have been done. Even the great Harry Houdini, that amazing arch-skeptic, even he actually did receive an interesting message, according to the 1983 Reader's Digest Encyclopedia of the Paranormal. So yeah, that is a question that has occurred to others, and it has been done. Those experiments have been done. Steve Palmer says, Neil, you've missed Mumbling's point completely. We're asking for a ghost to be interviewed on the TV, not someone saying they're talking to a ghost. No, Steve, Neil is not suggesting otherwise. All right. Neil is he mentions the Seth material, but Neil is actually very, very aware of the issues of psychical research. So Neil is not missing Mumbling's point at all. I saw James Randi on TV completely fool an audience who didn't know who he was. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with James Randi. I did an entire video on him. I've referred to him in my skeptic videos. He did. I mean, he's an illusionist. He's a magician. Yeah. and Darren, I think you mean Darren Brown. Darren Brown outperformed any medium while telling everyone he's not in contact with dead people. No, the thing about Darren Brown is some of his shows are staged. I mean, it came out with that zombie thing. But even Darren Brown also is an illusionist like James Randi. He's a magician. He's a mentalist. So yes, of course, he can reproduce some of the effects. But I mean, does that mean that psychical researchers who are aware of this, Dave Starbuck, other people, they've been through that. Some of them are also trained magicians, like Dave Starbuck is a trained magician as well. And what you're talking about here is you cannot, unfortunately for you, what Darren Brown and James Randi do does not explain all the effects gathered by psychic researchers. It doesn't explain all the effects that Victor and Wendy Zamet have discovered. And doesn't explain all the effects that many, many other people. The skull experiment. I mean, someone actually, I'll be coming to that at the end of this video because someone just left me a comment about the skull experiment. Steve carries on. Neil told Mumbling the Apollo missions didn't use special film or modified cameras. Are you willing to talk about that? All right, you've gone on to a completely different subject now, Neil. Well, they used modified cameras by Hasselblad. But the film was Ektachrome ASA, as Douglas Arnold and several other people have stated. So, yeah, we're willing to talk about that. Has been talked about before. So, but you're talking about a completely different subject now. Steve Palmer. Okay, Neil, it's been shown time and time again that all this spiritualist stuff can be faked. Somebody saying on TV that she's talking to the dead doesn't cut it. Oh, what's this? This is a video. It's probably one I've seen because I'm very interested in this sort of thing. Yes, I have. This is Infamous by Darren Brown. I've seen it, and it's you saying that this essentially explains everything in spiritualism. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It is an inadequate, incomplete explanation, which skeptics specialize at. Please, if you haven't already, watch my entire skeptic video, the videos I've done about skeptics. Zythantiops says to Steve Palmer, interestingly, in the performance, Darren Brown quotes David Hume. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Then says, meaning, if you're going to claiming something extraordinary that flies in the face of science and you wish to take serious, firstly, you have to come up with the evidence to back up your own claim. It's not enough to ask another evidence to... Okay. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. First of all, let's dwell on that incredible witticism. That's very good, Zythantiops, or David Hume. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Here's another one, right? It's good to be open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brain falls out. You see how witty we can be here? You see how original we can be here, Zythantiops? Okay. If you're claiming something extraordinary that flies in the face of science and you wish to be taken seriously, you have to come up with evidence to back up your own claim. Yes. Duh. You do. But the term extraordinary is what? Extraordinary is not a quantitative statement, all right? Saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence doesn't mean, okay, this claim has 10 extraordinary points and I need 10 extraordinary points for the evidence, all right? Extraordinary is simply it's a qualitative statement. I could easily say, it's extraordinary that 2 + 2 = 4, isn't it? It's extraordinary. But so... You need evidence to explain. Yes, of course you need evidence to back up your claim. No one is denying that. And you say it's not enough to ask others to provide the evidence to disprove it. Now you're mixing two skeptic fallacies here, as I found, Chops. You're mixing the extraordinary being a quantity fallacy with the burden of proof fallacy. Okay, no one is saying that others have to provide evidence. If I was to say 2 + 2 = 5, if I was to make this extraordinary claim, I wouldn't. It would be on the onus. That word again, onus. Skeptics love the word onus. It would indeed be on me. The onus would indeed be on me to prove that 2 + 2 = 5. Look, no one is disputing this, which you can never do. You cannot prove a negative. I know, yeah. Which I guess means once we get disclosure, then one of the first things to happen under the new HPANWO order will be that Darren Brown is sacrificially burnt at the stake as a heretic. Whilst Ben and David Icke dance naked around his flaming, screaming body, which sounds a bit extreme, but you have to admit, it'll be great TV. Sounds a bit kinky to me. Oh, me and David Icke dancing naked. Oh, go on. If ever I turn gay, he'll be the first person I approach. But no, honestly, all that will happen probably. I mean, if you read Roswell Rising, my book, my novel, the first of the Roswell trilogy, you'll know that in that particular book, the skeptics are not burnt at the stake. They are actually they commit suicide. And that might be what will happen. We may see that, but it won't be something that I want. I don't want skeptics to commit suicide after disclosure. I really don't. I'm hoping that they will simply they'll say, okay, we were wrong about this, and get on with their lives. I know some skeptics are doing that right now, as a result of the ATIP footage and things like that. And indeed, skeptics do change their minds about things. Indeed, non-skeptics like me sometimes change our minds. Both sides are making converts from the other, but I don't get angry with people for disagreeing with me. I don't wish them harm. I don't gloat over their demise or any distress that me proving them wrong takes. I really don't. Anyway, Steve mumbling. What have we got here? Reply to comments 30. The same poorly researched rubbish. Mick West never said it was an airliner. Brazel never took the debris to the sheriff. Cavat worked with Marcel, but Marcel was saying it was a balloon, was he? Wasn't saying it was a balloon, was he? Hang on a minute, okay. Mick West did say it was an airliner. Mick West did a video, which I've watched. In fact, I got into an argument with him on it, where he claims that one of the UFO footage was an airliner. I mean, he may well have said that on his Joe Rogan interview. I didn't watch it. I got fed up with him. I really did. Mick West is a very unoriginal skeptic. Brazel never took the debris to the sheriff. No, other way round. The sheriff took the debris No, hang on. Brazel never took the debris to the sheriff. He did. I think he did. Cavett worked with Marcel, but Marcel wasn't saying it was a balloon, was he? No, he didn't. No, it was General Ramey who said it was a balloon. There's a statement made by Brazel that appeared in the Roswell newspaper where he says he found balsa wood sticks and tin foil, etc. I know. But this came later. There's no statement from Brazel saying he found anything else. No, it's I wish I could remember the bloody details. I think it was a family member it came from. But there's definitely distinct reason to think Brazel changed his story in 1947. The different statement and new car nonsense is just folklore introduced by the alien enthusiasts. There's absolutely nothing to back this up as fact. I'm sure Ben will keep repeating the science fiction folklore story because he wants desperately for it to be true. I think we've been through this before. In fact, I'm very grateful for someone for doing this. It was actually another viewer who took you up on this, Steve, and called you on it. I can't remember who it was, but I remember there was a very long, detailed. You got into an argument with him, and he explained this stuff about Brazel. Well, you're wrong about the stuff about Brazel and about the car and things. Now, do I want desperately for it to be the? Are you saying, Steve, that I'm biased? Maybe I am. Are you saying you're not biased? Are you honestly saying you? Because some skeptics do claim this. They claim they are unbiased. Everyone has biases. It doesn't mean that you can't overcome your biases. Now, I personally, I think I would like there to be such a thing as the Roswell UFO. I would. I think it is something I wish for. However, if I really wanted it to be true and I kept repeating it and wanted it desperately, right? One of the first things I would do is I would never interact with anybody who disagreed with me. I wouldn't let skeptics like you post comments. I would block you all, wouldn't I? But the fact is, you see, the fact that I'm allowing you to interact with me indicates that I'm trying to hear both sides of the story. Now, if there's anything more I can do than that, please let me know. All right, because no one asks anything more from the skeptics. Never ask any more than that normally, and now you're getting what you ask for. So don't complain. Terry Winter says on reply to comments 30. Hi Ben, this is about Dominic Cummings. Oh, him. God, yeah. Say I am the Prime Minister and you are Cummings, and you say to me, I drove 60 miles. Okay, and you say to me, okay, you're the Prime Minister, I'm Cummings. Okay, I said I drove 60 miles to test my eyesight as an excuse for breaking the lockdowns rules. Now I would say there's a door get out while kicking you up the arse as for expecting me or anyone else to believe such monumental bullshit. Now, if you had said, I made a very big mistake, I'm very sorry it will not happen again, then I would respect you a whole lot more and say, okay, we all make mistakes, and that would be that. But now everyone sees him as a pathetic, idiotic jackass, rightfully so. Well, the thing about it is, you've got to realise that Boris doesn't make these decisions. I think the point you're making here is that Boris didn't sack Cummings, even though he made up some half-assed excuse for driving 60 miles and breaking the lockdown. He actually visited a family member who he shouldn't have, who wasn't in his bubble. Boris has lost control of the situation, and that's bad. He's not Britain's Trump at the moment. He may well be in intent, but he's not succeeded where Donald Trump has. And for some reason, you posted this twice. I don't know why you posted the same comment twice. Oh, it's on the End of the World live stream. Okay, well, you posted the same comment on two different videos. That's fine. You can do that if you want. I'll answer you on both. But yeah, I hope. See, unlike some people like Caroline Stevens, and I know that Diego Rivera thinks this as well. I don't believe that Boris was just a stooge from the beginning. I think he went in there as a part of the 2016 effect, and he has failed at the moment. Now, maybe he can get back the control he lost. I hope he can. Maybe he can't. I'm not sure. Okay, John Cutter says on reply to comments 30, why change your channel name? Couldn't find with Ben Hospital Porter. But that's not my channel name, John. My channel name is Ben the JR Porter. I've actually found a lot of people have complained, like when they open up clean browsers with no cookies or anything. they can't find. I'm much more difficult to find. Well, this is all a part of the shadow banning that I get. I've made entire videos about my shadow banning, which I think is the case. Now, as someone explained earlier on, it may not be the people being unsubscribed might actually be a glitch in YouTube. As far as the algorithms go, yes, that is deliberate. Is a deliberate persecution of certain people for their beliefs, including me for mine. James Randi quits the JREF. Funny, I was just talking about this guy, weren't we, with Steve Palmer. Polaroid says on that. He quit because no one had proven anything for decades, and there were still cash rewards for any paranormal proof of anything. Yet to this day, nothing has been proven. This community is amusing. All right, Polaroid. You may want to watch my skeptic video, because I talk about the incident. Was it George Simpson from Florida, and the legal tussle between him and the JREF, because it does indicate that it's not as open and shut and black and white as he claims it is. The $1 million challenge that James Randi talks about is not quite the legally watertight be all and end all that he claims it is. BZ Garson says, I can't be asked. Suit yourself. Alright, here, suit yourself. No one's forcing you, BZ. No one's forcing you. And in reply to comments 30, Patrick Patel again says, Ben, I love your cap. I love all your t-shirts, and I really really love it when you take a sip, loud slurping from your coffee mug. Oh. Well, thanks, Patrick. You see, some people appreciate me. They don't, despite everything. Steve mumbling says on reply to comments 30. I've still only watched about 40 minutes of this. It's pretty hard going, as the same repetitive rubbish. Looking at Steve Palmer's post, it seems Alan is still spruiking his absolute rubbish. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, currently docked with the ISS, it's just landed again, hasn't it? Is going to have a heat shield that will allow the astronauts to return to Earth. Yeah, from orbit, yeah. So when is Alan going to admit he's talking rubbish about not being able to build an Apollo-like heat shield? Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what the technical specs of the craft is, possibly when it actually goes to the moon. Not just like bench tests, not like theories, an actual live test. Everything he says is absolute rubbish. Well, you've actually given some examples, and I just explained why I think what he said is not rubbish. From the power in the LEM to the TV transmissions, to radio hams only using long wave, to the radio ham monitoring the Apollo transmissions being rubbish, to the flag reflection in the LEM window, etc., etc., etc. It's just the ramblings of an idiot that knows absolutely nothing about any of it. Well, now the LEM, the power and the TV transmission things for the LEM, we've already discussed. I'm not familiar with the radio ham thing, using only long wave. I'm not. Someone, who was it? Steve Palmer actually said something about radio hams earlier on. I'm not familiar with this. It may have been something he mentioned in one of the Apollo detectives. I don't remember at all. Steve Palmer says in reply to that, the point Alan would make is a heat shield for a craft designed to re-enter from orbit would be different to one from a spacecraft coming back from the moon. The speeds are different. More speed equals more heat. However, Dragon 2 could do a moon trip. The heat shield would be good enough. It was designed to fly to the moon, but probably never will. Okay, well, we don't know if it's good enough then, do we? Like, as I said, there's probably only been tests. There may well have been heat tests in laboratories and things like that. But possibly we'll see what happens if it goes to the moon. Okay. The Orion capsule is already built and will fly to the moon. So Alan and Ben are wrong saying NASA don't know how to build a heat shield. Well, like I said, if it does the trick, if it really has the capability of, 25 miles per second, and of course the angle it enters the Earth's atmosphere, the aero braking and things like that, and the heat and pressure will be put upon, then you've proved your point. On the other hand, if it doesn't do that, if there's evidence to suggest it doesn't do that, then you haven't. As a ham radio operator of 37 years, I can say Alan is talking rubbish about operating on long wave. Of course you know this, because you made a video showing the band plan. I had a nice conversation with a chap from Australia the other morning. I was using the 70cm band on DMR. 70 centimeters, how far is that from long wave, lol? Ben, of course, understands none of this radio stuff. That's why Alan and the 5G tinfoil hatters can take him for a ride. The hardware for NASA's Artemis 1 mission comes together. Alright, this is space. Oh, this is his space flight forum again. Alright, Steve, yeah, these are. I've not looked at these threads, but I do look at your forum sometime. There's some photographs of the Artemis combination, yeah. And this is a space launch system. Here we go. What's this? Boeing powers up the first SLS core stage for the Green Run Systems checkout. NASA space flight. Okay, Steve. Alright, so fair enough. As for the 5G thing, I was talking to Nick Colostrom the other day, and this came up again, and it could be, from what I've seen, you may have been wrong about what you said earlier. And also, indeed, there's some evidence going back to the 60s of the, or actually, the Nexus magazine have reprinted an article, I think, from 1955, explaining about the dangers of radio waves. Oh, God, what was it? I was reading it on the coach. Where is it? Oh, bloody hell. I don't have all this information to hand. I'm sorry. You know, these are conversations. I don't necessarily have all the information in hand. I can just give you references. But I think you know, because I did say that I didn't have an answer to your tinfoil hat 5G thing. Maybe I do. Maybe you've answered me, and I'll come to that. Pardon me. Dear me. Steve, Patrick Patel, did you like that? Here we go. Right, reply to comments 30. Wasn't Ian R. Crane telling us all how easy it is to cure cancer with jelly babies, etc.? How's he getting on with that? Ian never said that. Ian did not say that you cure cancer with jelly babies. Ian is currently recovering from cancer, and he's used alternative treatments. And as there is no guarantee that alternative treatments always work, there's no guarantee that mainstream treatments work either. Ian is having different kinds of treatments now. He's now altering his care plan. But obviously, you know, I think a lot of people have made, a lot of skeptics have made this comment about Ian. They said, well, because Ian used alternative medicine, he still nearly died and ended up having to have a big operation. That is proof that alternative cancer cures just don't work. Well, that's a complete misconception, and it involves a fallacy. It's basically a straw man fallacy, because you see, if he'd had mainstream treatments and he still got very sick and he almost died, you wouldn't say, well, that proves that mainstream treatments don't work, would you? Obviously, if anyone gets cancer, it's a serious illness, regardless of anything, and you need to have an awareness of what you need to treatment. It would actually help, if the medical system would work with people like Ian who are cancer sufferers, rather than just leaving them to do it on their own. Ian R. Crane is a great man. I think he's a hero of our movement, and I'm wishing him all the best. I really do. I think, yeah, he really is. So Ithantiop says, in 2012, Ian Crane was talking about how there was going to be a fake alien invasion at the London Olympics, and how he suspected that the anti-terror missile launchers that were placed around the stadium were actually projectors that were going to be used to aid the alien landing hoax. All those videos were removed. Were they removed? Hang on a minute, were they? Let's have a look. Because I got one, hang on, let's have a look. Let's just Google one of them. No, it's not. No, they're here. Let's have a look. Hang on. Right. No, Project Zion is still there. Project Zion, the last best hope for peace, still there. It's still there. What about the red ice thing? Hang on. Yep, still there. No, it has. They haven't been removed. They haven't been removed. No, now, as far as Zythantiops, as you know, an alien invasion didn't take place at the 2012 London Olympics, but he wasn't the only one saying this. There was a guy called Rick Clay who sadly he took his own life very sadly. He was talking about this. I myself looked into this, and I also thought that it was quite likely that that could be attempted at the London Olympics. Now, it's a big subject. I don't have time to go into details then, but I really am pretty sure, and indeed I talked about this with Ian. In fact, after the 2012 Olympics, Ian R. Crane was the first interview Ian did after the 2012 Olympics was on HPANWO radio. We talked about this. I said that, and we talked about this, how it's possible that the plan was aborted. It was aborted very, very short notice, maybe less than 2 weeks before the Olympics. But all the signs were there. There was going to be a big terrorist attack. There was all, and the reasons it was alien invasion was, again, it went into the symbolism, some of the things that Rick Clay discovered, also the Carol Rosin, you know, the last card, things like that. It's a long, complicated system. But the videos have not been removed. They're all there, or at least some of them are there. At least I found 2 anyway. See, mumbling. He's as nutty as a fruitcake, as Captain Kirk would say. Oh, did Captain Kirk say that? Okay, well, Ian's not nutty at all. Saying someone's nutty as a it's fruity as a nutcake. He's got it the wrong way round. He's as fruity as a nutcake. Maybe that's what Australians say because they're back to front. They walk upside down anyway, don't they? Anyway, here we go. What? Stanton Friedman. What makes Friedman a con man is he ignored the Mac Brazel statement. Hang on. No, he didn't. In his book Crash at Corona, he goes into this. Brazel said he found balsa wood sticks and tinfoil hat in the field on the 14th of June. Now, that's what he said. He said that on the radio interview he gave afterwards. Friedman peddled the UFO on the 7th of July story, which he knew was absolute rubbish. He kept the Brazel and Cavett statements out of his publications because he knew they'd killed the UFO story stone dead. They do not. They don't kill it stone dead. What it indicates is that somebody changed their story. So yeah, they do. Look at Harry Reid. He's changing his story now, isn't he? Harry Reid has changed his... Well, he's not changed his story. He's changed his tune about the UFO business. He peddled the science fiction story as fact. He never peddled the story as fiction. No, he wasn't a science fiction story, and he didn't peddle it. He presented it. The word peddle is very derogatory. It's a loaded term. He wrote in his book a fact because it was fact. He knew no one would buy it if he did. What? No. What are you talking about? However, as a purported true story, it would be a bestseller. What? Are you saying he just made the whole thing up and put it in a book as an alternative to writing a story? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Even you know enough about the Roswell instance to know that's not true. You may disagree about some of the things that he brought out, many of the other researchers. I know you're familiar with them because you've mentioned Richard Dolan and several others. How can you say that, even by your standards, Steve? That's dishonest. You must know for your own book sales, a Roswell science fiction story isn't worth a carrot. Well, actually, my own book sales are doing quite fine, thank you. I know what my market is, and I actually sold another one at the weekend, and internet sales are going all right as well. And my book is actually not. It's science fiction in my novel. It is fictional, but it's only fictional in the same way that George Orwell is fictional. I mean, it's actually an allegorical fiction, and that's how I market it, and that is how people interpret it. This is why they buy it. Have you read my book, Steve? By the way, I'll send you a signed copy if you want. Okay, is Paul McCartney dead? One of my most popular videos here. Pluroramic Pastry says, you have to believe that digital photography existed in the mid-60s, and also that Botox was used at the same time, among other anachronisms in this lecture. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is these are original photographs, they're historical documents. You can see the last photo ever taken of Paul, that is the 1966 Melody Makers photo, the one where he's standing next to Dusty Springfield and Tom Jones, and then you look at the one that came out just 2 months later, which is the first, basically when they started dressing up in coloured suits and things, with Paul, with Paul apparently back with a moustache, 6 inches taller, etc., etc. Yeah, it's in this day and age, of course, they can do anything, can't they? They can like model anything, but back then they couldn't. Zythantiop says on reply to comments 30. Look, I'm almost a third of the way through the comments replies, and so far most of them have been on reply to comments 30. Okay. Why isn't HPANWO TV? It's a YouTube channel. Why is it HPANWO TV? As a YouTube channel, shouldn't it be HPANWO Well, it could be Zythantiop, but it doesn't have quite such a ring to it, does it? Besides which, I'm not just on YouTube, am I? I mean, I'm a content creator, and as we know, YouTube are letting down anyone who doesn't just want to make cat videos. So I'm now sort of just calling myself a HPANWO TV on all these different outlets, at these different platforms. I will upload this particular video to BitChute and Library, and maybe some other channels as well. So I don't want to be just a YouTuber, I want to be a content creator, because YouTube, I won't be able to use YouTube soon at the rate things are going. And Zythantiop says again on the same video, Ben, it's really irritating when people comment on something and in response you say, I've already covered that in such and such a video, go and have a look at that, when you could just address the bleeding thing now. Bad. No, well look, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, Zythantiop, but I'm sorry you find it irritating, but it's not illegitimate for me to say that. If I have covered it in detail in another video, why would I simply repeat all the points I make again and again and again? I don't have time to do that. I'd essentially have to repeat lines from my entire channel in reply to every comment. I can't do that. I just say to people, look, go back, watch the video. If you have a problem with the things I say in that video, put a comment. Ideally, put it under that video. But I can't just keep repeating all the time, repeating everything. It could be that someone has a query which is answered in a particular video far better than I could do, with much more detail than I can do in a comment reply. So I am addressing the bleeding thing. And this is, I actually made what was it? I made a community post here about whether you would like a World Disclosure Day live stream. Yes, and I did. And Stephen Garrity says, I would, Ben. And I said, it shall be done. And indeed I did, didn't I? Right, we have now JMH, who has like it has a NPC as their avatar. Oh, wonderful. At 3:54:13, you suggest that MPs could vote to increase their own pay. This is not the case and hasn't been so for a decade. MPs' pay and conditions are now decided by an independent parliamentary standards authority. If you want to look at some really eye-watering public sector wage packets, look at those in higher echelons in local councils. Many get paid more than the Prime Minister. Right, okay. I remember. Okay, the information I got about MPs voting to increase their own pay was from the Unison. That's my old trade union, from its internal journal. And I actually was not active in Unison. I was only active in my trade union for a very short time in around about 1990. So it's quite possible that things have changed since then. Yes. If you want to look at eye-watering public sector pay packets, high echelons in local councils. Oh my goodness. Well, the councils in Oxford, look, they all live in the posh part. I know that. I mean, because I used to like know some of these people when I was a trade unionist, and I mean they have lovely posh. They live in really lovely big houses. I'll tell you. Yeah, I used to mess around. I used to knock about with some of them. I remember. Like Larry Sanders. He's quite well off, I think. Larry Sanders is someone. He's a Green Party councillor here in Oxford. He's actually the brother of Bernie Sanders. He's quite well off. I remember that he's actually moved out of the house he used to be in, but the house he used to be in is a pretty hefty pile, I'll tell you. I went round there a few times because I used to have the hots for his daughter. That's before I realised she was a stuck-up little bitch. Right, David Icke banned. Marcus 24,000 says, I just saw that Icke was banned, and I send them feedback about what I think of their nonsense. I told them keep this shit up, and I'll leave YouTube because he did not violate any policies. Well done, Marcus. Well done for that. Indeed, that was the purpose of my video. Now, of course, they're not going to listen to us, are they? It's a David and Goliath thing. They're not going to listen to us. But at the end of the day, David, what did he do? He had a little, and he was called David, same name as Icke, and he took down the giant Goliath with a little stone. And I tell you, when we do these things, they're all little stones. The video I made was a little stone. The feedback you gave was a little stone. At the end of the day, as Gandhi said, there is a natural arc in the universe that leans towards justice. Okay, this is my community announcement about the Disclosure Day live stream again. And Barbara Whittle says it sounds good. Well, as you know, a lot of you watched that live stream. I thought it was a great success, and a lot of you enjoyed it. So I'm glad I did it. I did too, didn't I? I did one on Facebook and one on YouTube, didn't I? How am I doing for time? 4 minutes remaining, and I'll change. All right, I might have a little break actually. But hopefully this will be 2 hours. It's about a third of the way through, which means it'll be a 6-hour video if it keeps on at this rate. Okay, now we come on to a new video. Oh, actually, not a new video. It's an old video, but it's the first comment I've had so far on this video. UFO Disclosure 2020 Trump on Roswell. Nassim Agdam says Roswell was Japanese POWs in balloons trying to escape. That's why it was covered up. The fire from static electricity burned their hair off, and they were starving, so they looked non-human. Stanton Friedman told me so, lol. Well, Stanton, you must have channeled him, because Stanton Friedman's dead, of course. Now, what you've just said is interesting. It's almost exactly what Annie Jacobsen claims. In her theory, it's Russians, not Japanese. But apart from that, it's pretty much the same. It's a bit odd though, because I mean the doesn't quite fit. They were in a balloon trying to escape. They wanted to escape from Roswell in a balloon. Firstly, there were the prisoners of war around Roswell were all Germans. I mean, I looked that up. They were Germans and Italians, in fact, and there were no Japanese kept around Roswell. Secondly, trying to escape in a balloon. Where were they going to go in a balloon? I mean, if you want a balloon that's going to fly all the way to Japan from it's not easy. I mean, you need a very special balloon for such a long distance. No, it doesn't quite fit. It doesn't quite make sense. Anyway, Sock Shovel says that is probably true. I think it's probably not true, Sock Shovel, but I mean, I'm not familiar. I don't remember Stanton Friedman ever saying this. I know that Annie Jacobsen claimed it was Russians, and I think that doesn't quite make sense either. I know Nick Redfern was going on about it. Doesn't quite fit. UFO Disclosure 2020 Trump on Roswell. Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffees says more shit. Alright. More shit, which you watched, Johnny, didn't you? You watched it. No one's forcing you. You must to conclude it's more shit. You must have watched the whole thing, because then otherwise you wouldn't know it was shit, would you? It reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Mostly harmless. Right. Well, oh god, we got a long thread now. I think I'll probably have to do most of this in part 2. But anyway, Steve Mumbling starts here. Somebody has probably told Trump there are votes in showing an interest in Roswell and UFOs. Ah, well, Steve, that's good, isn't it? It means that tinfoil hat wearing nutters like me are now a sector of the electorate, and that politicians have to take that into account, which means there's an awful lot of us, isn't there? I think Hillary Clinton said she would disclose any UFO info after she was elected for a second term if she was voted in, PMSL. Well, that's not what Steve Mumbling reckons. She would be the disclosure president. And it's funny thing, she did say some rather interesting things on her campaign trail. Yeah. They're just using the UFO community to get some votes. But an awful lot of votes. I mean, I thought the UFO community was just a bunch of fringe idiots, Steve. But now we're an entire we're now a sector of the electorate that politicians have to pander to. What does that tell you, Steve? What does it tell you? It tells you that we're getting bigger and we're getting more persuasive, and people are taking us more seriously. The opposite of what you would like, and the opposite of what you think we deserve. Just like George Knapp used Lazar to get KLS some viewers. What you you can't compare journalism to politics, even in the United States where it virtually is the same thing. George Knapp interviewed Bob Lazar to get KLAS some viewers. Of course, that's his job. His job is to basically provide information and people switch on and watch, because that's what KLS want. It's they use everything they did in their news programs was about getting people to watch. When George Knapp interviewed Mrs. Jones down the road because she had she had a fox den in her garden, that was to get KLS some viewers. When his colleague, another reporter, interviewed the mayor of Las Vegas to ask him why he was wearing odd-coloured socks, that was to get KLAS some viewers. All right, hang on. Okay, stop that. Whoops. Well, I just did that wrong. Hang on. Where was it? Okay. Anyway, where was it now? Take my word for it. Nothing is going to happen. I won't take your word for it, Steve. I won't. In fact, there's been a bit of an update, hasn't there, since you made this comment a month ago? I'm curious to see what you have to say, actually, about the more recent live streams and videos I did. Okay. Lazar does have some scientific training. He's an instrument technician. No, well, according to people who know, I mean, like, people like Richard D. Hall, when they listened to him, they said, no, that guy's more than just an instrument technician. He's got a proper education. It's something you can't fake. I mean, as someone on the inside of, like Richard D. Hall, who is an electrical engineer, they would be able to spot a Walter Mitty. They really would. I mean, it's, you know, these Walter Mitties, a Walter Mitty may be able to fool a member of the public, like me, for example, someone who doesn't understand. But an insider like Richard D. Hall, he said, no, this guy's got more than training. You know, he's the real thing. Lazar is a con man. That's it. Just a statement. Lazar's a con man. No, he's not, Steve. That's just a statement as well. You make an unsubstantiated statement, I make one in reply to you. Lazar worked on instrumentation, not the secret space program. Hilarious nonsense. No, actually, Lazar claims to have worked on and not the secret space program at all. He said he worked on studying an extraterrestrial craft. That's not the secret space program. His own company is actually scientific consultant. He actually runs this company. He's not an instrument technician. He runs a scientific consultancy firm. And so if it's hilarious nonsense, as I say, you've said that before, and I've explained to you why I don't think it's hilarious nonsense. Anyway, the time is going to be out if I don't stop, so I'm going to stop now. I might take a little break now and come back. All right. Right, it's hour number 3, guys. It's fun, this, isn't it? Right, the third hour of the upcoming comments reply video. So we'll go on to the. I do a text reply to Steve. I remember this. I said I made the point I just made. Are we UFO nuts now a sector of the electorate? Charles Scott says underneath. Oh, that name sounds familiar. Steve Mumbling is the fantasist liar, along with the likes of Cavett, whereas Marcel Blanchard, Rickett, Hout, and the others were telling the truth about Roswell. Yeah, Charles, I think you're the one who got into an argument with Steve beforehand, and I think you were right about that, yes. Marcel was actually made to take part in a lie. Blanchard was actually was the guy who obviously he proved the release of the original flying disc story. Obviously he was shut down. That was all shut down very quickly. Walter Hout confirmed this on his deathbed confession. Yep, definitely. And he says, the mathematical probabilities combined with the evidence clearly indicates Roswell was extraterrestrial origin. Mumbling just spouts drivel about Roswell. Clearly a fantasist liar. Yeah. I know you're being ironic when you call him that. Yeah. Dave Smith says about Charles Scott, the mathematical probabilities combined with the evidence clearly indicates Roswell was extraterrestrial in origin. Mumbling just spouts drivel about Roswell, clearly a fantasist. He's just quoting Charles now, and he just says underneath, lol. Alright. Zythantiops says, go on, what evidence? Yes, exactly, Zythantiops. What evidence? Come on. Now, I could just... Oh, right, I'm not going to use the 2+2 thing again. But Charles Scott says to Zythantiops, although your question is addressed to Dave Smith, are you wanting the evidence from me? David UK. Oh, David, I think you're new here, aren't you? So welcome to the comments replies. Note that Steve Mumbling does what he does for attention. His hyper-skeptic attitude isn't in place to seek the truth, but to be controversial for controversial sake. It provides him with the attention he craves from reasonable people wanting to correct his unreasonable, incessant denials, including myself. It's about time we start recognising these sorts of people for what they are, which isn't mere skeptics with a C, but that's my what I said. But fundamentally, deeply biased people living willfully in denial and ignorance. I don't know if that applies to Steve Mumbling, David. To be fair, if everything you said applies to him, but of course there are people in the skeptic community exactly like that. What you say, whether Steve is one of them, I don't know. I mean, Steve does sometimes attempt to make rational axioms, unsuccessfully, I would say, false ones, which are provably false. But you know, obviously, I mean, you may have seen my skeptic video. I go into a lot of details about this. Yeah. And Zythantiops says in reply to Charles Scott, I'll accept the evidence from anyone about Roswell being extraterrestrial in origin. Do you have the evidence? That's a fair question, isn't it? Now, right now, Charles posts. All right, I'm not going to read out what Charles posts here because this is something I've actually addressed several times. I've actually read this comment out from Charles several times. And you can find it actually on the video UFO Disclosure 2020 Trump on Roswell if you want to read it for yourself. But it's Charles's standard summary of his point, and it's correct. I think Charles is actually correct here. So no offense, Charles. I'm not failing to read out your comment because I don't believe it, or I think you're just rambling and things like that, or you're you are repeating yourself, but you are. It's fair enough to repeat yourself. I mean, I repeat myself sometimes. I say to people, go and watch that video, you know, that sort of thing. But people can actually look it up quite rightly. Charles basically, I think, has explained, using cold hard logic and mathematics, why the Roswell incident was an extraterrestrial craft. Now, Zythantiops says in reply to that, thanks. I had a look at the links and appreciate the time you've spent putting them up. I still see no evidence of anything extraterrestrial. It looks just like some kind of event happened. Yes, it was an event, all right. I mean, no one denies there was a cover-up. But the thing is, look at it logically. The government admit they're lying. They've actually lied at least 3 times about the Roswell incident, and then they come up with their mogul balloon story and things like that. Are we supposed to believe them? Zythantiops continues. It just looks like some kind of event happened, that's all. Yeah, I have read countless books on the Kennedy assassination, and I'm still unable to come to a conclusion of who exactly was responsible or how many people were involved. To be honest, as far as the Kennedy assassination is in a way a negative. Well, it's not a negative claim. But is the point that the people who believe the official story, Oswald was the only shooter, and Oswald acted alone. Oswald acted for his own personal reasons, and no one else was involved. If you accept that, if you accept just one of the points disproving that, then the whole Oswald acted alone story falls apart. So it doesn't actually matter how many people involved. It doesn't matter how many gunmen there were. If there was just one other gunman, the Oswald story falls apart, because the Warren Commission concluded Oswald acted alone. Oswald killed the president. He never told anyone he was going to do it. He just decided to do it and the motives were personal. And that then he himself was coincidentally shot dead by Jack Ruby 2 days later. So in a sense, that does make it different from the Roswell incident in that respect. So it's not exactly the same. In a sense, the official story of the Kennedy assassination is easier to disprove than the official story of the Roswell incident. And the Roswell incident doesn't have even a fraction of the evidence for that event. Well, the Roswell incident, by its very definition, is a very intensive cover-up that happened a long time ago. But you have the evidence of, firstly, a news report confirming the alternative story, the one we're supporting. You have multiple witnesses coming forward, many of whose stories tally. You have other events that are very similar to Roswell happening elsewhere in the world, some of which have happened much more recently, and quite frankly, there's a lot more evidence to support them. I mean, I cover this in detail on the channel, and you're a regular viewer, so you must see that, surely see that. I find it a difficult stretch, to say the least, how anyone can conclude that an extraterrestrial craft crashed at Roswell. No, I don't think so. I mean, obviously it's possible that no extraterrestrial craft crashed there, but for the reasons I state, and Charles has talked about, he talks about the mathematical element to this. It's perfectly reasonable. Going on eyewitness testimony is a very difficult thing. I know. Sometimes it's the only thing you've got to. Sometimes it's the only thing you've got to go on, though. But it's not. It doesn't mean, just because it's a difficult thing doesn't mean you have to abandon the effort. Here is one example. I used to work as a psychiatric nurse. I remember one day a patient kicked off while he was having a family visit, and after 30 seconds or so of verbals, I was able to talk to him and get him to leave the room and then walk him next door to another area where I sat with him while his family left. Well, firstly, Zythantiops, I take my hat off, not literally, because I don't want a big spot on my head, but anyone who is in psychiatric nursing, you know, people go on about, oh, that's it. Oh, there's all these difficult jobs you have to do. Psychiatric nursing, I can't think of anything more difficult than that. Honestly, you know, they say about working in a paint shop, it's real. I'll tell you. I'm sure you agree. I'm sure you agree with that. Anyway, so well done. By the time I came out of the room and went back to the staff office where the next shift was just coming on duty, the staff from my shift were handing over a story about what had happened that was completely exaggerated and bore no resemblance to what had occurred at all. I literally had to stand there correcting them about all the things that had and had not taken place. This was just minutes afterwards, so I'm unable to take anyone's recollections years after the event of any kind of evidence. Now, this is the he said, she said, you know, bring 3 and 4pence, we're going to a dance kind of thing. Yeah, that you have made a legitimate point there, but what you'll find is within this area of gossip, and indeed you see this with the whole Larry Warren situation, people misremembering, misrepresenting. You find essentially an explosion, an outward divergent plethora of different stories. Because eventually they all act randomly, they all breed randomly for each other, like a kind of viral culture. The difference is when, with Roswell and with many others, you have a convergence. You have different people from different areas converging. So, essentially, they are backing up each other's stories, so the stories are going in a single direction. That's the difference. So you make a good point about eyewitness testimony. I mean, everyone says eyewitness testimony alone is not enough, and I agree with that. But if lots of eyewitness testimony is converging, then that is evidence. This is why it is vitally important to take witness statements to anything in as quick a time frame as possible. Look at the JFK witness, Mary Moorman, who has changed and exaggerated the story many times as the years have gone by. Sorry. No, it's true. And the bad thing about Roswell, the problem with Roswell was serious research only began 31 years later. You know, when Larry met Stan, when Jesse met Stan. You know, it's a bad thing that happened. And it's a great shame, which is why it's so good that with Rendlesham Forest, work began straight away. Literally, it was 3 years later that the famous news story News of the World came out, based on the Halt memo. As with Penturk, you know, Kaz Clark, she went public straight away. People like Gary Jones got onto it straight away. That's so. It is true. It is important. You're right to get it in straight away. It's a great shame that didn't happen with Roswell. It was a missed opportunity. But back in 1947. You know, there weren't many people who would be willing. It was the beginning of the UFO era. If something like Roswell happened nowadays, what do you mean if? It has. Some things like Roswell have happened nowadays. The situation would be very different. Charles Scott says to Zythantiops, it's possible you have not watched, listened or read all the information and or missed some of the hyperlinks, as there were hours of material to analyse in such a short space of time. replying back to me the next day. So please check and let me know so I can confirm you've seen and heard all the information before I say anything else. Thanks. Okay. For some strange reason, YouTube sometimes doesn't display the 3 hyperlinks below, so perhaps you haven't seen them. I guess you have also seen my comments that are replies to other comments. Alright, I've checked these hyperlinks, Charles, and they work. I've seen them many times before. I'll just double check them now on this comment. Yeah, okay. Oh, they're all links to my videos where you have, I think, put comments. Yeah. There is a lot of material here, and I understand that you can't. There are no soundbite answers here, so it's possible Zoihanchops just hasn't gone through it all, as you say. Well, that's that thread done with. So where are we now? Where is it now? It was Simon Jandrell. Hang on, I'll just check I've gone the right way. Alright. Yeah, Simon Jandrell says on UFO disclosure Trump on Roswell, don't forget they had 4 phases. They are now, after this, on phase 4, and the final phase on the subject. UFOs, and I wonder what happened after phase 4. I have not heard anyone to ask this. And this is like the last card, I think. I think he's referring, in fact I put a text comment here, that UFOs are the last card apparently. I'll say more in the next reply to comments video. Simon Jandrell says, I would like to know your take on this and some strange things going on planet Earth. By all means, I mean, it could be that this is the last card. I mean, the last card was the fake alien invasion, and I mean, I do address that actually in this video and a more recent one, which is about oh, what was it? I think it was the last UFO disclosure one I did. Is Christy Belly? Christy Belly. Are you Christy Winters by any chance? Asteroids next, then the last card, fake alien invasion. BC, they will from underground creations, human mixes. Yeah, well, we've already seen news stories about asteroids, so I do wonder if that's a part of it. Okay, this is Trump on Roswell again. John Cutter says, it's all very well slagging Richard D. Hall off, mate, but he's done a little more proper investigation work. You've read your books and took the words of people who like what you like. He's basically a neutral investigating an event and so-called witness testimony using a real expert in statement and speech investigation. He's got an opinion on this subject that goes against yours. Prove him wrong then. Alright, now this is referring to, I actually mentioned in this particular video, the recent Rich Planet TV series where Richard uses statement analysis, which seems to be his standard. It seems to be his standard modus operandi now on various people related to the Roswell incident. First of all, I've actually put a text comment on there because this annoyed me, because he said, you say all very well slagging off Richard D. Hall. Since when did disagreeing with someone slagging them off? Why is that? Why do you consider that slagging someone off? Zythantiop says he doesn't use the statement analysis on witness statements though. He uses it on snippets from TV interviews and random phone calls or emails he had made to witnesses. Entirely pointless. You were obviously a RDH fanboy in the same way that Ben is a Boris Johnson, Karl Marx fanboy. Firstly, I'm certainly not a Karl Marx fanboy. I consider Karl Marx a tool of the New World Order. Boris Johnson, I'm a fan of Boris Johnson. I don't deny that. Are you sure, Zythantiops? Are you sure you're having your Diego Rivera moment there? I think. And he do. I mean, Richard's, as I said in the video, Richard is focusing too much on the statement analysis thing. He's overdoing it. He's over. I think not overcompensating. What's the word? He's over exaggerating with somebody. Oh, where are we now? Now, Zythantiops. I had to write. What's this thing? Zythantiops then says, why do you always start with a Black Power salute? Are you a radical Possadist? Oh dear. Oh, Let me just get the details of that. Hang on. Oh, this is oh yeah, this is Jay Posadas. Yeah, Jay Posadas. This refers to a very, very weird UFO story. Actually, a very weird one indeed. Jay Posadas was very interested in UFOs, but he was a Trotskyite Marxist. Now, this is this is the first time I've ever heard of these two subjects overlapping. They seem to be anathema to each other. But Posadas claimed that the aliens had to be communists because there's no other way that they could basically travel the universe. They had to be communists. They must have overcome capitalism and moved on to communism in order to cover the entire universe. Funny enough, Stefan Molyneux said the same thing on the other way. He said they had to be free market capitalists. But he's quite popular, this guy, Jay Posadas, mostly in Latin America. I'm not a Posadist, I must say, but I do find the story very interesting. I find it's a very odd story. I first heard about it actually when Tony Topping interviewed George Galloway, because George Galloway actually brought this up in the interview. I thought it was very amusing. So, but no, I'm not a radical Posadist, but I just use that. It's kind of hospital porters, pride and dignity. Stop the New World Order. It's a portering power, not a black power thing. Where are we now? I'm just going through this. Where are we? Right. Pardon me. Trump on Roswell, videos from the... I've lost my place. Where am I? Oh, come on. Trump on Roswell, videos from the underground. Hi, videos, how are you doing? Who says here, Trump wants to stay out of controversy for now. He's getting so many enemies after him for foolish reasons. He does not want to stir the pot anymore. It does not matter anyway, and I don't expect any confirmation of the phenomena because all of us are going on anyway and don't need the subject of the state. The polls are listing Trump as behind a candidate with pre-Alzheimer's. Okay. I don't know what Trump's agenda is for this UFO issue. I know there's something very strange going on behind the scenes. It could be that he has he believes it's the wrong time simply to come out with full disclosure with a capital D. I don't know. It could be that he'll do it closer to the election. It could be he'll do it just after the election. I'm not sure. As for Trump being behind, you must bear in mind about the polls. Trump is very much the bad guy in the eyes of the mainstream media, or the mainstream media all behind Biden. Now, if you go to the poll analysis, it's very interesting because if you go to Styx Hexenhammer 666, most of his best stuff's on BitChute now, not on YouTube. You'll see that it's not quite that simple. Trump's poll approval rate is slowly rising. He's now on 43%, which puts him very close to in the winning area. Styx reckons 47% plus, and you're in the end zone basically, to use an American football analogy. But it's an interesting question. It is a good question. What controversy does Trump want to stay out of, and why? Does he really want to stay out of it, or has he got some plan up his sleeve to do with UFOs? Zythanchop says underneath, do you remember the polls from the last US election, how that worked out? Yes, I do. I remember that. Well, the thing is, the polls are open to interpretation. I know the mainstream media were all saying Hillary was going to win because they were all 100% behind Hillary. Hillary Clinton was going to be the next president. Sadly, Steve Bassett was as well. A video says, in reply to Zythantiops, we are learning that the media cannot be trusted at all, and buyer beware of accepting anything presented as fact. Something to do with who owns the media, their agenda, and using it to program the people. I remember the fairness doctrine years ago that gave each side so much airtime to explain their slant on controversial subjects. I think President Reagan did away with that. I wasn't aware of any doctrine as such, but I know that the media has gone downhill enormously. They do present like both sides of any subject, but it's only the aforementioned Richard D. Hall calls a phony bone of contention. It tends to be very much a controlled, attenuated form of dissent. For example, they'll put people in the audience at question time to go on about solar power and wind power and things like that when there's someone going on about fossil fuels in the panel, without making the point that those technologies are also obsolete because there's such a thing as free energy. It's just things like that. Right. Joel W. says on Trump on Roswell, too late for disclosure, dude. That ship of lies has sailed. And it's just too late anyway. They are lying criminals who need to be terminated, period. End of story. I think you're wrong there. I think that's very black-pilled, and I think it's too much so. It's not too late for disclosure. Whether disclosure with a capital D is willing disclosure, that is possible, I'm in two minds about. But if it is possible, I don't see why it's impossible now when it was possible before. The lying criminals are going to be the word you used, definitely. I won't say what it is for legal reasons, but however you interpret being dealt with, being in accordance with the law, that is going to happen, I think. It has to happen. Zaith Antioch says, Stephen Greer has been pumping disclosure for over 30 years. He's a con man in a long line of UFO con man, specialising in fleecing gullible hippie divorcees and drug-addled ex-rock stars. Zaith Antioch, now you're channeling your inner mumbling now, aren't you? To be honest, I don't have a very high opinion of Stephen Greer, I must say. I haven't watched his latest video yet. Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. I haven't watched that yet. But his last three were very repetitive, and I think he's obviously goes on about himself. You know, it's always him, about how important he is. You know, I've covered that on previous videos. You know, I visited this head of the CIA on a luxury island off the coast of Australia, and I talked to the French president in a luxury chateau in Brittany. That's how important I am. It's all about him. I've told you about his ego before. But fleecing gullible hippie divorcees and drug-addled ex-rock stars. Well, the latter, you're obviously referring to Tom DeLonge in the second part of that statement. Again, I think that's unfair. DeLonge has actually never had anything to do with Greer. Or he might have been a fan of Greer, but I mean, I know that TTSA is not connected to Stephen Greer at all. That's the gullible hippie divorcees. No. To be honest, I mean which category does Richard Dolan fit into there? What's Stephen Bassett? Come on, be fair, Zaith Antioch. You are putting forward a complete straw man. Ben says Zaith Antioch, do you believe the song "No Doubt About It" by Hot Chocolate is part of the ongoing disclosure program? I've not heard of that. Hang on, No Doubt About It. No doubt about it. I mean, I don't know a few Hot Chocolate songs. I'm girl crazy. Yeah, Hot Chocolate song. Crazy for a girl like you. Their highest charting single. Oh, I believe in miracles. You know, things like, hey, you sexy thing. What's it? Let's have a look at the lyrics anyway. Oh, this is interesting. If someone tells you there's no other form of life and you believe that too, I'm going to tell you about the other night. I swear it's true. A cloud of white and green and flying ships I've never seen come into my view. Was I frightened? Was I scared? Was I thrown into confusion as they glided down so silently? It wasn't an illusion. Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Oh, wow. Well, it's obviously is a song. It's a song about UFOs, definitely. Whether it's part of the ongoing disclosure program, I've got no reason to think that Hot Chocolate were involved. They were quite a good band. I remember them. They had some good songs. I doubt it actually, Zaith Antioch. But it's interesting. I'll have to listen to that song properly. I will do when this is finished, and when I have finished this this comments reply video, which will probably be tomorrow sometime at this rate. Hugo Rune, Hugo Rune says, World Disclosure Day, yawn. You watched the live stream, didn't you, Hugo? I think you appeared there, didn't you? So Xanthops has replied with a YouTube link. Oh, it's the Barnum March. You know, the circus thing. Oh my joy! Oh, ye of little faith. All right, Trump on Roswell. Oh, hang on. Strap yourselves in, guys. It's Steve mumbling. Your reply to me seems to have disappeared, Ben. Alright, I don't know why that was. I certainly didn't delete it. I approve all your... If any of yours get spam boxed, I always approve them. Yes, you UFO nuts are indeed a group of potential voters. Yay! I'll remember that next time I get a canvasser on my door, rather than telling me to bugger off, I'll question them about it. Like Richard D. Hall did with David Cameron, yeah. Carter said he would disclose any UFO info if elected. Then when he was elected, he said there was nothing. No, not true, Steve. He looked and he was not granted access. Same with Bill Clinton. Yeah, in fact you say it. Bill Clinton did the same. Bill Clinton claims that he tried and failed. He was not given access. What's more, President Carter had a sighting of his own. He was actually with Shirley MacLaine at the time, his friend, who was a what was it you call it? UFO nut. Hillary Clinton said the same, but she would only disclose after she was elected for a second term. PMSL. Well, did she really do that? I don't remember. I think Steve Bassett. I mustn't get you two mixed up. You're totally different. Steve Bassett said she would actually disclose literally months after the election. She wouldn't wait for a second term. Politicians will tell you anything you want to hear for a vote. Especially in America, a vote is a vote. But when they get in, it's a different story. It was never a core promise, and whatever they promise never happens. Well, not sometimes it does, Steve. I think Trump is an exception, as is Boris. Boris said, get Brexit done. Brexit was got done. Now, this issue is very interesting because if we are a group of potential voters, then presumably we're a large enough group for them to pay attention to. Now, when they're appealing to certain groups of voters, they will only do so if it means they don't lose other groups of voters. So if there's a group of voters who are UFO nuts, as you call us, and the government want to appeal to these people, then there are lots of other groups of people, such as skeptics and UFO disbelievers and people who worry about presidents being mentally ill and things like that. And by appealing to this group of UFO voters, they do so in the knowledge that these other groups here will not be put off from voting for that particular candidate. Now that's very important. And in fact, I know you probably don't realise this and you won't appreciate this particular point or this angle on it, Steve. But it's actually a very healthy sign. It shows that there are enough of us, and we are now credible enough to be considered a sector of the electorate. Patrick Patel says here, on just Trump on Roswell. Great show as usual, Ben. Thank you. You're welcome, Patrick. I just want to say, what if people who run NASA and the scientists who work there from there are actually aliens, and we are like mudbloods to them from the Harry Potter novels. We are either ape-like muggles or part alien half-blood wizards and witches. What if the children who go missing or are kidnapped every year are basically half-bloods? Maybe the place they take these children is to NASA, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, or they just take them to kill them through the rituals David Icke mentions. Do you think J.K. Rowling used allegory to tell us what was actually happening? It's possible that some of the people involved in NASA are aliens. Now, that's not... I know some people will laugh at what you're saying here and what I've just said, but I believe there are aliens walking the Earth, and they look like humans. Yeah. Some of them may well be involved with NASA. Some of them are in disguise. Some of them are reptilians, that is, like interdimensional humanoid reptilians, and they're actually in disguise as humans. Have you seen the film of The Arrival? That's very good, because it's about these aliens who are... Not Arrival, The Arrival, which is another alien invasion movie. It's got Charlie Sheen in it, where he discovers aliens living on the world in disguise. The term mudbloods is from the Harry Potter series. It refers to wizards who actually have one of their parents who are non-magical. That is, muggles, as the term is used. There are alien-human hybrids. There's a lot of very interesting things about that. In fact, I think I tackle this. Do I talk in this video about the little alien boy in that UNICEF video? I think I do. I think I mention it in this video. But there's a video that was produced a few years ago by UNICEF which shows what looks like an alien-human hybrid, or an alien who's the little boy in a school. As for the children who go missing and are kidnapped, it's sometimes suggested there is a bloodline element to it. Yeah, there is. As for NASA meaning Hogwarts School, and what about J.K. Rowling? J.K. Rowling, I suspect, is not the only contributor to the Harry Potter stories. We're told that these basically, because like her first novel was one she just decided to write one day, and she produced this novel. I've read that. I mean, I've read the book. I haven't read it privately, but I read it to my daughter as a sort of bedtime story sort of thing when she was little, before she grew out of it. And I must admit, I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was quite good. I detected maturity with her style that indicated this wasn't the first thing she'd written, or people who assisted her, ghostwriters you might say, editors, whatever you like, at the publishers, they also didn't. So I suspect that the books were a collaborative effort. Some people claim that J.K. Rowling had no involvement at all and it was done simply by a ghostwriter. I find that unlikely, listening to her talking about the books. But it's possible she had a lot of other inputs. Whether there is something symbolic about them, it's possible. There's a lot been said about that from the conspiratorial angle, about whether it symbolises certain things. And indeed, there are elements such as not just magic, black magic and things like that, but secret societies. You know, a breakaway civilization, which is what the magic world is, isn't it? So, possibly is the answer to that. And Patrick says underneath, also, please check this video out. It's very interesting. What's that, Patrick?
Honey could save you hundreds of dollars this year and thousands of dollars.
It's just an ad. M83 Midnight City official video. I can skip the ad. Oh, it's music. Hang on. Oh my god, I'm just flicking through it now. I don't want to play it because I don't have time. But it's like a school and there's children doing like levitation experiments. Oh my god, this looks good. Bloody hell. Oh my goodness me. Patrick, I'm going to have to leave it for now, but thanks for letting me know about that. It looks very interesting indeed. Maybe I'll say more about this on a future video. Trump on Roswell. Joel W says, the only reason you have for going back soon to be a fucking laughable century to Roswell is that it was what? The only reason you have for going back soon to be a fucking laughable century to, I think you mean Roswell, is that it was of capital TH. Please learn us. Could you learn some grammar? Could you learn punctuation? The last time the press wasn't 200% controlled. That it was the last. All right, in 1947, you mean, when Roswell happened? It wasn't. It was the last time the press wasn't 200% controlled. Information got out. They had to cover up in a variety of ways, while still leaking just enough to keep you bitches quiet. It's funny that, but you know, I do wonder if this, you know, between 1947 and 2016, you probably wouldn't have got that Roswell Army Air Force captures flying disc story. It probably wouldn't have happened. It's something that could well happen in the post-2016 world, but basically, for all those years, it probably wouldn't have happened because, actually, you're right. Actually, about the media control. Yeah, it probably was. It probably was harder to put in cover-ups in 47 than it was any year after until 2016. Now you have no idea what they are doing. We have some idea, actually. The curse of Philip Klass has not come true. You know, many ufologists have lain on their deathbed since Philip Klass laid on his, and they know an awful lot more about UFOs than he did, and people did at that time. You haven't seen anything they have made in the last half century, despite the fact that trillions were spent. We have. Well, we've seen the S-117 Nighthawks stealth fighter, the B-1, the B whatever is it, bomber. the B-2 bomber, whatever it is. We've seen a lot of these covert aviation projects. We've seen drones and things like that were developed in secret. So why not this? Joel says, you are all pathetic morons. Capital letters. You're, Y-O-U-R, all pathetic morons. Oh goodness, do you have anything positive you want to say? I can't even understand half of what you're saying here. If you want to make a serious point, I'll answer you. But saying someone's a pathetic moron is not the same as proving them wrong. Trump on Roswell, Patrick Patel once again. I remember a few years ago you had a bottle of wine for when they disclose information. I love them times. Nostalgia. Anyway, take care, Ben. See you soon. Oh, thanks, Patrick. You know, it's actually disclosure champagne. Oh, and it's not actually champagne. It's Perry, but that's all I can afford at the moment. Maybe I'll replace it with a bottle of proper bubbly in a little while. But I still have it. I still have it. I mean, I'll tell you what. Those years were good years in the earlier on in the last decade when I really got into the disclosure thing. Yeah, it was fun. I do look back on those nostalgically, before the trolls and things like that. Yeah. Zoithantiop says Ben will end up getting buried in a tomb in the Valley of the Kings with that bottle and all his other treasures, like his DVD collection and back issues of UFO Reality magazine, so he can enjoy them in the next world. Ben probably thinks that the Project Blue Book series got cancelled because it was getting too close to the truth. Firstly, do you think I'm going to be important enough to get a grave like Tutankhamun, do you? But funnily enough, yeah, the ancient Egyptians did bury him with lots of his possessions, so he could use them in the next world, yeah. So if I ever did, those would be the things that I was buried with, although hopefully when that time comes, I will have had a chance to open and drink my disclosure champagne. As for Project Blue Book getting cancelled because it was getting too close to the truth, no, I don't think that. I mean, firstly because it hasn't been cancelled. It's currently in negotiations for the third season at a network, so that's not cancelling, is it? I did wonder. I mean, I did think to myself, it's a bit odd that History getting rid of it. I did think that. I was disappointed. I thought, considering its popularity. But they just said, "Oh, we don't want to do fiction anymore. We don't want to do fiction anymore. We want to just stick to documentaries." And there you are. It's their loss. The Tigertron says underneath to Zythantiops, load of rubbish, no UFOs, no disclosure. Just that, just those 3 sentences. Well, that's not making a point, is it, Tigertron? Firstly, it's not a load of rubbish. There are UFOs, and there could be disclosure. I don't have to explain that because you don't explain it. You don't explain why you think what you do. I'm not going to explain why I think what I do. If you want to enter into a logical debate with me about it, I'm happy to do so. Barbara McCallis. Hello, Barbara. I know Barbara from Facebook. Trump's Uncle John was friends with Tesla. What if Uncle had the real powers and the FBI stole the fake papers? Possibly. I'm not sure whether John Trump actually was friends with Tesla. I know he was monitoring Tesla. I know he was involved in some way when the FBI took the papers. Whether this means that he got a copy of it, I know that the Dark Journalist did a video about this. I'm not sure. Who knows? I mean, it could be. I mean, maybe I'll cover that later. And there's a film coming out about Tesla I want to see. So what I'll do is I'll do a roving review of that. Trump on Roswell. Oops. And Steve Mumbling says, if you didn't have this bee in your bonnet about Trump being the disclosure president, which of course he isn't, would you still be supporting him? No, because if he is like a wild card, like I say, for all the other reasons, like all the things that QAnon talks about and things like that, then obviously he couldn't be that and not be in favour of disclosure, could he? Unless he wishes to withhold disclosure temporarily for tactical or strategic reasons. That's the sort of thing. Zythantiop says, Ben, can you watch this 2-minute video of Boris Johnson speaking at the UN and please explain why you believe he's some sort of anti-establishment freedom fighter? I think I know what this video is. I think I've seen it already.
And there are today people who are still actually anti-science.
Yes, I am. And it's very sad to see, Zythantiops. I believe that Boris Johnson is an anti-establishment freedom fighter, but unfortunately he has come a cropper of the swamp. he's been sucked down into the swamp rather than draining it. So unlike Trump, he doesn't seem to have the backing that Trump does. As a result, he has withdrawn. And it's a great shame. It's not because he's been an insider from the start. I mean, I don't go along with this idea of Caroline Stevens and several other people that he was just an insider all along. I think he has become a collaborator, and it could be because they threatened the baby. It could be some other reason, I don't know. But it's a very sad thing to say. So I don't have to explain. I've just explained to you why I think he's some sort of anti-establishment freedom fighter. I hope he can come back, because basically that clip was Boris talking about vaccinations and things like that, and nanotechnology, having a go at the anti-vaxxers. Tina Silva, hi Tina, how are you? Lighting's better. Studio looked more like a studio. Oh, thanks Tina. Thank you. I'm glad you thought so. Good show, B. Thanks very much. Bob Lazar. He said he had been mind controlled, and some of the interviews show him being unusually vague. Such intervention will affect and taint his real memories. I'm a great believer in Peter Hyatt's ability to analyse people's own words. Yeah, it could be that he has been mind controlled in some way. Of course, this then will call into question his entire testimony. I know. That's a shame. It's a great shame. But excuse me. I'm also think Peter Hyatt is obviously a very skilled guy. He does seem to know what he's doing, and some of the things he says are very revelatory, if that's the word. There's a lot of revelation in what he says. The problem, Tina, is that Richard D. Hall is currently he's so keen on Peter Hyatt and this Genevieve Lewis, this other lady, this Geordie, who do this statement analysis thing, that he's focused on that to the exclusion of all other types of research. He's essentially saying, well, there's all this research saying one thing, I'll bring in the statement analysis, and it'll either prove or disprove all that other scholarship. And if it disproves it, then all that other scholarship is wrong. That's where Richard's made his mistake. I think Richard's... I don't have anything against Richard. I think someone said I was slagging him off earlier on. No, I'm not. I just think I'm disagreeing with him. I think he's naive if he believes that the answer is the way he's going. I think he's going down the wrong path right now. He can do better. He's capable of better. Generally, he's very good. Steve Mumling has posted the UFO Joe link again, which I've described as before, which I've been in through before. So nothing like that. Michael Green says on A Very British Coup book review, sounds like a load of conservative bollocks. What's that, my video or the book review? The book certainly is not conservative. The book is actually quite left-wing. The book is actually Chris Mullin, the MP who wrote it, is based on his own sympathy for the left-wing Labour opposition in the early 80s. And the story came out of an idea, what if these people actually formed a government? What if they were elected? What if they formed a government? So it's not a conservative book at all. Do you think my interpretation or my review of the book was conservative? If so, say so, please. I am conservative in some ways, in other ways I'm not. So saying something sounds like a load of conservative bollocks is not an answer. It's not a response. It's not a legitimate criticism. Unless you provide more details, please do so. Right, this is Brexit the Reality. That's an old video. And this is Michael Green again. Same guy again. The Brexiteers are not so cheerful now. Not as easy as they thought. Well, I have actually mentioned this on HPANWO Voice, this issue. And no doubt I'll be covering again, possibly on HPANWO TV. But the reason it doesn't seem to be so easy. Well, firstly, we never claimed anything was easy. We did claim it was certainly possible and not that difficult for us to have a relationship as an independent nation with the European Union. And what's more, we're going to do it. We're well on the way to doing that. Obviously, the coronavirus has got in the way, and of course the Remainers are playing on it now, just like they're playing on it in the States to try and get Trump out of office. This is why the Democrats are saying we want postal ballots to protect people from coronavirus in the presidential election. No, they're not. They want postal ballots to make electoral fraud easier. So again, this is just one sentence. You're not really saying an awful lot here. You're not making any real. You're not really making a point here, are you? You're just saying it's not so easy as we thought. Firstly, in what way? Firstly, why are we not cheerful? I think Brexiteers like myself are cheerful. Why is it not so easy? What is not so easy? And why did we think otherwise? So please go into more detail rather than just leaving one sentence statements, because you reply one statement, I will reply with one statement. Diego Rivera says on Trump on Roswell, put the Make America Great cap on Russell. I did try that though, Diego Rivera, but he tends to fall over. It makes it. I put it on his head, and he tends to sort of like pitch forward like that. It unbalances him a bit, so maybe he doesn't like it. But what I'll do is I'll maybe try and find a way to maybe give him something to lean on behind him, or maybe find some way to attach him to the wall so he doesn't keep falling over. Okay, we've got a long thread now. Is that show more replies? Bloody blah. Oh, blimey, it's a long thread. Okay, we have Steve mumbling, saying, oops, 12,000 UFO sightings, and not one scrap of tangible evidence. You're wrong on both counts, Steve. Firstly, there's been more than 12,000 UFO sightings. Secondly, there's a lot of evidence. David UK says, good Lord, now I know that you are fundamentally against this phenomenon being real. Anyone who states what you have and yet claims to have studied it is none other than willfully ignorant, but we already know this much about you. I think David, he has to be, doesn't he? If he's just going to say that, that is a ridiculous thing to say. Absolutely ridiculous. Steve bumbling, can you provide a link to what you consider as the best evidence for ET visitation? Let's have a look at it. Now, Zythantiops actually replies to Steve mumbling, and he posts this, a YouTube link, which is...
Get closer.
Whoops. The Clangers. And then he replies again. I think this is here's another documentary. What's this? Oh, the Cadbury Smash aliens, the little robot aliens. Very funny. And Charles Scott brings up his comment about he brings back his sorry, this is a different comment, so I'll read the whole thing. Steve mumbling, this is from Charles Scott. Despite your addressing Splendid Isolation, no doubt Splendid Isolation's comment is relevant regarding you. Below are links to strengthen the evidence. Carefully watch and listen. Read it as a chance to interpret these correctly. I'm convinced that the following evidence is virtually 100% probability that extraterrestrial craft and their occupants are visiting the Earth, and genuine photos and film footage exist of extraterrestrial spacecraft and extraterrestrial humanoids. I make no apologies by using in my previous comment to combine them. I can say it's virtually 100% probability. And here is some very interesting links that he provided. Is this? Oh, this is Recollections of Roswell. Yeah, I think you've posted this before. Very, very good. Well worth it. It's almost 2 hours long. And there's also the Roswell Homestead page as well. I recommend that, roswellproof.homestead.com. It only needs one witness out of approximately 30 to be correct, stating the alien body is extraterrestrial. Correct, exactly. It's like the Kennedy assassination. You only need to disprove. You only need to prove there was one extra shooter to know that Oswald did not act alone. The likes of Marcel and Blanchard, and others who said Marcel Blanchard and others who said extraterrestrial material continued to be employed by the military. Oh, he's just quoting mumbling here. It's totally illogical and improbable to use flying saucer followed by weather balloon as a statement of cover-up for cover-up of terrestrial material. Correct. I've always said this, isn't it? It's drawing attention. You say, look over here, everyone. There's an alien. That's right. Oh, it's just a weather balloon. It's like, what? That's the Mark Pilkington fallacy, or mistake rather. Why the need to state weather balloon when the flying saucer statement was the intended cover-up? Stating flying saucer brings massive investigation by media, public and foreign intelligence. Correct. The last thing the military would want for a cover-up. It's far more logical and probable that the weather balloon was a cover-up for an extraterrestrial material. Suggestions such as mogul balloons, I suspect, is disinformation by intelligence agencies. I more than suspect that, Charles. I mean, the Project Mogul thing was not even announced until 1997 in the supposedly final declassification of Roswell. Like, we're supposed to believe them now, after all this time? Are changing their mind 3 times on what Roswell was? Not including the bloody crash test alien parachute dummies from, what, 5 years after Roswell? That's nonsense, that was. Initially, it looks like the George Adamski and Howard Menger photos are crude models, until you understand why the spacecraft has a tall dome to accommodate the tall humanoids and 3 ball gravity amplifiers. Yeah, the things underneath, these spheres underneath. Funnily enough, and you mentioned here the TR-3B and the East German Dart. That's right, the thing that Paul La Violette talks about, the thing that it captured in the 80s in East Germany. It was like a strange craft. Obviously, it was obviously a man-made craft, like a alien reproduction vehicle or something similar, that had these balls that appear to, these spherical devices that appear to be lifters, provide lift and power and propulsion. And the Bob Lazar spacecraft is the same, yes. Perhaps some or all are fake, though it was more probable that the East Germany TR-3B and the East Germany Dart and Lazar spacecraft exist. I think so, yeah. Adamski and Menger would not know about the TR-3B or the East German Dart or Bob Lazar spacecraft. What is certainly real, based on the following credible analysis, are Adamski's and Menger's photos and films. Let's have a look at this. Oh, this is George Adamski's UFO recordings approved by scientists. Yeah. Most viewers say it's fake because it looks fake. That's not credible evidence. However, if Menger or Adamski were to fake these identical spacecraft and humanoids, I wouldn't expect them to create identical spacecraft like their photos. Why not a smooth or slick sport model like the Lazar spacecraft? The following film footage is compelling evidence that the aircraft is doing maneuvers beyond any known military stated by the Pentagon. What's this? Oh right, this is ex-UFO program chief. We may not be alone. Oh, this is CNN, right? I'll just get over the ads here. Funnily enough, it's an ad for Gaia TV. Oh right, I've seen this. Yeah, this is this is interview with Elizondo. Yeah, and they do. What you're seeing in the Tic Tac footage is basically what witnesses have been describing for decades. It really is. To suggest this footage is disinformation is approaching stupidity. I think it more than approaches it, Charles. It crosses over the line. Zythantiops says in reply, Charles Scott, you are trolling. What? No, he's not. He's put forward the most logical and rational and rhetoric-free comment so far on this entire comments reply video. You are citing the testimony of Bob Exler showing grainy footage of a hubcap on a string. You will be outing yourself as a member of the Aetherius Society next. Oh goodness me, Zythantiops. That's a cheap shot, it really is. You got nothing to say. You got no actual reply to Charles, have you? And Charles Scott says here, I hope you'll give him hell. Zythantiops. Just like Steve Mumbling's insane and offensive comment, you have confirmed you've been quote, you have confirmed you've been diagnosed with a mental health condition by a medical professional by not answering the question, unquote. After watching in this video here, oh, this is George King. Oh right, that's the Aetherius Society, George King. I find it offensive you associating me with the Aetherius Society. You're also belittling me by saying I'm trolling, and I'm under the impression you are also belittling NASA mission specialist Bob Exler, who was asked by the US Department of Navy to analyze films using the facilities at NASA's Goddard Flight Center. You're also being disrespectful to all the experts who've concluded it was a real and unknown object. You're also not a film or photographic expert who's analysed the original films and photos. Given the fact that over a time period greater than 50 years, all the film and photographic experts, many who aim to discredit and debunk Adamski's films, came to the conclusion that it was true and unknown objects were defying gravity, not a fake model. or a ball of string, or a hubcap. Therefore, considering the quantity of experts analysing the film and photos over the given time period, there is concrete proof there can be no doubt whatsoever the probability is 100% of the film. Yeah, okay. Therefore, regarding the human white world technology up to 1965, there is concrete proof beyond any doubt that the probability is 100% that the object is extraterrestrial. Everyone's opinions, including your comment, is insignificant and irrelevant, as the mathematical probability states beyond any doubt it's extraterrestrial. With regards to the human black world technology, it's up to 1965. The object is virtually 100% probability to be extraterrestrial. In case anybody's opinion is valid, although I'm extremely confident they are wrong, if anyone states the object is terrestrial, I will only accept that opinion if they say, although it is extremely probable the object is extraterrestrial, I still think it's terrestrial. I think it's probably extraterrestrial, simply because if it was some kind of secret government program, why is it flying near the US Navy exercises? If it's Chinese or Russian, you could say that same thing. But the thing about it is, what we're seeing in the declassified ATIP footage is something that's been described for decades. I mean, it's just what World War II pilots used to report. I mean, back in 1942, when the first Flying Saucer Working Party, what went on to be the Flying Saucer Working Party, was set up by Winston Churchill to investigate the Foo Fighters. They said the same thing. I mean, is this some kind of German superweapon? Well, you know, we've now had 80 years to declassify it. I mean, at some point you've got to realise, well, maybe it's not classified material. I mean, the Nazis did have a lot of classified stuff. Some of it is still classified by the Allies. You know. But it's probably, this is why I don't think it's like the secret space program. I think these are extraterrestrial artifacts. Reynard the Fox, hi Reynard, who says, I concur with Steve mumbling. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Carl Sagan, signed a hopeful skeptic. Extraordinary. Oh my goodness, they keep these witticisms are unbelievable. Yeah. Next you'll be saying, oh. You'll be quoting Richard Dawkins, you know. We're all atheists about the old gods like Zeus. Atheists just go one god further. Yeah. Skeptics, they love their cliches, don't they? They just love them. They love repeating the same witticisms over and over again. There's this, you see the video of Mike, I say Mike Tyson, was it Neil deGrasse Tyson? He did the brains fall out comment, right? And he still got a laugh out of it. All these Charles says to Reynard, at a mathematical statistical level, Carl Sagan's comment is incorrect. Maths does not differentiate between extraordinary and non-extraordinary claims. Yeah, and then you read he refers him to the above comments. Well, exactly. What does extraordinary mean? It's a quantitative, subjective description. It's just an adjective that says, "Oh, something's extraordinary." Well, is that 10 extraordinary points or 20 extraordinary points? It's not nonsensical, but it's not logical. It's simply a statement of subjective reception. The Tigertron says to Charles Scott, rubbish argument. I read a book on UFOs. It's all rubbish. All mirages and liars. No Russia, UFO rubbish. Right. I'm guessing. Oh, here we go. I am guessing, Tigertron, it was not a very long book. Your comments are not awfully long, are they? And, Charles. Charles provides a long, detailed comments to the Tigertron. Right, that's it. So, perhaps, I don't think he deserves that, but Charles does it anyway, so thank you, Charles. The following was originally a reply to Zythantiops, and is not an argument. It's a mathematical fact. Failure to understand this, and therefore disagree with me, means you are non-compos mentis. Zythantiops, just like Steve Mumbling's insane and offensive comment, about the mental health thing, after watching this proof thing, I find it offensive you associating me with the Aetherius Society. You're also belittling me by saying I'm trolling. Yeah, and he goes on to make the point about the photographic experts. Given the fact that over a time period greater than 50 years, all film and photographic experts who aim to discredit and debunk George Adamski's films and photos came to the conclusion that it was true. Yeah. And then Yep, he goes on, and then Charles goes on to explain the other comment, the rest of the comment I've already explained. A Radar the Fox goes to Tigatron. Huh? Yeah, that's my response, Reynard, yes. The Tigatron just makes no point at all. He just has 3 sentences. This is a repeating pattern I see in my comments reply from certain commenters. They make a statement 2 or 3 sentences long, which contain no argument at all. Just some piece of rhetoric, or using words like rubbish, nonsense, discredited, etc. Anyway, that's an interesting thread. I want to thank Charles Scott for his long, detailed replies. He's probably provided better replies than I could to Steve Mumbling and all the other guys, all the other skeptocrats. Trump on Roswell, Steve Mumbling says, Bigelow was just trying to peddle industrial waste as recovered ET material. If you remove all the blatant lies and gross exaggerations, there really is nothing of anything to this. All these science fiction stories are just clouding the issue. What do you think you have to disclose? Absolute rubbish, Steve. If Bigelow was trying to peddle industrial waste, how come he was contracted to ATIP to study it? How come when he was contracted to ATIP to study it, why was he? Because they knew that these things are not industrial waste. Industrial waste is very easily to spot because it's of known substances. That is alloys, for example, metallic alloys like brass, like bronze, like pewter, and these other alloys that are used in industry. They're used in industry because they're created in forges that we know about. The kind of the metals that Bigelow was actually studying were completely different. They were completely different. They were alloys that it's actually people were wondering how they were created. Sometimes they were alloys that you can't actually create in a forge on Earth. Sometimes involving metals with very, very high melting temperatures. As Dr. Irena Scott discovered, who worked for the Battelle Memorial Institute, but she actually did the same thing as Bigelow. She actually went around the world trying to find forges hot enough. She went around the United States to try and find a forge hot enough to melt these objects. I mean, this is incredible. These things included stuff like platinum and stuff like that. They needed, and they were mixed with other elements in ways which they never are on Earth. Of course, the elements are the same throughout the universe. We see the same elements on Earth as we see in distant stars. We know through spectroscopy. However, the idea that Bigelow was trying to peddle industrial waste as recovered ET material is absolutely nonsensical. I think Charles Scott's right about you. He really is. You must be out of your mind if you think that. If you think that, even by your standards, that's a ridiculous falsehood. If Bigelow actually tried to do that, he would never have even got the job he did. And you should read Dr. Irena Scott's books about the Battelle Memorial Institute and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and her own studies into the metallic pieces that she was presented with. Trump on Roswell Diego Rivera. Would aliens be considered part of the BAME community if they settled here on Earth? They might consider all statues of humans offensive. Well, have you ever seen Alien Nation? It's sort of Alien Nation. The film is actually quite good. This TV series has a lot to be desired, but it was kind of about that. It was kind of aliens settling on Earth, and there was a lot of kind of allegories, I think, and metaphors with different ethnic groups within the US, like Mexicans or black people and things like that. Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't know. It all depends on who the aliens are and what they're like. If they consider all statues of humans offensive, then, well, I mean, I just hope that the people by the time that happens, have grown more courage and resist them and refuse to allow the aliens to remove the statues. Unfortunately, right now, our own societies are simply allowing these images to be removed because a bunch of thugs say they want them removed. Zythantiop says, according to Ben's radical Posadist beliefs, the aliens would be considered fellow Marxists on a quest to spread equality throughout the universe via the method of destroying everything. Well, it could be. They may have wanted to bring the revolution to the Earth as Posadists wanted. He was bloody. It's unbelievable. That's an unbelievable story almost. I had to look into it and found out it was true. Yeah. As Ithantiops says, why do you always start with a black power salute? Are you a radical Posadist? Yeah, I've already answered that. Yeah, I've already answered that. Okay, we have Goonlove. Hi, Goonlove. Trump on Roswell. Bob Lazar had a polygraph and he passed the lie detector test. I think Lazar is telling the truth. I think so too. Well, I strongly suspect he is, yes, and for various reasons, which I've talked about. I did a couple of videos about Bob Lazar. Yeah. And so Ithantiops says Bob Lazar is a con man. Well, call the police then, Zai. Call the police. It's just literally that. Just these 5 words. Bob Lazar is a con man, or 6 words because he split the word incorrectly. He split it into con and man. But no, that's not a state. That's not an argument, Ithantiops. David UK says, although the polygraph test is relatively easy to fool if you know how, it doesn't mean Lazar is lying. It would seem that most people who think he's lying have made up their minds right from the start, regardless of any evidence either way. Well, yeah, actually, David, the modern polygraph tests, including the ones when Lazar took his, are not actually very easy to fool. They're very sophisticated, and indeed, these people have said that. Literally, people tend to try and dismiss polygraph tests. You'll find when they just simply don't want to believe that the person is telling the truth. For example, Larry Warren. I mean, Larry Warren's detractors, they instinctively ignore the polygraph test that he passed. And Steve Mumbling simply presents once again his link to the UFOjoe.net website. Yeah, UFO Joe actually is quite new on the scene. He's quite new, but I haven't really looked into him. I know he was on a live stream with Richard Dolan the other day. Oh, hang on, I've just got to start the bloody. Sorry, it's slightly out. Sorry. What I'll do is I will stop the recording and then retime everything. All right, and edit my things, my notices. Okay, guys, let's continue. I went 5 minutes over, but I've just gone and edited a few of my last few comments. We're on the 4th hour now. And we shall continue with these particular. We're on Trump on Roswell. Zythantiops says, Jesus Christ, you're still going on about the Dr. Levengood crop circle study. Christ on the bike, that was exposed as being completely flawed, and he's not even a doctor like over 25 years ago. For fuck's sake, this is a joke. Well, again, I don't think that's the case. I think you may have read Tristan Swale and what he said about Levengood. And I think he was wrong. There's many other people, such as Dr. Michael Glickman and other people, who stood up for Levengood. I think I was correct it was correct to actually to refer to it. Indeed, David Caton has made similar points. So it's not a joke. It's not flawed, and things like that. Okay. Slaxer says, the video I am uploading as I speak is inspired partly by you. All the best, Ben. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Slaxer. I'm glad you're doing well. I mean, I've been watching your channel again. I'm very glad about that. Now, on Trump on Roswell, Charles Scott says, unlike Roswell, 9/11, Adamski and Menger films and photos, I've never been confident to say Bob Lazar reversed engineered an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Perhaps mind controlled to think he did, though I do wonder how Lazar is mind controlled for about 30 years. That's a good point about that. Firstly, I mean, he didn't actually, Charles, he never said he succeeded in reverse engineering. He said he'd been working on that. Charles continues, given the knowledge of the polygraph tests, the serious possibility for deletion and or alteration of Lazar's records, the Lazar's film footage of a UFO at Area 51, I thought it more probable, though not confident, Lazar did work on a spacecraft. That's an alien spacecraft. Much of Friedman, Fouché, Schratt, Bushman arguments against Lazar can be sensibly explained away. The remaining minority of the arguments are valid evidence to suggest Lazar didn't reverse engineer a spacecraft. I've seen Peter Hyatt's conclusion of Bob Lazar and now do not know what to think of Bob Lazar. Hyatt states statement analysis can be 100% correct and cannot be used as evidence in its own in a court of law. Right. Well, that's interesting, because I was asking that question, and I could have checked it out and didn't, and thanks for providing that. Was for stating it. You know, what is the legal status of Hyatt's work? On the assumption Hyatt hasn't been interfered with like Stephen Bassett has, and is an expert, it also applies to Lazar's polygraph test. I wonder what percentage probability is he's correct in analysing each statement. I don't know. But in what? Just out of interest, you say Steve Bassett has been interfered with? Has he? Has he? I don't know. Has he? I know Steve Bassett. I'd be curious to know more. I found it difficult to find information on the probabilities for statement analysis. One source states 84% accuracy, and polygraph tests varies from sources 66 to 99% accuracy at detecting a lie. Admittedly, I've only spent a short time searching for the information with no knowledge if these probabilities are accurate with regards to a competent analyst. So unless I can be confident that I have the correct probabilities in place, Bob Lazar remains an open case, and I'm sitting on the fence not knowing what to make of Bob Lazar. Well, it's fair enough, Charles. I mean, if you're not sure, it's best to say you're not sure. I'm glad you did. Steve Palmer says on Trump on Roswell, Trump's just fishing for votes. Bear in mind he's always said he doesn't particularly believe in aliens. Yeah, he did say that. And I referred to it in the video, Steve, and I also said it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that he would say that after the way he'd been briefed. He said he doesn't particularly believe in extraterrestrials. Well, it's unusual for him to be so non-committal, actually. He doesn't particularly believe in it. He didn't sort of say, oh, no, we've looked into it and it's 99% explicable and things like that. He didn't say that. He didn't lay out the usual governmental line. So that's odd, isn't it? Reynard the Fox says, yup, the fool is getting to be quite the desperate little boy now. He recently did a photo op with Goya food all around him, trying to appeal to the Latin American population. Maybe he could box that all up and send it down to the internment camps for them to eat. Oh, Reynard! Well, for internment camps. You mean the ones that Obama set up? I don't know about the Goya food thing. That was, I don't. Maybe they're sponsoring his campaign. I don't know. I mean, America, that sort of thing does happen in America, doesn't it? As for Trump being desperate, I mean, if you believe Styx Hexenhammer, he's got no reason to be desperate. I mean, you realise that a lot of the mainstream media is basically presenting the whole issue in a certain way. Right, Zythantiops says, on reply to comments 30, I didn't left any comments under your previous month's videos as I didn't get any notifications. When I went to your channel, I had been unsubscribed. Why did you unsubscribe me from your channel? I didn't unsubscribe you from my channel, Zythantiops. I didn't. Look, what you've described has nothing to do with me. Don't assume it's me when I'm doing. It's like people. They assume whether their comment doesn't appear. Ben must have deleted it. Oh, I got unsubscribed. They must have made me unsubscribe. Well, I can't unsubscribe you from my channel. Only you can subscribe or unsubscribe yourself. I can block you. In which case you'd still get notifications, but only you can unsubscribe yourself. Then again, as we've heard, this is happening regularly to many channels. Calamity was one. He talked about it. I was unsubscribed from him. And now it appears people are being unsubscribed from me. It could be that this is a form of shadow banning, although someone else has suggested it's a glitch in the in the YouTube network. So I don't know. So I think you should consider that before you jump to conclusions about me, Zythantiops. Trump on Roswell. Charles says, the following is analysing Bob Lazar's body language. I suspect the probability percentage accuracy of body language, polygraph test and statement analysis declines when the person being analysed knows how to perform. I presume it's harder to perform for all three analysis methods at once. Whether Bob Lazar had any knowledge how to perform is open to debate. We may never know the truth about Lazar. Well, we might do one day. This is... What's this? Do I skip ads? There we go. Oh, this is, yeah. Lazar! Believing Bruce. Yeah, I've seen this. the Trigaton says underneath, don't need body language experts when so much crap comes out of his big fish mouth. Really? Is that your point, Trigaton? Tigatron? Is that your point? Is that what you would say in court, would you? If you were accused of a crime and you were in court, would you be happy with the prosecuting barrister saying that? We don't need to hear about any evidence when so much crap comes out of the accused's big fish mouth. Do you believe you should be convicted if that is the entire case against you? Do you? Because if not, then why are you doing that? Why are you using that point? Why are you using that same fallacy? Right, we have the Oxford Muslim grooming scandal. DJ Desi Young 2 says karma. Yeah, that was very upsetting because one of the guys who did it was a porter. I remember, it was very upsetting. Right, this is we have Trump on Roswell. Steve Mumbling has guess what he's done? He's put a link here to the page from badufos.blogspot.com. I actually do follow this. Believe it or not, I actually do follow this person here. I've actually seen an interview with him. Yes, this is Robert Schaefer. Richard Dolan, 3 strikes, you're out. Strike 1, the UFO leak of the century collapses. Oh my goodness. Does it? And what's this about? Oh, it's the Wilson memo and Eric Davis. I've not actually read this article, but from what I can see, Steve, it hasn't actually collapsed. And he says, I'll discuss strike 2 and strike 3 in the second part of this posting. Oh, he's got a comment from James Oberg. Oh, my goodness me. And Philip Mantle. Oh, how illustrious. The one and only James Oberg and Philip Mantle have commented here. Oh, right, and we have someone called Fez, who may be Professor Fez, I know of. Let's see what the date is on this, because I will read through it, actually. It could be quite amusing. 21st of June, alright, it's a few weeks old. I'll get back to that, Steve. But thanks for letting me know. It should be amusing. We have here Awakening of 12 Strands premiere. Oh, right, this is where I went along to the big screen premiere of Awakening of 12 Strands, yes. And Warren Byrne says, nice one, Sandra DeRoy. Would you mind myself giving critique? I cringe at the pub scene where the groomed man sniffs at the female meat. Just a ickle taste. Alright, I know the scene you mean. Now it's up to Sandra can reply to this herself. That's actually a very important scene because she's basically tackled by a reptilian. It's actually a reptilian. She encounters this reptilian in the pub. And the thing is smelling like they do that sort of thing. They do. And if you remember his hand, you know what, you watch it. I won't put spoilers, but watch it and you can see what happens to the man's hand. Yeah. And now we have World Disclosure Day 2020 live stream 1. Old Gaffer says, love your post, buddy. Thanks, Gaffer. Oh, thanks. Hey, thanks, Gaffer. Okay, and we have Mel O'Brien underneath saying, disclosure is not going to happen anytime soon. I've been listening to that bullshit for over 20 years. Oh, but just imagine if it did, alright? This is the difference between being a pessimist and being an optimist. Some people are pessimists and they say I'm a pessimist because if you're a pessimist, you never get disappointed, do you? If you're a pessimist and you're proven, if you're an optimist and you're proven wrong, well, that's sad, isn't it? Your hope was false, wasn't it? Yet if you're a pessimist and you're proven wrong, you miss out on all the fun. So Mel, just imagine, right? If it does happen, if disclosure does happen, after the comment you just posted, wouldn't that be annoying? Wouldn't it? Eh? Okay, we have World Disclosure Day 2020 live stream 2, and Zythantiop says, Ben, here is the link to I Spy magazine, run by Ian Birdsall. I thought you would have known about it, as you did a great video about the London spy locations. All right, is there any relation to Graham Birdsall? I Spy mag. Intelligence magazine. All right. This does look interesting, actually. You know, I'm very interested in spies at the moment, basically because of a lot to do with research into a lot of it's to do with research into my my new novel. But thank you, Zythantiops, much appreciated. And now we have a thread. World Disclosure Day 2020 live stream 2, says Zythantiops. Says here. I wouldn't take DMT or ayahuasca. It's all portrayed as big fairy stories and higher consciousness and beings of light, but it's all just another MK Ultra style mind control program, if you ask me. But go on, fill your boots. I mean, I would hesitate before taking DMT or ayahuasca. I think it's something I'd enter into very seriously, and something I'd have to think about for a while. But it's not actually just another MK Ultra style mind control program. It's not. It's much older. See, it predates those things. I mean, there's evidence to suggest LSD was used as mind control in some ways. Indeed, we know that they were doing experiments. The US government, doing experiments on troops in the 1950s using LSD. But ayahuasca is actually something invented by the Amazon Indians in the prehistory. So that can't be MK Ultra, can it? The ayahuasca stories, I mean, I've been looking into this. Graham Hancock, David Icke, all these other people who talked to the DMT spirit molecule. What's his, Rick Strassman? No, there's more to it than that. There's much more to it than that. And Mel O'Brien says underneath, it's just another high, but people want to attribute all sorts of powers to this shite. DMT is used in the film developing process. Avoid that garbage. Okay, well, it's not just another high. You know, having 6 glasses of wine is a high. Smoking some pot is a high. This is different. This is psychedelic. It's psychogenic. It's entheogenic. And the things people attribute to it, you call it shite, is actually, I think, a correct scientific study. Proper scientific studies have been done into this, which have concluded that. So it's not just a load of shite. Is DMT used in film developing? I didn't know that. And Zythantiops says to Mel O'Brien, I totally agree. What I find strange about the DMT thing, yeah, Ben, I've read Terence McKenna and all that. Oh, really? Well, Zythantiops, I wasn't going to suggest Terence McKenna. I was going to suggest Rick Strassman and Graham Hancock. But, yeah, Terence McKenna's worth looking into, too. Is that it's being pushed again like a sort of spiritual awakening. I think pushed is the wrong word. It implies it's like heroin or something. But yes, it is. It's being promoted. But a lot of the people into it are the same sorts of people who are into conspiracies, for example, like the theory that Paul McCartney was replaced. Ben, you believe this, right? Yes, I do. Yeah, there is an overlap between this spiritual emergence community and the conspirasphere. Indeed, there's this thing that Stephen Law calls conspirituality, and there's some truth to that. But that doesn't mean it's incorrect. I mean, is there a reason? Maybe you're going to explain why you think there's a reason why that's a bad thing. And yes, I do believe Paul McCartney was replaced, and I've explained why in the video I made. And he talks about that 60s flower power movement, CIA-backed promotion of LSD, MK Ultra, etc. Yeah, I know about that, and it's true. But I think if you're trying to lump today's DMT culture and things like that with that, then you're making a mistake. I don't think there's a connection there. It was a managed operation to destabilize the generation, but they believe that the whole thing with DMT is organic. Terence McKenna said, culture is not your friend, i.e. that people are controlled by the culture around them and were not free. But how is that going to sit in the rainforest? How is going to sit in a rainforest taking something that you don't even have a clue what it really is and being possibly manipulated when you are out of your box, being any more free than you usually are? Well, the reason is, Zythantiops, is that when you do that, you actually contact what's known as the ancient teachers of mankind. That is, you actually enter a state of consciousness where you can acquire information which you couldn't acquire any other way. I mean, the shamans actually explain this. They explain exactly what it is, what the purpose is of the DMT experience. And that's the thing. This is why. So what Terence McKenna says is actually correct, and this is a solution. It's not the only solution, but it is a solution. Where are we now? Okay, I guess I'm an old stick in the mud, but I just don't trust it, and I certainly don't trust people like Joe Rogan who push it. Joe Rogan I've got a bit annoyed with lately because his interviews with Mick West were bloody awful. He doesn't even ask him any questions. He just, the most unoriginal skeptic in the world, and Joe Rogan doesn't challenge him. But other things Joe Rogan says is very interesting. I mean, Joe Rogan's interviews with Graham Hancock are well worth watching. He claims he's into martial arts and also smokes skunk and takes DMT. Give me a break. Well, I know he smokes wacky backy. He did so with Elon Musk in there, didn't he? I didn't know he took DMT. Does he? I don't know. It's something a bit you got to be careful of, I think. If you're going to believe that the 60s was a cultural mind control program, then it's not much of a leap to think that people like David Icke and Graham Hancock are just controlled stooges. Oh, they're shills! They're shills! Oh, shill alert! Shill alert! Now, I don't think David Icke and Graham Hancock are controlled stooges. If you think they are, you have to come up with something solid, some evidence which is more than just, well, they take a different position to me on this issue. And they're the ones promoting something I don't agree with, which is this spiritual awakening idea of these drugs. Now, it could be they're wrong, in which case you can explain why they're wrong. But controlled stooges? I mean, look at the backgrounds of those men. Are you sure? I mean, I've explained many reasons why I think that David Icke is not controlled opposition. Graham Hancock I'm less familiar with, but again, it's possible. It's possible simply that they have a different take on this than you. That's all it is. Nothing more than that. In which case you can explain why they're incorrect. Indeed, does me. You can do the same to me. I think that you could do so because I basically am agreeing with those guys. Am I a controlled stooge? If you look at David Icke's backstory of how he had his revelation back in the day, then it reads just like either a typical UFO contactee manipulation story from one of John Keel's books, or someone who is being led up the garden path in some sort of mind control program. I think maybe did you get this from Neil Sanders? I mean, Neil Sanders basically says a lot of the same things you do, and he's right about some things, but I don't know specifically what his view is on the point you've made, but I think it's wrong. I think you're wrong here. Firstly, if you look at David Icke's backstory, like in the light of experience, it actually reads to me like someone going through a genuine spiritual emergence crisis. I've known other people who've been through these crises, and I think he had nothing to gain from what he did and everything to lose. And you say it's a typical UFO contactee. He actually didn't encounter any UFOs. He didn't encounter any aliens. He was in communication through a medium with several extra-dimensional entities and spirits, but not any UFOs or aliens. The alien contactee manipulation story, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like any of the contactee stories I'm familiar with. And John Keel didn't talk about... John Keel, he mentions abductions and things like that and Men in Black, and he has his own ideas about all that, but what's that got to do with this issue to do with DMT and ayahuasca? Being led up the garden path by a mind control program. Exactly what does this mind control program hope to achieve? What is the benefit of taking a TV sports journalist and turning him into a white-haired guy talking on a stage about reptilians? I don't get it. I mean, it's almost like a pat answer now. People, he's a shill, he's a shill, she's a shill, everyone's a shill. You know, but you need something more solid than that, Zai. You really do. And the Dalai Lama replies to Zaitantiops, says thanks, and he and then he's written this is like struck out, this sentence. That's a really good video. I might get a hold of his book. I read the Mirageman book, but this leaks miles better. And then without the strikeout, he's a great speaker. I read Mirageman too, and I've reviewed it actually in detail, and I think it's interesting to read, but it misses a lot of the points. It misses a lot of the necessary points. Right. We have Mel O'Brien on World Disclosure Gate Livestream 1. I'm getting a bit I seem to be losing my normal coherence at the moment. I don't know why that is. Oh, hang on. Firstly, Larry Warren in Left at Eastgate states on page 108 that he didn't see the aliens. Page 133, he saw beings and all. 144, could see beings. 183, he states he took a photo of an alien. Where's the photo? Why isn't it in his book? The photographs were taken. Colonel Conrad actually flew them to Germany in a plane, in a fighter jet actually. As for the rest of things, I'd have to read the book to be certain. But next time you talk to him, ask him about the photo. Okay, page 284, there are photos of R.F. Rendlesham, but no alien photo. Well, hang on. Again, I think that all the cameras were taken. You said they wouldn't cover up a nuclear accident by spreading disinformation about a UFO. Why wouldn't they? It confuses the entire issue. Well, I've just told you why. I explained why in the video. It's essentially drawing towards. It's essentially. I'm not my usual self today. Sorry. It's essentially drawing someone's attention towards something with the objective of deflecting it away. That's contradictory. I'll go into details in the videos I've done about it. Confusing. Burroughs was compensated by the US military for radiation damage. Again, Occam's razor. The simplest solution is the best, unless the evidence is to the contrary is presented. Well, that's interesting you bring up Occam's razor, because I bring this up in my skeptic video. Occam's razor only works if you know the likelihood of the different possibilities. In this case, you don't, do you? You don't know how often do aliens land at nuclear bases as opposed to some nuclear accident. And also the radiation damage. It wasn't actually stated that it was radiation damage. I think Frank Fransconia said that it was injury inflicted in the line of duty by exposure to materials unknown or something like that. So we don't know it was radiation damage. He was compensated again after a long time of them digging their heels in, to the point where he nearly died because they couldn't get hold of his medical records because it was classified. On page 289, he claims to have interactions with aliens. I think you mean Larry Warren there. He underwent hypnotherapy, a dangerous bit of black magic. That's with Bud Hopkins, yeah. In which a subject surrenders his will to another. Oh, no. Read Mary Rodwell's book on hypnotherapy. That's absolutely not the case. The result is the subject wants to please the interviewer. A combination of a placebo effect and Stockholm syndrome. No, read Mary Rodwell's book on her own hypnotic regressions and things like that. Many people say he wasn't even there. Yeah, and they're wrong. I don't believe him. Well, don't then. But I think what he's saying is true. A serious question: why did Robbins help write such a piece of fiction? He regrets it now. Well, he only regrets it since the trolls have been onto him. Peter has done a complete 180, all very suddenly, when all this stuff about trolling, when the trolls came out. I mean, there's things I know that I can't actually tell you right now, but there's other reasons which will hopefully come out soon. Second, Judy Wood. I think you mean Dr. Judy Wood. She is unable to explain anything about the energy weapon. What was it? Where was it? Yes, she is. She explains exactly what it is. It's based on the Hutchison effect. Where was it? Doesn't matter where it was. It doesn't matter. Where was it is irrelevant. No answers. Well, there were loads of answers which Dr. Judy Wood provides. Concrete can be pulverized by explosions. Yes, but they can't be made. You can't get the effect you see at 9/11 with explosions unless you had explosions everywhere. Has she done an experiment to prove that concrete cannot be turned into dust by anything other than an energy weapon? Of course not. Well, she's a mechanical engineer. I mean, she looked into this. The falling girders, as she claims, turned to dust, in fact, collapsed into the rising dust and disappeared. No, they didn't. You can actually see them. It's like an aspirin in water. You see this fume coming off them. It's not just dust that gathered on. They leave a trail of smoke behind them, and then you can distinctly see they just vanish. The paper, she says, didn't burn, was covered in dust and ash. Ever try to burn paper in a fire when it's covered with ashes? It doesn't burn. What? There was... What? I'll try that. I mean, I'll try that. How does ashes prevent things burning? But you're not making much sense here. I could go on. Well, please do. Please do. I'd love to hear more. Come on, Mel. By all means. If you want to believe her theory, and it is a theory, not a fact, fine, but you are diminished in my estimation by your obstinate belief in her nonsense, as are all of her supporters. Let's dissect this for a minute. I'm diminished in your belief by my I'm diminished in your estimation by my obstinate belief, not me actually saying why I think she's right. It's my obstinate belief that 2 plus 2 equals 4, correct? Am I being obstinate in my belief that 2 plus 2 equals 4? Am I logically wrong about 2 plus 2 equaling 4? If I'm not logically wrong about that, then perhaps you could explain why I'm wrong. Your sentence here is nothing but rhetoric. It doesn't say anything. You people won't even accept that it's a theory. You keep claiming it's evidence. Well, it's actually Andrew Johnson who says this. I don't know whether he's right or not. He says it's not a theory, it's evidence. Andrew insists on very precise terminology for everything. But for example, if you say the building collapsed, he'll say, no, it didn't collapse, it turned into a cloud of dust. Even when you say, oh, it collapsed and became a cloud of dust. No, it didn't collapse. Don't use the word collapse, he'll say. Which I think doesn't necessarily follow. I think if you use incorrect terminology, you can still make the same point. Whether it's a theory, whether you use the word theory or not a theory, it's the same thing. The question is it right or wrong? I think it's right, you think it's wrong. Explain why you think it's wrong. You're trying to explain why you think it's wrong. I'm explaining why I think you're wrong. So that's how debates work. But saying it's an obstinate belief is not an argument, it's not a dispute. You can't go into court and say, if you're a prosecuting barrister, and say, I think this person did the crime because they have an obstinate belief that they didn't. You can't do that. I have an obstinate belief that this person committed the crime, your lord, my lad. No, you can't. You have to present evidence. Okay. I don't see any evidence. Occam's razor, the buildings were brought down by controlled demolitions. Alright, we're into Occam's razor again, are we? So which is more likely? Did a building somehow turn into a cloud of dust through some process unknown? Or did it turn into a cloud of dust by controlled demolitions when you can't see that in any other way? There's no other form when that happens. Was Building 7 brought down by an energy weapon too? It clearly looks and sounds like a controlled demolition. Does it? Where's the explosions then? Where do you hear bang, 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 bang? Dr. Judy Wood has done a video where she talks about this. You don't hear anything. You just hear a rushing noise as the thing just goes... As I stated, her supporters are defensive. No alternative theory is acceptable. No, well, Andrew Johnson is defensive about it, yeah, and it's no alternative. It's not that no alternative is acceptable. It's that it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. That's it. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. It's not. That's what you mean by defensive, I think. I've watched hours of videos supporting her theory, and I don't find it credible. Okay, well, explain why you don't find it credible. Do you have any other answers other than the ones you provided? Because you have actually tried to produce a logical case here, so credit to you for that. But it's not really. You're not really putting across your side to the point where it, I think, is tenable as an alternative. And Steve Mumbling says to the Dalai Lapa, "You write a lot like James Telly Matthews." Does he? I think he does a bit. Maybe he does, yeah. Steve Palmer's got a YouTube link, which is what? An interview with Dr. Judy Wood on beam energy and the demolition of the World Trade Center. Oh, right, this is that bloody interview she did. Oh, this is pathetic. Yep, this is pathetic. This is where they basically tackled her after she hadn't slept for bloody ages. Just after she was so tired, she'd just done a presentation, she'd driven for hours, and they tackle her when she's not at her best. If this is the interview, I think it is. Yes, it is. And basically, it's all nonsense. I mean, if she'd been in better form, she'd have done a much better job. But Andrew Johnson has produced a complete rebuttal to everything you see there. Everything, Steve. The whole thing. So your link. I've looked at it. It's nonsense. Steve Mumbling says to Steve Palmer, Judy Wood is a nutcase, as is John Hutchison. Really? Again, no argument there. I'm waiting for you. Are you going to provide a logical case? At least Mel O'Brien tried to produce a logical case, Steve. Anyone with an IQ bigger than their shoe size knows the official account is true and accurate. Right. Anyone with an IQ bigger than their shoe size also knows that 2 + 2 = 5. Prove me wrong, Steve. Prove that 2 + 2 = 4. Come on. You can't, can you? I watched it unfold live on TV myself. Oh, well, that's it. We watched it on TV, therefore he knows what happens. Okay. There was no directed energy weapon or controlled demolition. There was a directed energy weapon, Steve. There was. Goodness knows why people perpetuate that drivel. They're probably gullible, unemployed no-hopers that spend their lives on the internet filling their heads with all this conspiracy rubbish because they have nothing else to do. Oh my goodness me. Oh, good. We got anyone playing fallacy bingo? Get your cards out, because I think I think in this particular comments thread you get a full house. There's nothing here to say. I mean, why do you think people perpetuate their drivel? They're probably gullible, unemployed no-hopers. Spend their lives on the internet filling their heads with conspiracy rubbish, nothing else to do. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? There's nothing here to get your teeth into. It's just empty hot air. Anyway, let's move on to this. Okay, World Disclosure Day 2020 livestream 1. Barney's Den says, "Cool, Ben, you're making me tired with all the yawning." Yeah, I do that. It's when I'm speaking a lot. I either cough or like this, like that, or my nose itches, or I yawn. It's just what happens when I'm talking like this. I'm not my best today. Sorry, I'm a little bit. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Sorry, I'm just slightly. Maybe I need to take a break before I finish the video. I think I will. At the end of this segment, I'll take a long break. I'll have something to eat properly before I finish the video. World Disclosure Day 2020 livestream 1. Steve Mumbling says, if a real alien spacecraft turn up, and it would be impossible to fake. No, it wouldn't be impossible to fake. It would be announced just like it was in the movie Independence Day. It probably would, actually, Steve. Yeah, that probably is what would happen if it was as spectacular a sighting as that. The question of whether or not we're alone in the universe has been answered. Well, it already has, you see, it already has, but it would be as simple as that. As much as you so desperately want to believe otherwise, there really is nothing to disclose. That may very well be fortunate. Well, firstly, I don't deny that in an Independence Day situation, all right, I want to believe otherwise. Well, I don't want to believe otherwise. In an Independence Day situation where you basically have motherships above every city, it would be like you just described, exactly. But that's not the only issue at stake. That's not the only thing that's going on. It's not as simple as that. There is something to disclose. It's because that's not how, so far, extraterrestrials have shown their presence. That may very well be fortunate, he says. I think maybe you're displaying your own bias here, Steve, your own wishful thinking. Now, maybe I'll come back to that point later, but you see, you are not devoid of biases either, any more than anyone else is. And Steve Mumbling replies to the Dalai Lapa. I can't seem to find Dalai Lapa's posts for some reason. Anyway, Steve Mumbling says to the Dalai Lapa, Why does Tony Topping think aliens would cross the galaxy just to follow him around? Jeez, he must be really special. If anything needs plugging, it's the gaping chasm in the integrity of the reporting found on the Basis channel. Well, I'll ignore the last bit because that's just more rhetoric. It's a very simplistic criticism. You know, why does Tony Topping think aliens would follow him around after they cross the galaxy? Just like, why don't they just land on the White House lawn? Why do they go to fields and they make marks in the crop and then abduct some wide-eyed Wiltshire yokel and stick a probe up his rectum and things like that? You know, this is basically he's saying, look, I wouldn't fly across the galaxy just to talk to one guy living in a house in Yorkshire. I wouldn't do that. No, but you see, you're not an alien, Steve. We can't anthropomorphize them. We can't put ourselves in their shoes, even if they have 3 feet or 2 feet like we do. It's possible that the aliens Tony Topping has contact with don't just fly across the galaxy. Maybe they're already here. Maybe they already exist in the world that we do, and we share it with them. That's what I've always thought. It's pretty clear that they found us. Yeah. Now, Steve Palmer says on World Disclosure Day live stream 2, Ben, fishermen don't go out so you can have fish and chips. They do it for something called money. Oh, what point are you making here, Steve? I know they get paid for what they do, yes, but you see, coal miners go down into coal mines, you know, for money. I, as a hospital porter, did what I did for money, but I was providing a service to it, which goes beyond just a job being just something for money. See what I mean? Oh dear, well, that's a rather weak point. I don't know why you're making it. Oh, right, Steve Palmer says, Ben, funny you should mention a toy flying saucer on a string. I just saw this the other day. See the string at the top left corner? Ah, I think this is John Hutchison's video, isn't it? I think I've seen this. You see something that looks like a moving fibre. Now it could be it looks to me a bit like a spider web, actually. I've seen this several times. This is actually from a video called Hutchison is a Fraud, which actually, but I don't think we can conclude from this alone that Hutchison is a fraud. I'm familiar with this video. I've seen it before. It's an old one. Oh, we got an old video now. UK probe in what was it? Old part 6. That is back in 2011. Blimey, Ray Archer. He was at the last one. Ray Archer. Yeah, he's cool, old Mr. Archer. Fenlander 69 says, I must have gone to that guy's school. He's a legend, lol. I liked how you tried to keep interested. Oh, he talks. He comes up with some strange things, does Ray? He does. He comes up with some strange things, but he's a gentleman and a scholar. He really is. And I can't. I can't bring myself to just tell him to go away. He gets very much in your face. I think I brought this subject up in a more recent video, actually. I do like the guy, and I treat him compassionately. Oh, we have Dreaming Sources Marcus Allen. Blimey, it's another old one. And we have Steve Palmer. Mr. Expert Allen didn't know the camera was detachable from its bracket on the suit. That's how Aldrin took the photo of the boot print. Duh. Well, actually, I don't think that's the point Marcus was making. I think the point he was making was that it was not possible to know that the shot had been framed correctly because there was no viewfinder. And you were you had a helmet which basically restricted your entire field of vision to that, and you had thick gloves, so you couldn't actually feel the shutter click. You certainly couldn't hear the shutter click, and various other reasons like that. I don't think Marcus has ever stated that the camera couldn't be taken off the bracket. Patrick Patel says, Ben, first of all, I just want to say I think you are a super beautiful man because you're very humble and remarkably good-humoured. I really love all your videos, bro. Also, always very intellectually stimulating and fun. I love when you talk about UFOs and other unusual stuffs. I can't wait to see your next videos. Looking forward to them. Oh, thanks, Patrick. That was 3 weeks ago. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And there's been plenty more since then, yeah. In fact, on Disclosure Livestream 1, Patrick says, thanks, Ben. You're a legend. Oh, bless you. You're getting a love heart for that. He's cool, isn't he? He's cool. Okay, we have. I'm watching Slaxer again. This is this video I made when I basically the theme of the video is in the title, as you can tell. Ed Kaler says, "How interesting that you were talking about the knee to the neck method, and then the George Floyd story broke." That's That's odd, isn't it? I mean, when was it I'm watching Slaxer again? Was it before or after George Floyd? Let's have a look. Yeah, it was actually before. It was actually before. That is odd, Kate Ed. I mean, I'm not. I don't have insider knowledge. I promise you. I promise you. But it's just maybe I picked something up in the morphogenetic field or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't for time. I need to take a proper break. Oh, 11 minutes remaining. Okay. Fenlander69 says, I do believe there is other life forms in the universe. This is on Trump on Roswell. But sometimes I think the UFO community in general allow far too many weirdos in your community. Yeah, I guess you could say that, yes. I've known a few who definitely fit that description. I think it puts far too many people off, to be honest. I like you a lot, Ben. I only watch your channel. I think you're a genuine and very intelligent man, but some of the people in the UFO fraternity attract absolute nutters. Please don't think I'm skeptic, as I'm honestly not. Now, fair enough, Fenlander, and you know, you're right, actually. In fact, I've had to deal with many weirdos, as you call them, in my time. Some of them are worse than others. Some of them are just rather strange and difficult to understand. Others are downright destructive, completely. And Reynard says here, I concur. The UFO community does seem to attract the nuttier side of the human fruitcake. I went a few months back to hear a speaker at a local library talk regarding UFOs. The guy in front of me turns around, introduces himself, and starts telling me not only has he seen UFOs quite frequently, but also he sees fairies and elves. Alright, well, you know, Reynard, the fairies and elves thing, sometimes people can claim, and indeed there's some evidence for this, that fairies and elves are a type of alien. Alright, so there's a connection there. But, you know, there's other people who say things like the UFOs are... They say things, I'm interested in UFOs, and they come from the luminaries because the Earth is flat and things like that. And you get these... That, I think, is just too much. I mean, I wouldn't exclude people like that from the UFO community, because that's just censorship, but I couldn't take someone like that seriously. I just couldn't. I mean, I'm not... You know, the point about optics, really, that Fenlander makes, I'm not that concerned about that, you know. I think most of them, I think the only people I would say put people off are the destructive ones, and they are excluded. The more eccentric ones, even the flat earth believers, I don't think they put people off as such. And even, I mean, I don't think it justifies censoring those people, but yeah. The optics issue, I think, is one that I would apply only to the absolutely psychopathic, destructive people who do turn up in our community. Reynard the Fox says underneath, I concur, the UFO community does seem to attract the nuttiest side of the fruit. Oh, right, sorry, I've read that bit, yeah. Fenlander says in reply to Reynard, exactly my point. Giving a good talk on ET phenomena is great, but when you have men in the same conference saying there are cyborgs and super soldiers and have secret alien friends, it all gets too much. And it's what lets the whole thing down, in my opinion, and it's just an opinion. Well, I think you've got to be careful where you draw the line, though, Fenlander, because if there's a talk about ET phenomena and people talk about cyborgs and super soldiers and that they have secret alien friends, yet they present a persuasive case, thus, that would change things, wouldn't it? Regardless of the optics issue, regardless of how most people think of it, if it's real, it's real. It's like, this is the point with David Icke and the reptilians. There are some people in the truth movement who certainly they used to say this, they don't so much now, but when David Icke first came out with this idea, they used to say, David, alright, you may be right about the reptilians, but please, you mustn't mention them because it just puts people off. It makes us all look like loonies. Alex Jones actually made this point. It's a turd in a punch bowl! A turd in a punch bowl! But I think that's unfair. I think if something is, it is, and you just got to deal with it. David came up with this idea because people were reporting it's what he discovered through his research. He was duty bound to deliver it to his audience. And finally, we have The Great Escape. And Hugh Jarsoul says, the vaccine. I'll be saying a lot more about that in the months to come, the weeks and months to come, Hugh. Yes, the vaccine is something that I will be referring to again. Because that's going to be an issue. The Great Escape. I really loved making this video. It was absolutely fantastic. Winslow Burdett. Hi Winslow, how are you? Winslow Burdett says, on the road again, going places that I've never been, seeing things I may never see again, and I can't wait to get on the road again. I think that's lyrics to a song, and honestly, that's exactly how I felt, Winslow. I really did. Keith Megtow says on The Great Escape, does continuous wearing of a tinfoil hat lead to baldness? I don't know. Are you saying something about me? I could make that Blackadder joke, and I said, "Oh no, it's true. I didn't wear a tinfoil hat, and I wore a tinfoil hat every day, and look what happened to me." Was it bats droppings, wasn't it, in Blackadder? And David UK says, higher levels of testosterone, namely dihydrotestosterone, causes male pattern baldness. That's true, and in fact, it's a healthy sign in a way, because it means if you have male pattern baldness, you probably have a normal endocrine system, which is in a world where our internal body chemistry is under attack continuously from chemical imbalances in the environment. So the male pattern baldness is a sign that you have managed to maintain up to a point a normal hormonal level within your system. Yeah, so I don't mind. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I know some blokes go nuts about it. You know, you get these guys who have hair transplants, which is basically they take little bits of hair from one place in your hair, they put it up here, they put the follicles in there. It costs about £5,000, and it gives you this look I call the guys who do this, I call it the derelict airport look, because you have like a row of little bits where hair's growing out, and it's like the holes in the runway, you know, where the grass is growing through. And there's guys you could take. There's supposed to be special shampoos you can rub into your hair to prevent it, which costs, they only cost £50 a bottle, and you've got to buy one every 2 weeks. But someone's making money off that. Some men are so desperate that they will even go to very extreme lengths, and one of those is castration. They'll actually have their testicles removed to prevent baldness. I mean, that's going to surely, being a slaphead is. If you're that desperate to avoid being a slaphead, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you inside your head, not just outside it. The same video, Andy G3 says, always a good day when a 2.5 hour video from Ben shows up in the subs. Oh, thank you, Andy. Thank you. I feel better now. Thank you. I mean, I'm really glad, and I think there's a 6 hour one coming, mate. So I hope you enjoy that. I'll give you a love heart for that. Oh, right, here we go. We have Hugo Rune on The Great Escape, and he says, 59 onwards, is that Miles' clothing? Is it cotton, hemp, or plastic? I don't know, Hugo. It's something that a guy in Australia made it. It's a line that they produce. They produce custom-made jackets with various, you put patterns or photos. Miles has had photos put on his. I don't know. I don't know what's made of it. It felt like something synthetic, it felt like nylon, I would say. Winslow Burdett says, I believe it's latex rubber. All right. That wouldn't be very comfortable in hot weather, Winslow, so maybe Miles will need to get like a cotton t-shirt from the same guy. Steve Mumbling says, the arms should be longer. They should wrap around and tie up at the back. Steve Mumbling his usual level of wit is he's saying that Miles should be a straitjacket. Winslow Burdett says, Steve Mumbling, a latex straitjacket when detaining the mentally challenged becomes kinky. You guys are so funny. I love you. You're so funny. Oh, you really are. And now we have videos from the underground on The Great Escape. It's pretty obvious that the brainwashed sheep people have heard the dog whistle and are doing as they are commanded and hating Trump. Unfortunately, videos they are. I mean, this is what I said earlier on about Trump, and no doubt I'll come back to this in videos again as we get closer to the election. The media are 100% in favour of Biden, and they are presenting Trump as if, as Styx Hexenhammer says, it's as if it's all over for Trump. And that is, they're hoping it'll be like a self-fulfilling prophecy, so people say, there's no point voting for Trump, is there? Might as well stay at home. So if you're a Trump supporter, you'll probably just stay at home because it's all over, you know, we're doomed. But it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. It's designed to induce apathy. We mustn't fall for it. It's like they have implants that were waiting for the signal, kind of Manchurian candidate-like. Off the zombies go, repeating their program lines. Unfortunately, yes. I've been to Avebury many times. This must be Groundhog Day. It keeps repeating. It feels like it sometimes, doesn't it? Trump gave the state governors and Seattle mayor a chance for help with the looters. They declined. In the end, he made severe penalties for tearing down statues. The mayor of Seattle was run over by Marxist protesters. She proclaimed Chaz the Summer of Love. Styx calls it the Summer of Hate. Yeah, this is an important point. Everyone says, why didn't Trump do anything? Well, Trump can't interfere with local law enforcement. That's the mayors of the cities or the districts. They deal with that through the police department. If Trump wanted to do that, he would have had to call a state of emergency. As it is, he has sent federal police in to try and deal with it. Foolish, and this shows that any autonomous zone will turn out to be Animal Farm. Well, it was pretty much. In fact, it wasn't so much Animal Farm as like a feeding frenzy of in like a nest of rats. I mean, Chaz was like, I think 3 people got murdered during the short time that Chaz existed. I mean, people were saying, oh, it's like the Paris Commune. Oh, what rubbish. I mean, the Paris Commune was a socialist experiment, but at least it wasn't a bloody killing frenzy. Just yesterday, he is directing the IRS to look at the tax-exempt status of the universities, since they're not educating, but are actually training ground for the Marxists. Good for him, yeah. If there's one thing that will make universities stop this damn cultural Marxist indoctrination and hate-mongering, it is money. If you threaten to take away their tax-exempt status, that's going to make them sit up and pay attention. Well done, Trump. Yeah. The barge looks a lot different with a new addition of art at the front. In previous years, there was an older building with toilets in it. I remember that, yeah. I remember those. It has changed a lot, yeah. At one time, people were selling shares or something to keep it as a community place, owned place. Yeah, Matthew Williams has done a thing about that. Yeah, he has. He's done a thing about that. I remember it was these Italians bought this. Well, not Italians, but some people bought it up who wanted to turn it into an Italian restaurant, which is in a place like Honey Street is ridiculous. I'm glad it's gone back now to where it was before. I assume that fell through as the price of the property was sky high. Yeah, it was, and there was no way they could have made it work. At times, the campground in the back gets flooded because the water in the canal is higher than the ground the campers use. Yeah, especially after a lot of rain. I've noticed there's times when there are floods there and things like that. It's best in the summer months when it's in nice weather. It's a beautiful place. I went there for the summer solstice a few years ago and it's fantastic. I actually wrote an article about it on HPANWO Voice. If I could, oh god, it was wonderful. It was a wonderful weekend. I remember. Okay, my ladies and gentlemen, friends, I'll take a longer break this time because I think I was slurring a bit in the last segment. But I'll be back shortly. Well, for you, it'll be just basically the next scene. I think I will get this into one part, actually. But anyway, time for a rest. Okay, guys and gals, we're on hour number 5. Excuse me. So, where are we now? Well, Hugo Rune has said here, on The Great Escape, well, that was a waste of time. A wasty of time, he actually says. I think he means waste. But I've nothing better to do. Off to bed. Nothing interesting here. Oh, hark at Jonathan Ross. Normally you're more positive than that, Hugo, but obviously it's not to everyone's taste. Each to their own. We have the thread here from Steve Mumbling, who says, your summer looks worse than my winter. Don't you rub it in, Steve. We know you live in the tropical paradise of Australia. We know that. Who's made a fortune out of peddling science fiction claptraps? Stanton Friedman, Richard Dolan, Whitley Strieber, Timothy Good, John Mack, Bud Hopkins, Philip Corso, Stephen Greer, Charles Burleton, William Moore, etc., etc. With the exception of Philip Corso, I think you're totally unfair about all those people. Totally and utterly unfair. I mean, what am I meant to do? Defend each one of these guys individually? I mean, you just given me a list of names. I suppose ideally I'd like to come up with the reason why you're wrong about each one of them. But if I do, that could take hours. You want to give me some sort of, details? There's no such thing as channeling. Yes, there is, Steve. Trump won't be giving flying saucers a second thought. He's got far too much real-world stuff to think about. Well, firstly, flying saucers are a real-world thing. Secondly, I think he is giving it more than a second thought. I mean, the statements he's made about it is pretty quite something. David UK says, your opinion is noted, Steve, or are you looking for people to agree with it? Well, Steve has not actually given an opinion. He's just... an opinion is where you have some kind of case. He's just given a list of names and used words like claptrap. That's not an opinion. Steve Mumbling says to David, Ben asked a question, I answered it. Well, you didn't answer it, Steve. David says, with your personal opinion, yes. Steve says, I'm opening to witnessing any demonstration of life after death, channeling aliens or remote viewing. No one seems interested in giving me one, though. Why do you think that is? Well, Steve, I've given you demonstrations in terms of witnesses, in terms of evidence, of all those things. Charles Scott says underneath, I presume you think ghosts don't exist. If so, I'd be interested in your mathematical methodology in coming to this conclusion. Oh, Steve. So, Charles, don't use the word methodology and mathematical and conclusion in front of Steve Mumbling. He doesn't like those words. Limespec says on The Great Escape, yes, looking forward to it. Oh, thanks, Limespec. You know, the video with it that we filmed at Miles Johnson's place is there. It's actually on the. You can find it. You can find it on his channel. Zythantiops says on The Great Escape, Ben, just to settle an argument, can you finally reveal exactly how many times you featured on the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper album cover? Well, some people say I look like Aleister Crowley, and that's really me, a vision of the future. But no, it is Aleister Crowley. Apart from that, not at all. I hope that settles the argument. John Nolan says on The Great Escape, hi, Benny, you and Colin are the Saint and Greavesy of UFO researchers. 2 more videos together. The Saint and Greavesy. Oh, I think we're... Sometimes I think we're more like Thelma and Louise, but we will do plenty more together, don't you worry. Zythantiops says it's like a Reeves and Mortimer sketch filmed by Andy Warhol. Snarnock, hello Snarnock, said on The Great Escape, what food did Miles prepare? Is he a good cook? Miles can cook when he wants to, Snarnock, but we actually just had takeaways the whole time. As Zythantiops says, freshly caught scuttlers, marinated in nice black goo sauce, and he's put a YouTube link here. And it's the Barnum March again. Zythantiops says, Ben, how can you say disclosure is antithetical to the New World Order? As there are many people who believe the whole alien agenda thing is part of the NWO. For example, the book Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow. Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow. Let's have a look at it. Oh, hang on. I saw. Yeah, I've seen this book. I didn't not read it, but I've seen the cover. It's by Constance Cumby, and it's a 1985 book. The New Age Movement and Our Coming Age of Barbarism. Okay, I've not read that book. Does Cumby think that the UFO issue was a part of that? I can't really answer you without any more information. I've given my reasons why I think the disclosure is antithetical to the New World Order, but I don't know, I have to look into that in more detail. The Great Escape. Patrick Patel says, Ben, it's a real treat when you have Colin on. He's like Morpheus, but the white version. I enjoy it when you both have casual conversations about interesting stuff. So I love you both. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Patrick. I'm sure it'll be very. I'll tell him what you said about him being more the white Morpheus. Definitely. Same video, Steve mumbling. I would love to interview someone who claims to be channeling aliens. I would ask the aliens what they call themselves. The Pleiadians aren't going to call themselves Pleiadians, are they? That's the name we've given them. I would ask how many Earth languages they speak. I would ask them something in Chinese, German, French, and other languages. If the Pleiadians could speak the languages spoken by the channeler, they would conclusively tell the tale. I would ask them what names they have given to volts, amperes, watts, and other values that will be universal. I would ask them to tell me their favourite anecdote in their own language. There are many questions that would show the channeler to be a fraud within minutes. All right, so you have, I assume you have watched that that interview with what's his name, the X Zone, which I didn't actually, as I explained. You're referring to the Carol Noonan's interview. I don't have a problem with that interview until the end, where she just says, "Oh, they'll do anything if there's a buck in it." How unfair that is unbelievable. But you've asked some good questions here. I mean, what the list of questions you've asked is actually pretty good. Now, as far as language goes, when it comes to channeling, you get this with psychics as well. The channeler says, "Well, I'm relating information. They're speaking to me, and I'm relating it in my language, and it all comes through in my language." Which I think is, I mean, I must admit, you probably agree with me on this. Some very cheap, mainstream, and very, very cheap sort of commercial psychics are probably fake, and it does annoy me when they channel someone like, what they pretend to be. They're like go into a trance, and it's like a possession thing, and they go walk in. They go, "I am the great Baju from the court of the Maharaja of Gaipajama in the 16th century. Yes, I am a very, very wise person, and I speak perfect English, but I do it in this really stupid, fake Hollywood Indian accent." That sort of thing annoys me. It really does. But it's a good question. Presumably they can speak to people in all language. I know they are the Pleiadians. I mean, whoever they are, whatever they are in contact with people across the world. I know that. Many people do. They do relate stuff in their own language. And Carol is the same. Carol, as far as I know, can't speak a foreign language. It may not work. They can simply take over someone's body and then speak in a language that the medium doesn't speak. It could be that they have to use the medium's own linguistic centers of their brain. So yeah, I mean, but I do believe if people, just because they can't answer your question does not mean they're shown to be a fraud. It doesn't. And Steve Mumling's replying to the Dalai Lapa, and I can't see the Dalai's question. I can't. I don't know where he is. He says, "Do you find channeling stops when you remember to take your Thorazine?" I think I can guess what kind of comment Dalai left. And Steve Mumbling says, "You deleted my MJ post. It doesn't make any less true, though, does it?" What? Will you please stop accusing me of deleting your posts? I say the same to Zythantiops. I do not delete any posts unless they are absolutely abusive. Alright, criminally abusive. And if they're directed towards someone, or their posts are aggressive, directed towards someone I believe doesn't want to be treated that way. Oh, and Steve Mumbling replies to the Dalai Lama, "I think he's been on the sherbet. I haven't seen sherbet flying saucers for years. I'll have to get some. They're probably carcinogenic, though." A couple won't hurt you. The sherbet flying saucers, actually, they have them at the UFO Academy, if you remember. Do you remember the videos I made from the UFO Academy, Watford? I haven't deleted any of your posts, Steve. English department. Oh, that's a new one. And welcome. I've not seen you before. Says on Cloud9. That's an old video of mine. That strange tattoo on her hand, it's like an image. It's a Tibetan thing. Tibetan bowls, traditional in India too. We sound the same mixed metal pot on birth of a child in Haryana, India. I am an Indian. Oh, right. Well, thanks for letting me know, English department. That's good to know. Lime Specs said on The Great Escape, I'm still a fan of the channel, Ben, although I've completely changed my views on most conspiracy stuff. I could explain further, but I'm having major doubts about the New World Order Illuminati even existing. The Queen and the Royals are not reptiles. Trump is quite obviously not a white hat. I'm utterly shocked some people can't see his duplicity and awful actions. You've repeated numerous times how there is no way Biden could win an election honestly, as people couldn't vote for him. That's obviously nonsense. In fact, I believe he will win, and legitimately. I think you need to take a step back and review some things. Your sacred 2016 effect is a mirage, I feel. They were honest votes by normal people. The idea that a shadowy Illuminati didn't want either and were defeated is, I feel, a fantasy at this point. Obviously, Lime Specs, I'm glad you still enjoy the channel, and obviously I don't agree with you. You may have changed your views on the conspiracy. I mean, people do. People do. Skeptics and ourselves make converts from each other. The reason the Queen being the reptilian thing is basically primarily witness testimony in history, which is not conclusive, but there's just so much of it. There's so much of it. Trump is a white hat, I think, because for reasons I've explained, how he was a wild card. He doesn't have a political background. He doesn't have the kind of connections that somebody like an insider would. His duplicity and awful actions, does not have complete control. He has lost control partly in the same way that Boris has, but more so. The reason I don't think Biden could win the election is I've been reading political analysis of previous elections, and the enthusiasm that comes with polling, which is directly proportional to enthusiasm for the candidate. I've not heard anyone so far say, I'm voting for Joe Biden because I think Joe Biden's a great guy. I think he's a good one for the future of America. This is why I like him. I've not heard that once. When you ask people who say they're going to vote for Biden, why are they voting for Biden? They say, I want to get rid of Trump! At the end of the day, that kind of negativity is not going to build an electoral force. I've seen it many, many times before, and I know I've said before, in this malaise of Western democracy, means that people usually do vote for negative reasons. They're voting for a man who's nothing more than a walking ballot box, just to say you don't like Trump. You could put a monkey in a suit and put him up there, and they'll vote for him just to get rid of Trump. So that everyone who is pledging to vote for Biden is saying, I actually don't want any candidate who's currently on offer. I just want to get rid of Trump because I like him less. There's even people like Christy Winters has said she accepts there's some question marks over his conduct with young girls. But she says, but it's either that or fascism, she says, wrongly concluding that that Trump is a fascist. I'll say more about this probably in the run-up to the election. If you believe he can win and legitimately, obviously I really don't agree. I really don't. I don't think it's obvious nonsense that people won't vote for him. I think that it's quite likely we're going to see it. Certainly, I think it's more than likely. I can't see how they're not going to try and not make the same mistakes they made in 2016. I think if it's announced that he has won, I think we should question very, very much how that goes. Hopefully, it will make Styx Hexenhammer 666 question himself, because currently he's not asking enough questions. You think I should take a step back and review some things? I do try to do that. I try to do that on a regular basis. I think the fact that I do look at all sides of the story, I mean, I do make an effort to interact with the other side of the story, to test my own views, to test my own outlooks against detractors. And I don't think the 2016 effect is a mirage. It's I don't think it's a fantasy. I really don't. I mean, you got to see things the way you want to see them, and the way you believe. You got to do what you believe is right. It could be you are at a point of transition right now. In which case, I wish you luck. I mean, I do. I don't bear people ill will for disagreeing with me or changing their mind about things that I say. You've always been very polite and friendly to me, and that's all that matters. But you know, I think you're making a mistake here. But hopefully you'll see things better another time. But I wish you luck. I really do. Diego Rivera says, the Starsky and Hutch of the UFO world. That's more like it. That's about Colin and me on The Great Escape. That's more like it, Diego Rivera. So yeah, I think I'm probably Hutch because he's got more hair, so he's probably the Starsky. I've got no hair. So what would that make? That would make me Huggy Bear, I suppose, if I was white. Ugh, what am I talking about? If I wasn't white, I've had a bloody food to try and make myself more coherent. It's in Frieswise 2013. This is a re-upload. I've re-edited it to make it better. Jock of Ages says, never seen this before. I love it, mate. Thanks very much. It's quite an. It's like I say, it's from a few years back. Zyth Antiop says, oh, for God's sake, on the same video. Oh, that's all he says. Oh, for God's sake. I could reply to anything. He could have just. He may have just spilled his tea or something on his foot while he was typing. I don't know what he means by oh, for God's sake. Same video. Minglis81 Tay. That's a good name. That's a good name. Ben, what's happened? This is very concerning. You look scary. Oh, that one I had the makeup on. Yeah. All's well that ends well, Minglis. It was a long time ago, 7 years ago. But welcome to the chat box, to the chat, to the comments section rather. Minglis also says on the same video, it's very sad. Tamworth was the American capital. Lots of history, but you never hear of Anglo-Saxon digs or the history promoted. It's basically been cemented over lots of shopping centres, although Tamworth Castle is quite interesting. Sorry, it's Mercian, not American. Sorry, Mercian. All our Anglo-Saxon history should really be promoted. Oh yeah. I'm afraid Minglish's spelling's not very good. Yeah, it's a sad. I mean, I didn't know about Tamworth being the Mercian capital. I thought it was Ludlow, but it's Tamworth. That's cool. But yeah, unfortunately, I mean the Anglo-Saxon stuff in particular. I mean, it's a bit politically incorrect actually to study English history right now, and that's sad. It's very sad, Minglish, but that's definitely the case. But it sounds like you live in a very historical place. I'm sorry they're building shopping centres everywhere. It's a common occurrence. Minglis also says on the same video, have you joined the Illuminati, Ben? It's concerning. It's like you've had a Britney Spears Illuminati breakdown and painted your face. No, don't worry. Don't worry. It's 7 years ago and I'm still not in the Illuminati. The face paint was actually camouflage, because the first time I went up there I was a bit worried. I mean, because as far as I know I was gate crashing some kind of secret society. It was like an Eyes Wide Shut kind of thing. Minglis says on St. Frieswide, I think he would give Most Haunted a run for its money. Oh, Mary Lustig, Mary Lustig. He's dead now, isn't he, Derek Acora? Oh dear. I wonder if he's come back to anyone. Minglis says, I think you should have a sumo wrestling match with Chris French. I think you'll body slam him very hard. Oh yeah, from what I've seen of the sumo wrestlers, I think I'm more sumo than he is, and I certainly would. I definitely would, I think. Minglis says on St. Frieswide, Ben, I think you should test out Radar Nautica film. It would make an interesting video. See if there's anything to it. Radar Nautica. Radar Nautica, what's that? Let me just check. Radar Nautica. Right, there's something called Radar Nautica. What is it? And are the stories real? An app that generates coordinates for adventurers claims to turn your thoughts into reality. Oh, blimey. Oh dear. It sounds a bit like that strange computer game. Do you remember the what's it called? Where weird things happened when you played this computer game. So Thantiop said, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Stop the hospital porters. Well, unfortunately, that's something Crowley never managed to do, did he? Booms. Someone called Booms. I said on David Icke Band. Pardon me. Trump is another shill. He has done nothing but get the left and right at each other's throats and killed innocent children in the Middle East in the name of preventing terrorism. Not true. He's... Pardon me. I've just been eating. He's not a shill, as I've been explaining to Lime Specs. He has done an awful lot more. The left and right thing, getting at each other's throats, is part of the control that he's trying to break down. What he has at some point done Middle Eastern bombing caused by the fact that he lost control. It's not what he wanted to do. And same with Hillary being out of jail, and the thing about Epstein. Yeah, Hillary is still out of jail. Jeffrey Epstein and his connections never existed. Well, wait and see what happens with Ghislaine Maxwell. SpaceX was another scam still in motion to get the public to accept Project Bluebeam. Oh, is it? Blooms, that's the most interesting thing you've said so far. I don't really see how SpaceX is in any way related to Project Bluebeam. Don't tell me you're a flatty, are you? Are you a flatty? Millions of doctors are still being globally silenced whenever they propose an idea contrary to the elite's narrative, and we haven't heard a single word about that. There's not one place on this earth or internet they don't have their teeth sunk into. If you think this is the presidency isn't corrupt, you're being really, really naive. No, I'm not. I take your point on the doctors being silenced, but you know, Trump is not a miracle worker. He can't get into the White House, wave a magic wand, and abolish the Illuminati. He tacks with the wind and against the wind. That's how it works. You know, for the Q posts actually make this point several times. The Q drops are well worth checking out. You can no longer buy or sell in the UK unless you're wearing a mask. Oh, just wait for my upcoming video where I talk about that. Yeah, they're test driving what people's responses will be to the mark of the beast if they're going to accept a muzzle, and there's no way they're going to object to the vaccine. They certainly are testing us, definitely. As for the mask thing, is I think the vaccine is a different kettle of fish to the mask. You know, it is, but they are monitoring our responses to compulsory mask wearing. You can bet. Diego Rivera says on St. Fries Wide, "What is that on your face? Do you think you are SAS?" The face camouflage was a serious thing, Diego Rivera, because I didn't know. I honestly thought, is it going to be like Eyes Wide Shut? Am I going to go up there and there's going to be people in gowns everywhere? And what if they have security? I needed to like conceal my appearance in the night because it was a nighttime thing. So I thought it was the best thing to do would be to take that precaution. Bardi's Den says on the same film, not the best time to be wearing blackface, Ben. Oh, like my Obama video on that subject was taken down. It was banned for deceptive practices, which is bollocks. They said I was using deceptive tags. Not true. I think it's just because it was politically incorrect. Patrick Patel says, love you for this, Ben. It's always a joy to see you. Thanks for this video. You're very welcome, Patrick. Thanks for watching. We got Trump on Roswell again, Reynard the Fox. I can't imagine that all of the recent presidents, the powers that be, would choose to have this village idiot as the disclosure president. Oh, Reynard, you must be joking. Just look at my other videos on Trump. Look at what he's done. Look how different he is. Same video, Reynard says, a little food for thought, and this is a quote here. We dance round in a ring and suppose, but the secret sits in the middle and knows. That's Robert Frost. Is that a poem or something? I'm not sure exactly what it means and why you have put it here, but okay. Charles Scott says, I enjoyed your visit to Devices with Miles as your tour guide, showing interesting locations. Next time, film yourself out on the town where the pints and girls are. Visited Avebury, Stonehenge, Silbury Hill, and even some crop circles. Alton Barns with Adam's Grave, Knapp Hill, etc. Crop circles and the Barge Inn, a great place for a meal and a drink and bliss. Oh, thank you very much, Charles. You're getting a love heart for that. I'm glad you've been explored the West Country too, and you like that area. That's really, really good. Okay, Dreaming Saucers, Marcus Allen. Steve Palmer seems to be watching all of this. Marcus Allen caught lying, bang to rights. NASA Administrator James E. Webb and Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight George E. Muller were attending a conference in Vienna. The group discussed the feasibility of Lowe's proposal and agreed that it was technically possible to accomplish a circumlunar flight with Apollo 8 in December. Right, this is a link to nasa.gov. 50 years ago, NASA considers the Apollo 8 option. That's August the 13th, 2018. Right, so that's a couple of months beforehand, isn't it? The way Alan tells it is the decision to send Apollo 8 round the moon on launch were done behind Webb's back, as if that's even feasible. In fact, I don't remember that. I don't remember Marx's point there. All right, but you say he's caught lying bang to rights. Well, if he made a mistake there, maybe he made a mistake. Of course, lying, though, is something very different. If you're accusing someone of lying, you're assuming that they are deliberately deceiving you by saying something they know is false. Now, you don't know that about Marcus. Maybe it's convenient for you to think of him that way, but you don't know, do you? Charles Scott said on The Great Escape, on first impressions watching Colin, he appears to have done his homework and combines the likelihood of information being correct. Much of what he says makes sense, yet he gives the impression he recognises it's difficult to be confident that his conclusions are correct. I feel the same, and most of the evidence is either weak or probably true, with great confidence. Of course, there are exceptions where there is great confidence, such as Roswell, George Adamski, Howard Menger, 9/11, New World Order, occult practices. I will look forward more to what Collins says, as first impressions indicate he is compos mentis learned person. Well, Charles, yeah, by all means, try following his material. He has a YouTube channel. He's on Facebook, where he does a lot of Facebook live streams. And definitely, I think it's worth checking him out, seeing what he says. I mean, he's a good friend of mine. I love him to bits. I think he gets some things wrong, but yeah, he's a good guy. Miles Lawler, hi Miles, on St. Friedwide said, what is most frightening is that 2013 seems almost old-fashioned and libertarian by today's dystopia, July 2020. You're damn right. I mean, a lot's changed since then, hasn't it? Sometimes some things for the better, but most things, obviously, like back then, if you'd asked me to predict 2020, I would never, ever have been able to. I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't have been able to. Jock of Ages says, evening Ben. I'll say, evening Jock, back. There we are. Because he just says, evening Ben. And that's on the Astrobiology 2013. That's Exopolitics 2013 Astrobiology is another re-edit. Onslow said, a feeling of setting off an adventure. Brilliant. I hope you're well, Ben. Peace. Oh, thanks, Onslow. You know, this is a very old video. It's like 7 years old, but I remember it well. It was fun. It was great fun. Stephen Truthseeker, hey, how you doing, Stephen? How come you're re-uploading your old YouTube videos? Was this original video edited anyway? Yes, the reason I'm re-uploading them is because some of them, when I was going through the, I was actually going through them to put them on BitChute, because I'm copying all my catalogue to BitChute. I discovered that there were errors in some of them, and it'd been a long time, so I decided to re-edit them, and in doing so I thought I might as well put the re-edit on YouTube. Steve071 says, thank you Mr. B.E. Jones, I like your output. God bless you and stop the New World Order. Thanks Steve, you're getting a love heart for that. Thanks Steve071. Okay. Steve071 says, I've never been to Huddersfield, not a claim many would bother with, haha. Ben and Colin, the dynamic duo. That's on Exopolitics 2013. Thanks. Was Colin in that one? I can't remember. But yeah, I've been to Huddersfield a couple of times, because there's been several conferences and things there. There was also, I stayed there during, as you know, for the UFO Truth magazine. But it's quite an interesting place. Steve also says on the same video, Ben, please re-upload some of your multiple-part early reportages to conferences with extra comments from yourself. I'll work on that, Steve. I mean, to be honest, if you want to see them, they're on BitChute. I'm putting them all on BitChute, so check my BitChute channel out, where many of them are already still there. Okay, we have Marlon Solomon live in Oxford. And here we have Hugo Rune. And he has a lot to say on this sort of subject. So he says here, the Jews are not the only Semites. Palestine, Semitic. Jordan, Semitic. Saudi Arabia, Semitic. Oman, Semitic. The Jews are a religious minority amongst the Semitic people. I care for Jews exactly the same as I care for Christians or Muslims. That is, I have no interest and I think they're all hypocrites, but I don't hate any religion. This anti-Semitic bullshit is just that, bullshit. Now Israel, I dislike them as much as I dislike UK, USA and Saudi Arabia, but I love and respect the Omanis. Oh right, that's nice. I mean, you have a particular affinity for Oman, fair enough. But you're right about the word Semitic and how it's used to apply to Jews, and again we've discussed before how we compare it to the misuse of the word Celtic. Semitic essentially is similar, and it refers to a group of languages, which includes Arabic, includes Hebrew, includes Aramaic, and all these other languages. They're called Semitic languages. So, yeah, in that sense, all of them speak Semitic languages. So, all those countries you just listed, and yeah, the anti-Semitic bullshit is bullshit for the reasons that you've stated. That essentially you can't say you're against a language group, a group of people who speak a language. But it's bullshit in this case because Marlon Solomon is falsely accusing David Icke of hating Jews and blaming Jews for the New World Order. That's what is the main point of my video. Well, thanks for the information, Hugo Rune. Right, we have Astrobiology. Zythantiops says, this has been a disappointing week for HPANWO watchers. Just Ben uploading 10-year-old videos of himself smeared in boot polish or talking to himself on a bus. When are we going to get some new material from Modern Marcus and the Dial-Up Detectives? Oh right, there's a YouTube link here. Yeah, I think it's the bloody... Is it the Barnum March again? No, it is... Oh, that was more dial-up sounds, and it's like a video. Oh right, it's a spectrogram. Well, as you know, you posted this comment 2 weeks ago, and you see there has been more and more material from us. Indeed, there is a new Apollo Detectives. It's on Neil Geddes Ward's channel, and indeed, it's on Neil Geddes Ward, and I'll be uploading my version soon, pretty soon. Arena Grenade says on Astrobiology, kitty litter. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I think you may be referring to this rather manipulated fake photograph of the face on Mars, which NASA published to try and cover up the fact that it was an artificial object. And then we have a re-upload 2 weeks ago. Zephram Cochran says on the re-upload of Walking on the Edge of the World. Thanks a lot, Ben. Great episode. Oh, you're very welcome, Zephram. You're getting a love heart for that. And Arena Grenade says, coughing on the edge of the world. I'm sorry about that, yeah. Mind you, that was a few years ago I did that video, but as I said, when I'm talking like this loudly, I get that. I either cough, or I yawn, or I get an itchy nose. It's all those sort of things. Or I sniff. It's just an effect of that sort of thing. Walking on the edge of the world. Diego Rivera says, did the Romans encounter the English Bigfoot? Apparently there was some legends of them meeting creatures in the woods. I don't know the details. I'll try and find them for you. Deborah Hatswell probably knows. Zythantiops says, that's why they built Hadrian's Wall. Despite their reputation, the Romans were very mindful of the indigenous species of the British Isles and were aware that the population of English Bigfoot were coming under sustained attacks from the Scottish Bigfoot hordes. Is that right? Oh, Zythantiops, wait till you watch a future video of mine, because I've been to Hadrian's Wall just a couple of days ago and I filmed it. But yeah, I mean, that wall is incredible. They were obviously, the Romans were scared of something from the north, weren't they? Same video, Wildflowery says, thanks. A trip down memory lane of your previous work. One of my favourite channels from the early days of YouTube, and survived all the cullings. Maybe Boudica is watching over her loyal kinsman. Oh, thank you, Wildflowery. You're getting a love heart. And, you know, so far I've survived the cullings, but, well, I have been shadow banned. And who knows how long I've got here. But, you know, you can find me on BitChute and Library. I'm on those as well. The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, a review. Diego Rivera says no to forced vaccines. Absolutely. I agree with you on that. Lofty, last of the famous international playboys, says on Skinwalker, Hi, thanks Ben for the review. I've watched the first series, very interesting. Roll on. Series 2. Yep, indeedy. Okay, we have now a thread on Singing Walker. Hugo Rune. Wormholes only exist in fiction. Alright, Hugo, you I know that you have an idea. I know you were into I know I compared you to Wal Thornhill and you said that's not correct. But what you said sounds like you go along with this electric universe idea, which is cool, which is absolutely cool. And in which case, all the things about Einstein go out the window. David UK says, and every field in England, yes. Hugo Rune says, and I would have to shrink to a worm dimensions to use them. I guess so, yeah. David says in reply to Hugo, quaff the bottle labelled drink me. Oh man, we're getting to Alice in Wonderland now. Yeah. Hugo says, spot on, the wormholes that Ben talked about are Alice. And David says, or the White Rabbit. Yeah. So it's well, it's maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. Anyway, but I mean, I'm just going along. They seem to detect something that could be thought of as a wormhole, definitely. Right, so Skinwalker, Keith M1. I get bad vibes whenever I say that name. So much of a love fest and fairy tales between you and Kev Baker. I just have to ask, who has the smallest nutsack? I see, Keith, you are and that's why I was worried, because you are involved in stupid comments. So I'll have just to delete that, which I will do. As I said, I don't often delete things, but idiotic sort of things that are just designed to be offensive for the sake of being offensive get removed. And I'll just have to refresh. Oh, come on in. It's just refreshing now. Oh, while I wait for it to do that, I don't think it's going to be much longer, actually. It seems to be, I'm getting through these quite quickly. The thing about wormholes, there are like there are, I think, I know Hugo says there are no other universes, but there's something coming into this world from somewhere. It's coming in from somewhere, where I don't know, but they're coming in. It's coming in from somewhere else, which we kind of don't know where from. It's well, it's like another world, and then the thing's not of this particular dimension. Okay, we're back. Zythantiops says on Skinwalker, Ben, as you are reportedly going to be releasing a limited edition 3 DVD box set of your reply to comments videos weighing somewhat in between 250 and 300 hours, I was wondering if, for those of us who have already listened to a lot of the material, would it be possible for you to do 300 hours work of commentary on the videos as a bonus feature on the audio settings? Thanks. Oh, blimey, Zythantiops. If you're willing to pay an extra sort of 500 quid for it, I'll do it. But it's, you know, well calculated. I mean, I've not worked it out myself, but there's an awful many hours of comments reply videos, seeing as this is the 31st. So, yeah, mate, that's a good idea. I'm sure that'll fly off the shelves at Christmas. A Sargon Live. Oh, right, this is an event I couldn't go to, but I did a review because I watched the video. And Woody Black says, you know, this is probably the first videos of yours I watched. Oh, Woody Black. Well, thank you for keeping on watching. I appreciate that. I enjoy doing that. I mean, I'm very sorry I couldn't go along to the event, and I watched the video with interest. But Sargon, of course, is one of these people you can't say in advance when the event's going to be, because there'll be protesters outside it. They will shut it down. You know, venue organisers they tend to cave in very easily. Pauline Phillips said on Skinwalker, I enjoyed it too, Ben. The same things annoyed me, though. I hate that they just left things in the air. I'm hoping they will address it in the second series. Hey, me too, Pauline. I think it's a good series. I mean, I learned a lot from it, and I really got into it, you know, but it's obviously an incomplete story, definitely. Zythantiops says on Secret Skinwalker Ranch Review, look, could you please try and make a concerted effort to stop slurping the dragon juice? I made myself sound like Paul Joseph Watson there, didn't I? Zythantiops doesn't talk like Paul Joseph Watson, do you? If you're rich, then watch out, because Jeremy Corbyn is coming for your house. Oh. Well, thing is, Zythantiops, I can't do that because I get dehydrated otherwise. I'll try not to slurp, but you know, it's like, thing is, if the microphone's there, I'm going like this. As Zythantiops says on Skinwalker, Ben, as the mutilation was not carried out, it's possible that we may have hit upon the weapon to combat the alien menace, CCTV. Thanks to Linda Bolton Howe for making this groundbreaking discovery. Well, I know you're being sarcastic, X, but you might have a point, you know. It's possible they can only do certain things when they're not observed. It's a kind of like observer effect, like with quantum mechanics. It's worth thinking. It's worth talking about. Worth thinking about, isn't it? E.T. says on Skinwalker, the answer to the Skinwalker myth is to install hundreds of high-quality CCTV to cover all angles, and surely it will catch some of the many things supposedly happening in the clear images. Well, that's what they tried to do, didn't they? That they had some failures of electronics, as what often happens. And Zythantiops says, yes, then once we have the images and evidence, we could issue the Greys with a court summons. Well, believe it or not, Bryce Abel and Richard Dolan cover that in AD After Disclosure, the book, which is kind of like a non-fiction Roswell Rising. Skinwalker. Steve Mumbling says, the criticism isn't unfair. All the time and money spent there has produced zero evidence of any of the wild science fiction claims. It has produced lots. What about the electrical anomaly? What about the stuff underground? What about the weird things seen in the sky? What about the alpacas being attacked? What about everything else? Come on, Steve. There's plenty of evidence, and doesn't include the previous studies done by George Knapp and Colin Kelleher. I haven't had time to do much other than occasionally comment on YouTube, so no new stuff, I'm afraid. If you look on Google Earth, you can see there's a large fracking operation going on nearby, and that means there's natural gas beneath the area. That's going to be the down-to-earth explanation for any strange goings-on. Well, that's bad news, Steve, if there's fracking nearby, because it means there's going to be poisoning of the land, and the ranch might even have to close. But no way does fracking explain anything that is reported in that video. Skinwalker Ranch Jock of Ages says, Dan, I didn't get a notification for this, Ben, just a heads up, and well, I do wonder if YouTube are pickpocketing my subscriptions again, so Jock, remember to resubscribe if you've been unsubscribed. It could be a glitch, as someone has said, or it may be a deliberate targeting of me to remove my people's interest in me. Skinwalker, Zephyrin Cochran says, thanks a lot, Ben, great episode. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. And Patrick Patel says, absolutely brilliant, Ben, I love it. You're welcome too, Patrick, I'm glad you did. Right, now this is interesting. This is Zythantiops I have to thank for this. This is completely off topic, but Zythantiops wanted to make me aware of something. And so he posted it on the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, which was my most recent video at the time. Red alert, disclosure, open the bottle. And it was a link to the New York Times stuff, which I'm going to obviously come to. I'm obviously coming to that. Snarnox says, interesting video as usual, Ben. Have you heard of another similar place called the Stardust Ranch? No. The Stardust Ranch. I'm not going to just Google it. I Googled it. Google is your friend. Stardust Ranch. The Incredible True Story. Oh, it's a book here. The Incredible True Story by John Edmonds and Bruce MacDonald. John and Joyce Edmonds purchased a ranch in the Rainbow Valley, Arizona. What ensued beguiles all concepts of reality. Oh my goodness. Right. Well, that looks just up my street, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me know, Snarnock. Right, Woolwich Foot Tunnel. The Greenwich Tunnel is 10 years older, my friend. Opened in 1902, and Newham is in East London. Oh, right. Okay. Well, thanks for correcting me on that, Brad. Just a little detail I got wrong there. Charles Scott says, I'm walking on the edge of the world. I really enjoyed this. Would be interested in more videos about tribes' belief systems. As far as I'm aware, Romans went with gods and goddesses for war and power as their main interest, whereas the tribes, that is, the British tribes, went for animism, respect for nature and earth. I can see where you're coming from. The Romans as Illuminati, for example, their power to control over the masses. The Vatican and Roman walls creating the City of London tax haven. Yes, precisely. And in fact, that's an interesting observation. You're looking at in terms of the difference in belief systems, you're looking at basically a difference between Illuminati and pre-Illuminati people. Now, this is not to say that the British tribes were pushovers. In fact, they could be very fierce warriors. But they had, for example, they built round buildings instead of square buildings, and that is some kind of an illustration of the difference between Illuminati and pre-Illuminati. I mean, Amanda Scott in the Boudica books she wrote makes this point about a lot of the British, they comment on how obsessed the Romans seem to be with straight lines, whereas Celtic art never has straight lines. I'll look into this some more because I could give you a bit of advance notice. It's the first time I've said this, but I have some kind of idea for a new book after I finish the Obscurati Chronicles involving this period of time and this world, this kind of ancient world. Charles Scott says on Walking on the Edge of the World, that's the spirit, Ben, and there's a link here. I suspect you have Illuminati puppets commenting on your channel, lol. Well, I have a few, don't I, Charles? They're not knowing puppets, but there are a few of them.
Some troops on patrol, some sentries.
Oh right, yeah. Oh, it's just a little. Yep, this is a clip from the video. Oh, I have a few, you know, Charles, and some of them. I think most of them don't actually realise that they are Illuminati puppets, but you know. Anyway, we have now a new video, New York Times UFO livestream, and Thomas Cowan. Hello, hi Ben, what's up, brother? Hi. I know Thomas Cowan from Facebook, if it's the same one. And Keith M1 says on New York Times livestream, I just heard you on the Mindset podcast. What a fair of fucking lunatics. No one has ever been higher than 70 miles. No one can come from beyond that. Grow up, Ben. You're over 40, for fuck's sake. Well, I might be, but I suppose you're a flat earther, are you, Keith? Because that's, in which case... Oh, right. Oh, indeed. In fact, he answers the question here. The reason this is all coming out now is because people are realising we live in an enclosed flat earth. NASA are scared shitless. Reynard the Fox says, extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. Carl Sagan. You know what? The idea that the earth is flat, if we are going to put, you know, shackle the word extraordinary into quantities, alright. I think that's got to be about 150 extraordinary points, maybe 200. Whereas UFOs and other things are about 10 to 20. I think so. So Keith M, you better start getting your extraordinary point calculator out. Same video, Nothing As It Seems. One of my favourite tunes. What's this? And it's oh, is this oh, hang on, I've got bloody ads again. Lebanon Hanover. Why not? Right, Lebanon Hanover. I don't have time to listen to all this, but it's Why Not Just Be Solo. All right. I'm glad you like that. Yeah, that's a nice tune, I must say. Diego Rivera, Israel Diego Rivera 2 Genius 2 says on New York Times live stream, Boris Johnson is a tyrant. No, he's not, Diego Rivera. Oh, well, we have like extra replies here. Oh, this is a long thread. This is Steve Mumbling. Oh, he was the name that launches 1,000 threads. Oh, actually, no, actually, I'm wrong. This is actually me. Oh, I see, me. Right, okay. Now this is interesting, right? I actually posted a comment here because Steve Mumbling put a comment on the show notice, on the live stream notice. Now I always delete those live stream notices after the live stream has happened for obvious reasons. You don't need the live stream notice anymore, and so I decided, rather than Steve losing his comment, I decided to copy his comment to this particular video, which is the recording of the New York Times UFO live stream, and I told him so. So I said just here, Steve Mumbling wrote the following comment on the notice for this live stream that I have deleted. So what happened? Have you finally realised it's all science fiction, Ben? I see your mate Johnston is posting images from 2011 as alarmist news. PMSL. If anyone doubted, that channel is completely full of absolute worthless rubbish. They'll know for sure now. So what happened? Have you finally realised it's all science fiction, Ben? And Terry Winter posts underneath, "Hi Ben, what about doing a video about this fake virus lockdown nonsense and what it's really all about?" Terry, I've done one. It's called the coronavirus live stream, and well, I'll be returning to it at some point. Although to be honest, I really can't add anything to what a lot of other people have already done. So I've sort of left this subject alone a little bit. Oh, the alien interview is deemed to speak to me again. Is that right? Is that right, Victor? You actually decided to speak to me? He says to Terry Winter, he can't because he's already admitted to having the virus that doesn't exist. Lol. Okay. Now, when you say fake virus lockdown nonsense. Now, what Terry says is fake virus lockdown nonsense. There's two ways of interpreting that. The fake virus causing a lockdown nonsense, or the fake virus lockdown nonsense. But the lockdown nonsense is fake, the virus is not. The virus does exist. And the alien interview says also beneath that, just about everyone I know had a bad case of flu back in December, January and February, including myself. It killed one of my work colleagues back at Christmas. Ben got it and told his viewers it was COVID-19. He said that just before David Icke told everyone there was no virus. A bit ironic. Well, the thing is, Victor, I actually don't agree with David on that. I think there is a real virus. I think I did catch it. I can't prove it. And indeed Terry says underneath here, so why was the virus never isolated and identified? There is a virus that supposedly has been isolated. I never had a viral screening, so I don't know if I've got it. I could test myself for the antibodies. Can't be bothered, to be honest. I don't like having needles stuck in me either. You have to take blood from you. I'm sorry about your work colleague, Victor. I am. And the alien interview says, there are hundreds of thousands of flu and pneumonia victims in hospitals throughout the world at any one time. All you need to do is select the sickest of these in a single location, like Wuhan, administer PCR tests, and claim anyone showing viral sequences similar to coronavirus, which will inevitably be quite a few, is suffering from this new disease. Since you already selected the sickest flu cases, a fairly high proportion of your sample will then go on to die. You can say this, the new virus has a higher fatality rate than flu, and use this to infuse more concern and do more tests, which will of course produce more cases, which expands the testing, which produces yet more cases, and so on and so on. Before long you have your pandemic, and all you have done is use a simple test kit trick to convert the worst flu and pneumonia cases into something that doesn't actually exist. Now just run the same scam in other countries. Keep making sure that the fear message is running high so that people will feel panicky and less able to think critically. You're absolutely right there, Victor. I believe there's a real virus, but it has been blown out of all proportions for the purposes of governmental control. So yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And Terry Winter says to Victor, yes, it's all a part of a very sinister agenda to change this world into something like George Orwell's 1984. In a nutshell, Terry, in a nutshell. Watch my upcoming video, alright, because I'd say a bit more about this. It's one that will be up within the next week or so. Zyth Antioch says, the question is, why did you delete them? That's in response to me. There's nothing intimidating or insulting there, Ben. Miles did in fact post an alarmist video about something going down in London involving the image of a police metal crowd control banners in London, which was a simple Google search a child could have done, which showed it was from 2011. Daily Mail article. And Terry Winter says, yes, I saw that. Is Miles really that stupid? And I'll explain here. Oh, for goodness sake, Zyth Antioch, you're cooking up a nothing burger here. I did not delete Steve M's comments for any reason other than I was deleting the bloody notice for the live stream I've just done. I always delete the live stream notices after the live stream for the same reason you don't send out party invitations when the party's over. And as I explained to Terry Winter, I have done a video about the lockdown. Please see the live stream about it. Terry Winter replies to me, hi Ben, so what do you think this lockdown is really about? Well, it's about the New World Order, basically. It's about using this fear of the disease and the disease itself to create more internationalism and authoritarianism. Zyth Antioch is replying to the Dalai Lama, and once again I can't see his bloody comment. Zythanchops says, it literally boggles the mind that anyone could take this guy seriously. Of course, if Ben asked about this, he would wheel out his 3 stock responses. Number 1, where's your evidence that it isn't true? If you have evidence that it's not true, let's see it. 2, I'm not going over this again. I made a video about it 7 years ago. Watch that. 3, oh, I'm starting to get a bit tired now, guys. What a lie, Zythanchops. You're right about the second point, but that I think is a fair... That is actually, I think it is a fair one. But the other 2 is complete nonsense. That's a lie. Yes, I make videos about things before, and I refer people to that. There's nothing wrong with that. Why should I keep repeating myself all the time? Terry Winter says to the Dalai Lama, why would you lock down? Why would a lockdown be about disclosure? Do you not think it's about changing the world for a very sinister agenda? The answer is yes, it is about the changing the world for a very, very sinister agenda. I don't know about the lockdown because I can't, for some reason, I can't see the Dalai Lama's videos. Sorry, his comments. I don't know if he's blocked me or what. Victor says to Zythanchops, and what about the S4 whistleblowers Derek Hennessy and Victor? Yeah, that's Victor Nevada 1996. Both are more believable than Bob Lazar, in my opinion. Since my recent discovery of S4 on Google Earth, I'm pretty certain that Bob Lazar stole someone else's story simply because the area he pointed to on Google Earth is highly unlikely to be near the location of S4. That facility wasn't in the side of a mountain but a hole in the ground, abutting Papoose Dry Lake bed, and the facility had 4 underground levels. Lazar never mentioned anything about being underground at S4. You know, Victor, I didn't... Look, I think I'll check your videos out. It would help, actually, if you weren't so arsey with me about Larry Warren, because you've gone nuts about that. We used to get on very well, and you start having a go at me because of Larry Warren. I'll check. I will rewatch the video about that. Okay, I'll rewatch that video. Charles Scott says, very apt for the Dalai Lama saying Mr. Mumbles is mumbling around. Zythanchops replies to Victor, I would agree with you, but I haven't got any evidence. As far as I can tell, Bob Lazar, or for that matter anyone, can say anything, however outlandish, about anything, and I'm in no position to say anything at all about their claim, as I'm not able to instantly provide tangible proof that they're talking BS. But from what we have gleaned from observations of the UFO circuit, most of these people usually back each other up from a distance with vague disclaimers along the lines of, a lot of what he said is true, but he didn't get everything right, or he has a lot of real info, but has been fed disinfo. This sort of thing usually goes on until it comes to a clash of personalities, at which point it descends into all-out war. This used to happen a lot with Bill Cooper. Alright, I mean, in the UFO circuit, that does happen, Zythanchops, yes, but, you know, you're wrong in the sense, what you said about here, about me, you know, about me shifting the burden of proof and things like that, it's completely false. I think it's not, and that's not exactly what the situation is with Bob Lazar either. There's positive evidence for what he's saying. Terry Winter's having an argument with the Dalai Lama and says, you're even worse than those new age idiots like Kerry Cassidy, Simon Parks, Miles Johnson, who talk monumental gibberish and bullshit. None of those people do. That's unfair. Kerry Cassidy, Simon Parks, Miles Johnson. I like those people. I think they're good people. Sure, I don't agree with every word they say, but so what? And Terry Winter, for some reason, has to tell the Dalai Lama, I'm 61 years old, and I've been watching those idiots for years just to see what bullshit they say next. Okay, that's positive. Right, I might not come back. This is an old video that scared a lot of you. And Manchester is Blue said, we need you. Oh, thank you, Manchester is Blue. And you know what? Don't worry about it, because I actually made a video after this which says I did come back. Patrick Patel says, I missed it. Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick. I'm sorry you did. But, you know, here's the recording for you anyway. Got another thread here. It's Patrick Patel. And that's on New York Times. Oh, and it's another hour's past. That's good. Right. Well, I will immediately change the... I will change the thing to the 6th. We're on the 6th hour now. That's 5 hours plus. Bloody heck. Will we go to 6 hours? I mean, we're not far off the end. We might go to 6 hours. We'll see how it goes. Alright then, guys. Here we go. 6 hour number 6. So it's going to be at least 5 hours long. We know that it's going to be at least 5 hours. So here we go. Right. Okay, Patrick Patel. You know, Ben, I'm not particularly religious, but I go to church because I take my friend there. I was praying and I remember you, so I just made a little prayer for you to stay safe and well. Thanks very much, Patrick. That's much appreciated. David Smith says, you do know that in prayer studies, those who are knowingly prayed for have a higher chance of dying, right? Something to do with the added stress or worry about the fact people are praying for them. Oh dear. Which God were you praying to? If you do the wrong one, that might impact things a bit too. Did you also know there's no evidence for prayer working ever? Not true, David. And firstly, it doesn't matter what God it is. And when it comes to direct mental intent, then yes, there is an effect, because in the study done by Dr. Peter Fenwick, they worked out that they made sure that the people being prayed for didn't know they were being prayed for, so to avoid the placebo effect. Patrick Patel says, David Smith, well, I just pray with a sincere heart, and hopefully the most powerful God out there will help me by granting me my wish. David Smith says, lol, yeah, you could use that time a bit more wisely by actually helping people in some way. Whatever floats your boat, though. Oh, don't play a guilt trip on him, for goodness sake. Why do atheists always assume that people, when they pray, are doing it as a substitute for actually helping people in some other way? Does it? Why is this? Why does that always follow? I don't understand why that necessarily follows. And David Smith says, oh, hang on. So Patrick says in reply, David Smith, you ought to stop spending too much of your precious time obsessing over my comments. Good answer, Patrick. Yeah, he is a bit, isn't he? David Smith says, nice rationale. If by obsessing you mean reading, laughing and replying, then you should stop doing the same with my comments. Run along, son, says Patrick Patel. David says, okay, Grandad, why don't you pray for me to do it and see how that goes? Patrick, I will, my grandchild, I will. David, it isn't working. It's hilarious. Patrick says, well, I prayed to God for you to run along. I did not get an answer directly today. It said I got a very bright light shine on me. Maybe it indicates you ought to carry on spending more of your time marvelling me. Patrick and David, thank you for the funniest thread so far in this comments reply video. Right, the alien interview says on a New York Times live stream. Oops, what have I just... Oh, bloody hell. Oh, hang on, sorry. I've just made a mistake and I know what it is. Oh, hang on. Alright. So I know what's wrong. I had something else on my clipboard rather than the thing I wanted to have. So I'll just change that and put the thing on my clipboard I want on there. Okay. Victor says, too many UFO researchers are sitting on their hands waiting for the Pentagon to bring them information, just so they can say to the skeptics, told you so. I couldn't care less if Joe Sixpack, the public, doesn't believe me about the authenticity of the alien interview video, and my UFO experience is. Okay, right, well that's me, isn't it, eh, Victor? That's me, sitting on my hands, just saying, wait for the Pentagon to do something. Just wait for them. We'll sit and wait for them. We won't talk about it. We won't question it. We won't do anything. Because we're in action. We're inactive, aren't we? Oh, thanks for just bringing in the perfect mischaracterization of everyone who takes any kind of interest in this. I really do. And I mean, I agree with you about the alien interview. I really do. Which we did talk about before you fell out with me. Steve Mumbling says, just as well because no one believes you. No one believes you, Victor. But now Victor has actually published some statements by various people, who's written to him about the alien interview. Now I won't read these out; they're all on his channel. But for example, John Criswell, who's a Hollywood makeup artist, and sent this to Victor Andrew Burlington. This is his real name. And this is about Victor's research into this. And Paul Hellier says, dear Victor, it took a while before I could free up time to take a look at the footage you sent, but I did and found it to be absolutely fascinating. Congratulations and thank you for going to so much trouble to have it authenticated. And that's Paul Hellier, former Canadian Minister of Defence. And then finally, From Michael Sala, the very interesting chap. It is truly a fascinating video, and congratulations on authenticating it. The video is now hard evidence that secret government projects exist that involve the incarceration and interrogation of aliens. And that's from none other than Michael Sala. And Alien, that's Victor, that's a good response to Steve mumbling, isn't it? Yeah, that's a great response to Steve mumbling. People do believe you. I believe you. I mean, I know we've fallen out over other things, but that hasn't changed my opinion of the Alien interview. And Steve mumbling replies to Victor, "You're giving the impression you certainly could care less. None of these people are saying they believe you, you cretin. And you know these people are fantasists and nutters, don't you?" That's an ad hominem attack. You've also been rude to Victor. I don't know if Victor will probably give you as good as he gets, so I'm not that bothered. But you say these people are fantasists and nutters. What, John Criswell? Hollywood makeup artist? Is he? He's worked on some of the best movies that you've seen. Former Canadian Minister of Defence? Do they let fantasists and nutters do that job? Michael Sala, who's a very highly qualified political scientist. Fantasists and nutters, Steve. The forest of question marks is growing, as Eric von Daniken said, over your dismissal of everybody who disagrees with you as a fantasist and a nutter. And Steve mumbling says to Dalai Lapa, "I saved the link to this one. Lazar is just a wannabe nutcase." Hey, Dalai Lapa, how come I can't see your post? Have you blocked me? If so, why? And Victor says to Steve, "Lol, you're still smarting from the beating you took from me a year ago. I won the argument before it even started." I remember that. I made a video about that. Do you remember? Steve says, "That's funny." And David says, "Savage, Steve. Absolutely savage." That's probably the second funniest thread we have here. New York Times. Gary Robinson says, "Ben, mate, I love the voice you do when you're taking the piss. The voices you do when you're taking the piss out of people. I often do this voice to my wife to wind her up. Whenever we come across signs in the public for social distancing or any other politically correct nonsense. I was at the zoo the other day and the signs slapped almost every enclosure saying, 'Closed because we care.' That one was right for a Ben EJ impersonation quality. 'Closed because we care. This is for your protection. Please maintain social distancing and wear your mask at all times.'" New York Times. Crystal Energy. Hello, Crystal Energy, who says on New York Times, "Really interesting topics and discussion, Ben. Thank you for bringing us all up to speed." You're very welcome, Crystal Energy. Thank you and welcome to this. Okay, we have another thread here on New York Times, and it's Steve mumbling, who says, "Louis Elizondo," misspelling his name. He actually misspells both his names. Both his surname. It's Louis Elizondo. He's written here. It's Louis Elizondo. It is actually. Is talking about the industrial waste he and Bigelow are trying to peddle as ET material. No, he's not. I've been through this. I've been through this already. It's not industrial waste. It is metal that does not exist on Earth. It's alloys that are not created in any factory or foundry or forge anywhere in the world, Steve. It's so they can get funding for the TTSA nonsense. The official reason for any kind of UAP program is to detect advanced foreign technology, not alien technology. Well, that's not true. It's official, Steve. It's official. They're actually saying they don't know of any nationality on Earth that creates this sort of thing. They don't know who could create something like this and why they're using these tactics they're using. And Steve says to the Dalai Lapa, "I think Corbell sums it up quite well at 3:32. He should know, shouldn't he? His Lazar and Skinwalker bullshit tells the tale." I've actually not seen Corbell's Skinwalker film, actually. I've seen his Lazar movie, but not Skinwalker Ranch. "As far as the Celestial Paladin and his puppet master go, I think they keep the pharmaceutical companies specialising in mental health medications in business." Who's the Celestial Paladin? Who do you mean? Something, don't know, Dalai may know about that. But I know this is another piece of rhetoric from you. And he also says, good heavens, I'm sure you're JTM. James Tilly Matthews. Yeah, I think the world of woo is best expressed in a song by these guys. And it's a YouTube link to the intro and outro by the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band. Oh, let's listen to this. I don't know this one. All right, and yeah, I guess I get the point. Charles Scott says, I've learnt the inverse of what you say to be true. I've seen Mick West's explanation of the US Department of Defense video, stating it to be an aeroplane. Yeah, me too, Charles. I mean, for F's sake, I mean, Steve denies that he actually said that when I got into an argument with Mick West over that very thing. Mick West isn't... Oh, he's not even an original skeptic. He's just... It's completely and utterly... He's one-dimensional, a cardboard cutout, normal, average skeptic. What a clown, clueless chump he is. Or perhaps he's a disinformation intelligence operative. The former, I think, Charles. To think he's better qualified to identify an object than a military pilot and to disagree with their description of out-of-this-world manoeuvres. If Mick West was correct, then Commanders Fravor and Strait would have shot down civilian aircraft long ago, mistaking it for hostile aircraft. It's not any old Tom, Dick and Harry that gets to fly military aircraft. You have to be compos mentis and highly trained to take responsibility of deadly weapons under your control. If you're saying Luis Elizondo, US Department of Defense, own video footage, the military pilot Commander David Fravor, the military pilot Commander Jim Strait, national mainstream TV media are incorrect, flying, etc., then I know all I need to do about you. Well, that's the point. Do you know, Charles, Mick West is exactly like Philip Glass, because Glass used to do the same thing. He used to go into these insane denials. Sometimes, I mean, he was like, you know, Philip Glass was like Aldrich Pryor, the hopeless liar from the Viz comics. You know, do you remember him? Have you ever read Viz? It's very funny. There's this guy called Aldrich Pryor, the hopeless liar, who just used to come up with any... You say anything. Oh, now how will Steve reply to this? It's a YouTube link.
Go fast and gimbal.
Oh, it's Mick West again. Oh, let me... I'm dislike that one. I'll do it now. It's his new one. What's this? 22nd of June. Oh, I haven't seen this one. Oh dear. I'll watch that if I had to switch off his Joe Rogan interview because it wasn't as I objected him being a skeptic. It was just so bloody boring. He's just coming out with the usual skeptic talking points. I've heard them all before. And Joe Rogan was just nodding his head and just not disagreeing with him. Steve mumbling. Sorry, this is Charles Scott addressing Steve mumbling. I have been doing analysis on the hyperlink you sent me, plus the other sources of information. My reply will be time-consuming to write, but you'll get a reply eventually, hopefully within a week from now. I've used some mechanics to calculate the Nimitz projectile is extraterrestrial with regards to the white world human technology. I've assumed the radar data to be correct, just like I've assumed Mick West's data to be correct. Basically, Mick West is a clown, clueless chump who talks shit. That's pretty much a good summary. And I'd be interested to hear your conclusions there, Charles. I would. As Ithantiop says, this is just 3 hours ago. All right. Charles, right, this is a new one. This is, says to Charles Scott, it'll be interesting to see your reply, Charles, but as Ben is doing his reply to comments video now, it seems like your reply will not be looked at by Ben, but will get lost in the mists of time, as he will have already commented on this video by the time you've posted your reply. Well, not necessarily. You could get it in before the end of this video. Incidentally, talking about things getting lost in the mists of time, I was wondering what people thought about the Scan Pyramid project, which has apparently detected 2 voids in the Great Pyramid beyond the main entrance behind the chevrons. One apparently, yeah, I've heard about this. He goes on just describing this, which, if concurred, could possibly be the most explosive archaeological discovery of the millennium, could possibly contain the final resting place and mummified remains of the Egyptian Bigfoot. Well, who knows, Ithantiops. But I've heard of Scan Pyramids. In fact, I did an article about this on HPANWO Voice, which you may have or may not have seen. I'm hoping you do actually. It'd be nice if you actually read HPANWO Voice as well as watching my channel. But basically, that they found, using a very, very sophisticated scanning methods, which involves channeling cosmic rays onto a special camera, they've detected some kind of unusual empty space inside the Great Pyramid. They've discovered a large one above the Grand Gallery and another one above the main entrance, and they haven't completed it yet. So what's in there? There doesn't seem to be any doorway or passageway, but there may be some way of finding out. And Zythantiops says here, I did watch the Mick West video a while ago, and it seemed to make sense, but I do have a grounding in science, so do not feel able to comment. I have attempted to develop my own theories which sound scientific, such as Mr. Emlyn-Jones's loop, which is characterized thus. Proposition A plus B equals A is proposed by Emlyn-Jones, i.e. Paul McCartney dead, i.e. Paul McCartney dead. Proposition A plus A equals A is proposed to counter the proposition, i.e. there's no tangible evidence that Paul McCartney is dead, and a wealth of evidence to the contrary that shows he's very much alive. Proposition A plus A equals A is rejected, and proposition A plus B equals A is held on to because using using the Jones's loop, the proposition A plus A equals A must be rejected because it challenges and threatens proposition A plus B plus A. Rubbish! Rubbish! Look, you completely and utterly misrepresent me. You're suggesting that I'm using I'm using anti-logic to get out of any time you disagree with me. That's completely fake. I've given you rational answers to every single point you've made. Emlyn-Jones's loop is particularly useful for holding on to a particular belief despite the amount of evidence to the contrary that can be backed up by using distraction techniques, appeals for more evidence regardless of whatever evidence has been given, already combined with accusations that the use of counter-evidence has been parsimonious and standard Emlyn-Jones rhetoric and flannel. What, really? So saying claptrap is not rhetoric. Is saying claptrap evidence. For more info, see this. What's this? This is a video. Oh, and it's the Barnum March again. Honestly, are you talking about me, Zythantiops? Have you got me mixed up with someone else? Oh... Charles says, I will reply, and it's not tactics not to reply. It is the most time-consuming analysis and written I've ever done before on Ben's channel. If anybody still thinks Mick West is correct after reading the reply, then I'm extremely confident they're a clown chump, clueless chump and thick idiot like Mick West. I'm giving you a love heart for that, Charles. Thank you. And Zythantiops says, I wasn't accusing you of stalling, it's just a heads up, because it seems Ben is now doing his reply to comments video. Correct. People have seen the comments notices, that's right. And Charles says, I know you weren't. Hope to get the reply done by the end of the week. Could always copy and paste reply and post on one of Ben's future videos, lol. Yeah, you're welcome to do that if you want. Zythantiops says on on New York Times, Ben, what on earth are you going on about? You say that Boris is Britain's Trump, although he hasn't the same backing. This is patently ludicrous. Boris has been part of the political establishment for decades, more or less since birth. If you believe the Trump narrative, he was not part of the political establishment, only got the backing once he'd been elected, and even following that has been blocked and opposed by the media. Boris was the darling of the media when he was mayor, only started to be portrayed as something other than a lovable buffoon when it was clear he wasn't going to do Brexit. He's nothing like Trump. In 2016, when Trump got elected, Boris was foreign secretary, and the word was there were going to be big problems, and he did not like Trump at all. You're living in a fantasy land. No, I'm not, Zythantiops. I've explained this in more I explain this point in more detail in my videos about Boris. I know he has a different background to Trump. He does have a background in politics and in the aristocracy. And indeed, a lot of the left are using a lot of, I would call, inverted snobbery in their attacks against Boris. I wish I could remember all the details. He was actually tolerated as mayor of London, very often for good luck because of the riots. I think this is what got him his portrayal by the media. But I think the Brexit issue was when it was clear he was going to do Brexit, they turned against him. So why did he say that? Why did he say he was going to do Brexit? He is different from Trump in some ways, but he is still Britain's Trump. The big difference is that his background and the fact that he appears to have lost control, which is a shame. It's a great shame. Maybe they threatened the baby. I don't expect him to sacrifice his family for what he's doing. I just hope he can find some way to regain what he's lost. Zythantiop says, Ben accuses skeptics of having wishful thinking. Yes, I do. Yet in Ben's world, Boris isn't doing what he expected him to do because Boris has been blackmailed because they are holding his child hostage, like a plot from an episode of the A-Team or the Equalizer. Well, they do that. That happens in the world of politics. David Smith said, I like Ben, but he doesn't know what a skeptic is. Oh, David, I like you too, but I do know what a skeptic is. I've done at least 3 videos about skeptics. One of them is over 4 hours long, almost as long as a comments reply video. Zythantiop says, you could literally put Ben in a room with Paul McCartney and members of his family and let him have hours of interview time, and Ben would still leave the room stating that Paul McCartney was dead and there was no evidence that he was alive. If you disbelieve this, you would be a skeptic. No, Zythantiops, my hypothesis is, and Dave Smith, so true. No, Zythantiops and David Smith, my hypothesis is falsifiable. If you would agree to donate some of his DNA in a properly controlled, supervised study with comparing it to members of Paul McCartney's family, and it turned out he was related to them, I would immediately withdraw my accusation. I promise I would. Right, New York Times. Jules Gilchrist says, hi Ben, nice to catch a live stream. I dig your work. Can't wait to see you on the Kev Baker show. Keep up the awesome work. Oh, thank you, Jules. Thanks very much. And here we go on New York Times. Steve Mumbling says, Mac just published some science fiction stories he told us he believed. Again, no tangible evidence. False, Steve, false. Please look up all the evidence on Ariel School. Please read his book. His book about and the 1995 documentary about him. He carried out proper studies. He is a Harvard psychologist. He's tenured. He doesn't want to lose his job. He could very simply say, he could go along with the mainstream and just say, oh, it's all in your head. He came to his conclusion because of scientific integrity and honesty. Steve Mumbling says to the Dalai Lama, love it. If I don't know what's happened to the other comment of yours, the chap with a PhD in UFO controversy seems to have disappeared. There's more than a passing resemblance between Frank Muir and that guy. Perhaps he attended the University of Cadbury's. I'm guessing you're a fully paid member of Unit 61398. Dalai Lama, could you please unblock me so I can see your comments? Now, Frank Muir, who looks like Frank Muir? I don't know who you're talking about. Frank Muir is this guy. He used to be a TV presenter years ago when I was a kid. He had a whiff like that, I remember. No, I can't see it. Anyway, coronavirus on St. Helena. Now, if you want me to do videos on coronavirus, here's another one. The coronavirus on St. Helena. Ed Kaler says, St. Helena is not the only place free of COVID in 1984. The world is, because it's fake. And I say, no, Ed, there is a real disease, but it's been blown out of all proportion by the government. So I did a text reply to this. Ed Kaler says, I thought you were a David Icke fan. I reply, yeah, Ed, I am, but being a fan doesn't mean I agree with every word he says. The Tigertron says on reply to comments 30, loads of UFO rubbish. Why is it rubbish, Tigertron? Do tell. Zythantiop says on New York Times live stream, Ben, this is a public appeal. If you do a travelogue video when you go up north, can you please not be so parsimonious with the footage and turn the camera out towards the coach window so we can see the scenery and not up your nostrils like usual. Also, I just copped an eyeful of the latest edition of Nexus magazine in Smith's. $4.95, no chance, mate. I see they're pushing universal basic income from the central banks. Could you please explain if you support this? If so, how is this in any way stopping the New World Order, as this is in all player plans, Agenda 21, UN Club of Rome? I'm looking forward to hear you're jumping through all kinds of defensive hoops and performing mental gymnastics to get out of this one, including but not limited to, I don't write for Nexus magazine, you're a skeptic, TM. I've already made a video about universal basic income, go and watch that, TM. There are lots of things to be said for universal basic income. In fact, I think if it was controlled by the people who want to fight the New World Order like Boris and Trump, it could work, but not if it was controlled by the deep state, etc., etc. All right, well, look, if you're Zythantiops, if you're going to put the answers in before I get a chance to say them, that doesn't really say much, does it? It doesn't really give me much of a framing. You're framing it, so I can't really respond, can you? But anyway, you're wrong. I don't use these defensive hoops. It was actually in, it was in one of the Nexus magazines recently. It was like this lady talking about the economy and things like that. Now, this is a long, complicated subject. As it has, I wrote a HPANWO blog, that's the main site blog, where I was favourable towards UBI. I've changed my mind since then. Now, Nexus, of course, was favourable towards it. Nexus have their own opinions, and it's true I don't write for them. This doesn't mean I can't comment on it, and I am going to comment on it. I think UBI is a bad thing. I used to be in favour of universal basic income, but now I'm not so sure because it's just too... It causes too much state dependency, and as you say, it is in the plans of Agenda 21, etc. It is indeed. Now, lots of other people support UBI. David Icke used to support it when he was in the Green Party. I don't know if he still does. There's something possibly I could cover in more detail again in a new article or video explaining why I think I've changed my mind, why I've changed my mind on this matter. But no, I mean, obviously you were expecting a different reply from me and you haven't got one. Zythantiops responds to me there. There was an article on the alien autopsy in the latest Fortean Times. It should be easier for you to do a video on that, Ben. I just read the article out verbatim and interject occasionally with, yes, but where's your evidence? It's easy to see that as a skeptic. Where's your evidence, etc. Now, Colin Wolford has talked about this. I've not actually read it. I actually went in, when I went to Newcastle this weekend, I did stop off in Leeds and I went into the shop to see if they had Fortean Times, and they didn't. So I haven't had a chance to buy it. It's possible I might have to get it as a back issue if it's too late, but I'll keep an eye out for it and check that out. And Zythantiops says to the Dalai Lama, personally, it brings up traumatic memories of watching The Land That Time Forgot when I was a child. I prefer to look at the scenery if I'm listening to Ben's believer rhetoric. All right, I don't know. I think you may be talking about my nostrils again. I will try to... Oh, well, I actually cover this in a future video. I'll make a reference to this point you make in a video that's coming up shortly, so I'll leave it at that. And David Smith says, ignore the haters, Ben, you've got a fine pair of nostrils, mate. Well, thank you very much, yes. Sort of a white Frank Bruno I am, aren't I? Yeah. Right, Trump on Roswell, he should better protect the people, says Rober CX. He will, I think he will. Steve071 says, you have a thing for Win Keach, Ben. And the Dalai Lama makes some kind of joke, which I can't see. I do not have a thing for Win Keach. I'm male, for a start. You have to be female to have a thing for Win Keach. And it seems that if you are female, it's pretty much guaranteed you will. Right, UFO Disclosure 2016. Yeah, this is Steve071 who says, is St Anne's one of your favourite places in the UK, Ben? Yes, it is, Steve. In fact, it's one of my favourite places in the world. I love going to a conference there with my brother. Can you get Chris Turner back for an interview on his research? That would be a good video. Yeah, Steve, I will. I actually saw Chris. I'm hoping to get him back on the Paranormal radio. If I catch up with him at another... If I catch up with him at another conference, when the conferences circuit comes back online, I will do that, definitely. Alright, we have a new video. Why I'm not a Welsh nationalist. Monopods BS says, just to be a bit pedantic, Ben, it is affected, not affected your life. Alright, yeah, I made a mistake in the in the description box. And BitChute made a comment here. Since when was to correct grammar pointless? Alright, it's It is actually monopod BS. It's true, yes. I don't mind being corrected on things like that. In fact, I made another mistake here. Thanks, Gemma, for mentioning this. Where is it? Oh, right, yeah. I actually said in this video that the majority of Wales voted Remain in the EU referendum in 2016. No, I made a mistake. It's 53% of Wales voted Leave. So that's a whole point above the national average. So, and that's interesting. Where am I now? Okay, I'm just going through. I've just got some notes here. I've got to bring up. Okay. And Ed Kaler says, bit disrespectful, the sheep thumbnail. Well, I was trying to think of something Welsh, and sheep came to mind. I don't know if there's any connection there. Anyway, Ed Kaler says, BitChute, why do you call yourself BitChute? It's not the actual reason, is it? I don't know. It's not the reason you think, like, he is actually the BitChute person. It's actually bit and shoot, 2 words. So Thantiop says, ooh, Mwyn Duier, which means something gods. What does Mwyn Duier? Something to do with gods. Duier means gods. Then we go to Google Translate. It shows how rusty my Welsh is. Yeah, Mwyn Duier. Or okay, or as in iron ore, gods. Alright, is that what it means? I don't know why that is. But anyway, diolch yn fawr I comment. Zoithanchops. There are no indigenous peoples in the United Kingdom. Check this out. Oh, what's this? Alright. This is from parliament.uk. Oh, what's this? Rights of tribal and indigenous people. The House welcomes... Alright, this is a long one. Oh god, Diane Abbott's on it. Oh dearie me. I'm not hopeful. I don't have time to read all this, I'm afraid. But something about protecting rainforests, land rights. Alright, anything with Diane Abbott in is bad news. As Hugo Roon says here on the Welsh Nationalist. Haha, I say, the bloody English too, and I am English. Yeah, you've got your own ideas about the culture of England, though, haven't you, Hugo? I thought you might want to comment on this. Hugo Roon says on the same video, Free Britain now? Not possible. You mean free from the UK? Yes, but you're still British. These are the British Isles. That includes Ireland. That's true. That's true. I know. Bardi's Den says, Wales, what a lovely place with all the... It's hills and sheep and hills. Yes. We Welsh, we love the hills very much. We love the sheep even more, you know. Steve Palmer says on Why I'm Not a Welsh Nationalist, a Welsh nationalist living in England. The English should have a referendum. Scotland, Ireland and Wales dumped. Yes or no? You know, that's an important point. You know, how come the independence referendums are only for England, Wales and Scotland, Northern Ireland? Why can't England have an independence referendum to be out the UK too? It's all thought because you see there's this idea that England essentially is synonymous with the UK, and it's true, it's the dominant nation, but do you know that Russia actually left the Soviet Union about 6 hours before the Soviet Union collapsed? It's true. The Russian Parliament, the Duma, whatever it was in Soviet times, actually in 1991 they actually voted to leave the Soviet Union. In which case, literally 6 hours later, they had to take down the flag and put the Russian one up. Same thing, isn't it? Because Russia, of course, was the dominant nation of the Soviet Union. Sam Rowbottom says yes. Honestly, if the English vote to leave and to be out of it all, vote basically to dump Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, yep, go for it. Patrick Patel says on Welsh Nationalism, I love this, Ben. You cracked me up with your story today, and also the recent ancient bless you ha ha, and the accent bless you ha ha. Sometimes you sound exactly like Dafydd, the only gay in the village from Little Britain. Stay blessed, Ben. Thank you very much, Patrick. Oh, they're so full of anti-gayism, aren't they? Oh, that's very... Oh, it's so funny. Politically incorrect comedy is a wonderful thing. New York Times Normand Blue 1 says, Hi Ben, I really enjoyed the show, and I'm really looking forward to you chatting to Paul Sinclair. Cheers. Oh, thanks, Norman. I will let you know how I get on with that. Much appreciated. John Nolan says on New York Times, "It's the Germans, Ben." Oh my God, Michael Shrimpton has been pouring honey in your ear, hasn't he? There we go. Right, where are we now? It's a whole thread now, and it's on New York Times, and it's Steve Mumbling who said here, "I think the new TV series War of the Worlds is a complete turkey." I haven't seen it, Steve, but it looks bad from the trailer. I have to ask, Ben, you keep mentioning a fake alien invasion. What form do you think a fake alien invasion would take? How do you think it would play out? Huge ships above every significant city in the world, like the movie Independence Day? Or the TV series V? Widespread destruction of cities, guerrilla warfare. There would be complete anarchy. What would any government have to gain from such an exercise? Any control they currently have over the general population would evaporate immediately. Personally, I think it's ludicrous, absolute rubbish, it's drivel. There isn't a nation or collection of nations on Earth that could pull off a convincing fake alien invasion. There isn't a nation or collection of nations on Earth that could justify or would agree to stage a fake alien invasion, even if the technology were available, which of course it isn't. Someone would be screaming fake, and it would be easy to prove it. The alien casualties would be shown to be human pretty quickly. No, Steve. Firstly, the technology does exist. Firstly, the nations or collection of nations wouldn't have a say in it. It would be organised at a global level. They'd have everything to gain. I mean, you say that it would be complete anarchy and the governments would lose power. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Any control they had, the general population, it would evaporate. No, it wouldn't evaporate. It would solidify. Who would people turn to in an Independence Day scenario? What happened in the film Independence Day? It's an awful film. It's absolute trash. But it's interesting because it gives a very convincing and I think realistic in many ways vision of possibility of the fake alien invasion. For example, you see the Israeli and Iraqi plane flying off together. We will look to the government to protect us. The government could call an immediate state of emergency, which they could maintain for as long as they wanted to, as they're doing, as you see, with the coronavirus. Of course people would scream fake. I would scream fake and I would be able to prove it. But who'd believe me? Who believes me now? Who believes me now when I say things like, well, about 9/11, two of the tallest buildings in the world turned into a cloud of dust? It seems obvious, doesn't it? I mean, and the technology to create, for example, realistic images in the sky, three-dimensional, exists. We have craft that resemble aliens. Alien craft that could be made to look like alien craft, as certainly in the popular image of alien craft. Alien casualties wouldn't need to be shown to be human because there are biologically engineered fake aliens as well. Programmable generated life forms, PGLF, that Miles has talked about. So that I haven't seen the War of the Worlds thing, but it is realistic. If they wanted to go for broke, they'd do it. Saith Antioch says, but just think of the comedy element. Thousands of people claiming it was fake or being rounded up and put into FEMA camps while Ben was trying to weigh up whether it was fake alien invasion. Or if it was all in his dreams come true, we would get daily HPANWO radio broadcasts. Ben would probably set up a HPANWO planetary welcoming committee for the aliens and would be on the streets arguing with people to show me your evidence. You haven't got any evidence. You're all skeptics, whilst trying to flog his books. You know, Xanthantiops, I probably would, you know. I think I would probably be like the guy in the film 2012, you know, the guy, the radio presenter in the film 2012. It's the only decent character in that shitty movie. I'd probably be like him, you know. I probably would. You could bet that I would be one of these people very active during that time. Now I can see the Dalai Lama. Oh, Mr. Mumbles, when are you going to learn? They have high-tech toys, the likes of which we can only dream of. Artificially intelligent privet trimmers, zero-G wedgie shields, and free energy torsion gussets. Please do some research before you comment. I'm glad. Welcome back, Dalai Lama. Here is, what's this?
We created Small because...
Oh, The most intelligent... Oh, the most intelligent beings on Earth. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I know what it is. It's the mice.
Fast.
It's the mice. That's right. David Smith said, I heard that COVID-19 was brought to Earth by an alien. What more evidence do you need, Steve? I don't think it was. I think it was brought to the Earth, from Wuhan, from the laboratory there. Accidentally, I suspect. And Dalai says, exactly, Mr. Smith. And to top it all, have some potential proof to back up your incredible testimony. And he is. Oh, there's something from SOT.net. Alien. Oh, and this is Simon Parks' drawing. And this is something else from Simon Parks on SOT.net. Oh, it's another image done by Simon Parks on SOT.net. Zythantiops says to the Dalai Lama, Steve asks what would be gained from a fake alien invasion. The generally proposed theory is the presence of the aliens will cause mass panic, which would be used to usher in martial law. Yes, correct, Zythantiops. And then after some time, the presence of aliens would be used to promote a worldwide galactic consciousness, which would be used to usher in the promotion of a one world government, which begs the question, if Ben and his HPANWO fanatics are hell-bent on stopping the New World Order, then why are they promoting and desperate for disclosure if the thing that is going to be disclosed is fake? No, you see, I am concerned that the most likely form of disclosure with a capital D we will get is fake disclosure. Indeed, if you read these books that I keep trying to flog Zythantiops, such as Roswell Rising and its sequels, you'll know this is a part of the plot. But this doesn't mean there isn't the possibility of real disclosure. I'm not ruling it out, especially in the post-2016 world. That's why I'm desperate for it. I'm not desperate for fake disclosure. I'm desperate for disclosure which we can either call out as real or fake. That's the point. I suppose it's evidence of the same cognitive dissonance and inability to stick to a consistent proposition that enables Ben to promote a belief in the radical Posadist space Marxism that actually works while harbouring dreams of leading a troop of flying saucer Nazis into metallic anti-gravity sun wheels. Yeah, that's right. that's me, baby. The Dalai Lama says, firstly, who hasn't dreamed of leading a troop of flying saucer Nazis in metallic grade gravity sun wheels? I have. Secondly, our brand of space Marxism would work because we know what we did wrong last time. Yes, it wasn't real space Marxism, was it? It wasn't. Thirdly, your theory that we HPANWO fanatics are somehow promoting the very same thing that is being faked is frankly disingenuous and extreme. Yeah, exactly. I hope you explain why, Dalai. Such death by association arguments are symptomatic of a mind, and I use the term advisedly, that has not yet come to terms with the primary dialectical nature of life on this planet. I suggest you reboot your awakening with some David Icke material. God knows it helped me during my wife's affair with her chiropodists. Oh dearie me. I bet he's a foot fetishist, isn't he, Dalai? Put simply, to unify opposites you must first transcend them. You're into Ken Wilber, aren't you? By acknowledging the fact that middle-aged, part-qualified foot specialists specialising spinsters from Pontypool with 5 o'clock shadows are more than capable of running an extreme fetish-themed B&B in Brighton with your wife of 15 years. Fake alien invasions and martial law would be a welcome distraction right now, especially from the pain of finding pink, monogrammed hers and his nipple clamps on the back seat of the Austin Allegro. Oh dear. And here's another link here. Alright. Francis E. Deck, the only hope for a future. Oh, Dalai, my goodness me. She's dropped you from a 10-story building, hasn't she? You poor guy. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. Zythantiops also says to the Dalai Lama, whilst I'm in full admiration of your skilled use of the Emlyn-Jones loop in your arguments, I would suggest, in the spirit of fairness, that as a terrestrial Marxism has had at least 4 historical failures, that space Nazism may be given the next chance to spectacularly fail. Fair enough. Will you bring Hitler back from the moon, and we'll be the judge of that. Right, where are we now? That's sorted. The next comment is, Welsh nationalism. Nothing as it seems says. an intro, the mighty Randall Carson, since you haven't seen him, Graham Hancock, alongside with the rest of us. I have. Let's see what this is. It's a link to...
You know, when...
Oh, this is Randall Carson on a radio show. I've seen the two of them on Joe Rogan. Nick says on Welsh Nationalism, Boyo! Hello, Nick. How are you, Boyo? I'm fine, Boyo. Yes. Did Britain start world wars? And John Ruddy says yes, via Cecil Rhodes. All right, he's got a statue here in Oxford that's a bit controversial. I've done a video about that. Flappy Hands, that's a good name, says on Walking on the Edge of the World, Britain was a bit scary for the Romans. I feel sad that we lost our ancient history and culture because of the Roman invasion. Also, your accent drifted a bit London in this video, with a bit of Welsh and Bristol and Oxford still there. Oh, it's Kevin Wafer. Oh, it's Kevin Wafer. Hi, Kevin. I must admit, listening to myself back then, I had a different accent. It's weird. It was more, I don't know, it was more Oxonian back then. Maybe I was kind of changed. I don't know why. I don't know. I was only like a year out of portering back then. Maybe that's got something to do with it. Trump on Roswell, JK says, comes on the show to tell the panel women, haha mate, you got me subscribed with a like instantly. Oh, thank you. Hang on, what's this? Oh, this is
show to tell the panel for women.
Oh yeah, that's me talking about loose women, I think. Yeah. Oh, thank you, JK. Thank you for subbing. Reynard the Fox says on YouTube livestream, we dance round in a ring and suppose, but the secret sits in the middle and knows. Robert Frost. Oh, you've already said that one. I don't know what it means, but if you want to keep a secret, pretend to share it with the world. Alan Dulles, former director of the CIA. Exactly. Yes, that's a good one, isn't it? That's true. Okay, Steve071 says, oh, Skeptics 2018. This is the video I want a lot of people to watch at this time. For top quality evidence of life after death, watch the Skull experiments, Ben. Do you think that if a debunker such as Randy French, Cox Dawkins, etc., said that if they still existed after the earthly death, they would contact a medium to prove it, they would definitely deliberately choose not to, just to spite all believers and not diminish their former human ego or diminish their false form of credibility? Well, Steve, I'm familiar with the Skull experiment. I've been meaning to do a video about that for ages, and I've got the book, I've watched the documentary, fascinating stuff. Now, that this idea that Cox, French, Dawkins, etc., and Randy say is firstly anthropomorphizing. They assume that spirits think the same way we do. Also, it's very obvious that spirits do maintain their former ego. They do. They have a memory of the lives they've just led. They appear to be able to observe our world, and there's lots of evidence to prove it. That has actually happened. Right, this is Emlyn-Jones, Nick Holstrom in dialogue. That's another old one. Steve says, Ben, how was your trip to Newcastle? Couldn't get there again, having to work on Saturday. One day we'll meet again. I met you at the Richard D. Hall tour at the Irish Bar in Newcastle. Oh, also, Ben, when does your nurse friend retire? Oh, thanks, Steve. Oh, she should be retired by now. I have to check up on her. But I remember you. I remember we did meet. Yes, that was a good event. The Irish Bar in Newcastle. Yeah. The trip to Newcastle went very well, and there is a video coming of that. So stay tuned. And as Ifantiop says, more disclosure, Ben. With disclosure in inverted commas. Let's have a look at this. What have we here? It's a YouTube link, and it says, U.S. military talks about aliens. U.S. military talks about reptilians. It's a 15-minute video. I can't look at it now, but I will do. Thank you. And finally, Zythantiop 7 minutes ago says on Secret of Skinwalker, oh, scientific study. Yeah, scientific studies are often done in tandem with TV shows. The whole thing is more BS than we've heard a million times before. If there was anything going on, you'd be the last to hear about it, Ben. Ben just reacts to all these TV shows like an excitable kid does with a new edition of his favourite comic. Also, there's no point uploading all your stuff onto BitChute, as that platform is about to go up in flames, as there are too many Nazis on it. And you are now on Library. For fuck's sake, Ben, there's no point being on these platforms, as all you're doing is spreading yourself thinner and thinner. All these things, BitChute, DLive, Steemit, Periscope, Entropy, is a waste of energy. You'd be better spent getting on a bike and doing a ride for some fresh air. Zythantiops, I suggest you watch Styx Hexenhammer's latest video. The future for BitChute is so bright I've got to wear shades, where he explains exactly why everything you said is totally and utterly wrong. There was an attack on BitChute now because they've reached their 50% level in funding, which means they're ditching Discuss as their outside comment thing, whatever it's called, app, and they're actually creating a house app for comments, just like YouTube does. This is why they're suddenly attacking BitChute and saying things. Oh, people shouldn't be allowed to post comments on social media from BitChute and things like that. Please watch Styx's video about that. I'm actually very positive about BitChute. BitChute seems to be very stable at the moment. It's been going for a couple of years. It's lasted longer than VidMe. It's got over its teething troubles, although it still has a few technical problems. And I'm very excited for its future. I will continue. I will support it for as long as I can. And Library, same thing. Spreading myself thinner? No, I'm just distributing my material wider. As for the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, you're completely wrong again. The evidence is there. This was a scientific study. It was done properly. And maybe I'm like an excitable kid with a new edition of my favourite comic coming out. So what, am I supposed to act like some kind of fuddy-duddy? I'm enthusiastic. There's something wrong with that. Okay, on the subject of BitChute, let's go to my BitChute comments. Alright, I have a number of... I always make a note of various videos when these come out, and let's have a look. I've actually got comments on like about a couple of dozen BitChute videos this week. So let's start with the Welsh nationalists. I had a lot of comments on here from somebody. Okay. We have Cosmic Centro saying, Plaid Cymru are run by your usual cultural Marxist BS these days. Solly have noticed that it will be useful to Wales as Sinn Féin are to the Irish. I don't think it's going to have a choice anymore on this island if immigration keeps going the way it is. And I agree, yeah. Plaid Cymru are basically just left, they're just fake nationalists who are just going along with internationalists. Sinn Féin as well, the Catalans as well too, yeah. And there's even talk about turning Wales into a sanctuary country. I mean, it's incredible. Cosmic Centro says, I'm Welsh. My ancestors are from the heads of the valleys. I was brought up in Gwent, in a town which was once under Monmouth and now is under Torfaen. I am the southeast of England at the moment. I'm in the southeast of England at the moment, trying to take back our land from the Anglo-Saxons, lol. The Anglo-Saxons are us. Hugo Rune will tell you. It was a cultural revolution, as I explained in the video. They just decided to speak a new language and build new houses. Seriously, though, yeah, I think Cardiff is due to be one of the first sanctuary cities in the UK. Yeah. Alright. I can only make this one comment. Okay. Cosmic Centro says, if you go into Wales Online, and it will put up the Google Wales Online, it's about, oh yeah, there's, that should give us an idea of the thinking of people whether Welsh nationalism could have a chance of a proper fair hearing. Yeah, I find the comments section under videos far more interesting than the actual, under articles in online papers, far more interesting than the actual articles. But he's basically talking about the BLM banner in Cardiff, and how Plaid Cymru have been supporting it and stuff like that. Cosmic Centro says, lots of self-certified martyrs in Wales. Don't worry about it, you're alright. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Made me think of things from a slightly different perspective, which not many can do these days. I left some more comments below. We'll check out some of your newer stuff sometime. Do you know? I know you from years ago, when you were more active on FB in the pre-7 days. Take care, boyo. The book sounds interesting. Is it still available? Evansland. Oh, well, thank you very much, Cosmic Centro. Evansland is not, unfortunately, available anymore, unless you want to buy a lot of money, spend a lot of money. And to be honest, if you like my literature, then I much rather you bought the Roswell trilogy. Evansland it makes me cringe. It really does. Cosmic Centro says, I miss the term ethno-state being bandied around so much more than independence or nationalism in social media circles. Everything is up to grabs with this UN Agenda 21. I noticed this with the changing hands on who controls and manages the Welsh resources and land. Isn't the law very much biased based on the English model too? There's a guy here on a channel called Resisting the Lies. He's totally on everything that passes through the SNP and Sturgeon, and he calls them the Rainbow and Unicorn Party. He's worth checking out and keeping abreast for what's happening. He's as sharp as a razor blade. Oh, thanks. The Guardian put a ban on Christians holding traditional week. Oh, I think you mean the Garda. Yeah, in Ireland, not political ones, but allowing 1,000+ Muslim prayer meeting in the park. I'm going to be uploading a video in the next day or two, BitChute willing. Here's what I heard. What's this? Is a YouTube link here. And this is Sheil Nahiran. Niall. I'm not actually. If I pronounced that wrong, I'm sorry, but that's Krog Patrick. Okay. Oh, thanks for those comments. Go on to my next notice point here. New York Times UFO. There's a comment there. So let's have a look at that. And this is. Oh, it's not there. Discuss has been dropping a lot of comments, you know. It's bad. Discuss are working against YouTube now. Sorry, against BitChute very much. They're doing it deliberately to mess with people's head. Walking on the edge of the world, which is where? Where is walking on the edge of the... Here it is. Which is bad, actually. They're doing it on purpose. And Veggie Shop. Hey, Veggie Shopper, how are you, sir? When the dominoes fall and people rise up to defeat this current push for total control by those who call themselves the Illuminati, and I think that pushback is happening, maybe you'll go back to the Foss way, like you said you might, and I'll raise a glass to our noble victory. It'll bring a tear to my eyes, I write this. It brings a tear to my eye, but I hope that day will come soon. Oh, thanks, Veggie Shop, and me too. I will return there when... Come the glorious day, citizen, come the glorious day. Yes, definitely. Okay, next one. Secrets of Milton Keynes. Let's have a look. The Secrets of Milton Keynes. There are secrets in Milton Keynes, believe it or not. Veggie Shopper says, I lived in MK for a while. I've always felt a certain negativity about the place. Not from the people, I hasten to add. Yeah, a lot of people have said that, actually, about some things. Definitely, yeah. It's not just me. And I mean, Milton Keynes actually reminds me very much of Canberra in Australia, interestingly. Okay, Bexley Heath next. It's Bexley Heath. That's the Bexley Heath UFO, and that's another compilation.
Well,
Tony66 says, UFOs spotted in Bexley Heath back in September 2014. Is that right? And Tony says, because I asked him for some information, will do. It was all by a construction worker or builder. It was on the news in January 2015. Must be online. We'll check and send details. Well, thanks, mate. I'll check it out. Do aliens... this is Funk YouTube says... Do aliens fart? I don't know. I've got no idea. Do aliens fart? Who knows? Oh. Okay. Next one. Exapol Comms 2020. That's the Exopolitics Communications Conference that I talked about already. Not there. It's not there. Big stones. The literal name of the word megalith is where. Where is Big Stone? Where is it? Oh, here we go. Right. Veggie Shopper, one of your best out and about videos. Oh, thanks. I'm enjoying your banter with Richard Wright. Thanks. Nice impression of Alan Partridge in the hotel room. and he talks about, I won't read this out, but he talks about someone he knows who runs a pub in Glastonbury and says I should go there, which I will. And it's called the King Arthur. It's on Benedict Street. All right. Piers Corbyn did a talk there. You know, come in and have a pint. She and Mark Windows discussed the recent Glastonbury road closures. All right. I hope you. Oh, and that is. Oh, blimey! We are broke the 6-hour barrier, guys. We've broke the 6-hour barrier. But I won't break the 7. I'm nearly done now. I'm nearly done. Okay. Okay, let's go for the finish. Blimey, I'm going to put them all up in one upload. That shouldn't be a problem. Alright, it's because I've not a lot of doppelganger. A doppelganger, which is where finding these videos is hard enough, I'll tell you. I've just got loads of them. Here we go.
Hospital port.
Okay. Veggie Shopper says it's funny how he didn't. This is about this strange thing. This strange person I saw. Oh, 7. We got the 7th hour. Oh, where's? Sorry, scroll up. The 7th hour. Right. Yes. That's it. Right. Let's just check that works. Yep. Okay. Veggie Shopper talks about the strange creature I saw that looked like me. Funny how he didn't give you a surprised glance, which makes me think that maybe he was an apparition, another version of you from time or dimension. With Oxford being such a popular historic place, I think maybe there's a better chance of something like that happening there than a lot of other places. Well, it makes me wonder. It's a sinister, magical place, is Oxford. So yeah, quite possible there, mate. Quite possible. Okay, Roswell upon Avon. I had fun with this one, I'll tell you. I had fun with this one. Where is it? Here we go. Roswell upon Avon. Oh, here we go. Rolf O'Carley says, I was hoping perhaps you would be a Marlovian, but my mistake. Oh, right. I hadn't heard. Now, this is an idea that Shakespeare had a ghostwriter. Now, I know about the theory that Shakespeare had his ghostwriter was Sir Francis Bacon, because people say, what would Shakespeare know about writing? I mean, writing the way he did. I mean, he was barely literate. I mean, he grew up in 16th century Warwickshire. He had a basic education at a church school, and that was it. So, yeah, it's an interesting. I don't have time to go into it now, but it's a very interesting subject about the theories behind the Shakespeare plays. Okay, this is out of the blue. Ancient Visitation. Why me? Is talking about how the acts of creation are continuous. This is where I talk about strange things falling from the sky. Copies of copies don't result in more information, they result in less information. It's all genetic damage, generation by generation. Species become worse than their ancestors. Humans aren't physically strong and healthy and big-brained as their ancestors were, even 1,000 years ago. Evolution has another flaw. There's no 1% of A mixed with 99 of B by 2. This, I don't know what you're talking about here. The creatures in the falls are reported to come down unharmed. They don't splatter on the ground from the high-velocity impact. I don't say God did it, but if something occurs with the species in the wrong place, fish dropped onto land, for example, whoever or whatever does this imperfectly, akin to a civil servant-run authority that makes mistakes with the paperwork. The true logical solution is that someone or something drops species, whole, complete, and perfect, with a full range of genetic potential, designed and built into the Earth's environment from somewhere. That's interesting. That's an interesting ancient visitation. Yeah. He says even eyes appear with brain parts needed to process data from those eyes. Evolution can't explain away this chicken and egg situation. It's very, yeah. I mean, I can't cover all the points you make in this comment in this video, but you make a lot of good comments. You can. And Ancient Visitation says they couldn't comment. But it's what it's to do. Like, there's a lot of fuss because of Discus. Discus is messing YouTube, messing BitChute around because of they don't like them. Okay, Nelson Mandela dies. Okay. Zoe Jackal said, he died in 2013, you're late to the party. The country's turning you into a racist, communist and socialist country. And they were not slaves during the apartheid era. Do some more research. If you believe this narrative that the ANC and Mandela, then you were lost. Look, I've changed my mind. I've changed my view somewhat since 2013 when I made this video. Okay. Nevin said, BitChute censorship is getting out of hand. And I say, don't you mean YouTube censorship? And Nevin says, no. Now, come on. What's happening? It's not BitChute, it's Discuss. The people who power the comments. BitChute are going to ditch Discuss at some point. Don't worry, they're going to ditch them. Okay, William Blake's grave. Where's that? Oh, where is it? Can't find it. Where's William Blake's grave? It's in here somewhere. Okay, let's go through these comments. Sorry about this. I can't find my video on William Blake's grave. Is where? Oh, here it is. Found it. A Veggie Shopper says, an excellent tribute to an inspirational freethinker whose legacy lives on. I believe animals can see a person's aura and judge whether they're good or bad. And that lovely little squirrel was picking up good vibes. Yeah, I was actually getting this squirrel was actually the squirrel was actually coming really close to me, which is really quite something. Never had that before with a squirrel. Right. Oh, I know. Ted. Yeah, here we are. Down with the skeptocracy. Oh, Steve Mumbling, you'll love this one. You will love this one. It's on my YouTube channel if you want to see it. Ancient Visitation says, these aren't skeptics, these are fakes. They don't exercise real skepticism, which require logic and a willingness to be skeptical of their own beliefs. The skeptics are frauds. Well, exactly. And you've actually posted a really good link here. This is Steve Mumbling. Don't ever look at this because it will trigger you to death. It's called SkepCop. The Scientific Committee to Evaluate Pseudo-Skepticism Critical of the Paranormal. Yeah. Oh, you will hate it. Steve Mumbling, Zyth Antiops, don't look at that website. By the way, it's www.debunkingskeptics.com. Oh yeah. So that's it, right? So I'm just going through the list. That's it. The Illuminati speaks. Oh, I had fun with this one. This was great fun. This was like a comedy video. Veggie Shopper says, I don't know how you managed to get hold of the Illuminati manifesto, but you read it out perfectly. Yes, I wrote to them at their P.O. box, but it's closed since then, probably because of the coronavirus. Mayan calendar, 1 week to go. A lot of these are primarily old YouTube videos. Mayan calendar one, where is it? Since they're not in order, that's the problem. Thing is, it's bad, but you see, BitChute doesn't have like a comments list like YouTube does. That's one thing they need, I think, is a comments list, like a list where you can just like you have with these other. Here we go. You have this with YouTube. Academy a Canadian 87 says we run on the Gregorian calendar. There are many calendars. Check out the Ethiopian calendar. Yeah, I've done so. It's true there are many calendars, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the other calendars are. What matters is the Mayan calendar. Oh. TNT says, why are you posting it 8 years later? Because it's an old YouTube video. I'm uploading all my back calendars to BitChute, because so I'll know they'll be safe. Okay. UFO mass sightings. Oh, blimey. takes me so long even to find the damn video. Here we go. Oh, it's so cold that day. Infidel says, yeah, 10,000 people and no camera. Hopefully 4K smartphones will help verify the elusive aliens. Well, actually, that was actually the Stadio Artemio Franchi, which is Fiorentina's ground. And it was in 1954. That technology didn't exist. People probably didn't take any cameras with them to that football match. Ghost to Ghost AM. Oh, how am I going to find this? Here we go. I found it. Black2333 says, greetings, Ben. Always remember, as my grandfather once says, the dead won't hurt you, but the living will. Yes. As far as I'm concerned, all ghosts are Casper. Dignity statements. Oh, one of my favourite videos. Where is it? Oh, dignity statements. Oh, yes. This is a compilation one I put up on BitChute. Veggie Shopper says, to remain dignified no matter what life throws at you, to me, is an extremely admirable quality. I've seen it personally and have been so impressed, taken aback. I only hope I can live up to that kind of strength of character myself. Hang on. I'm very impressed by the way you kept your dignity intact when you lost your job as a hospital porter. Many would have been compromised under pressure, but you absolutely did the right thing by sticking by your principles. I always put a fist up when I see you make the statement. They can try and take away our freedom, but for me, dignity stays. Oh, thank you, Veggie Shopper. Bless you. Bless you very much. Bless you very much. Mayan calendar, which is up here somewhere. No, that's 2012 cash lead. Where's the Mayan calendar one? Oh, I've already done it, haven't I? So I've done that one. For some reason I put it down twice. I don't know why that was. Right, Centaur. A very disturbing video indeed. It caused me a lot of upset, this one. But it had to be said. Veggie Shopper says, psychopaths like Centaur seem to be expert charmers. Manipulation and control seem to be their motivations. I've experienced it myself. These people can have a massive effect on a child's life and an adult's, I assume. That's right. We have to be on our guard against them, but my parents couldn't be. That's the problem. It's not just, I mean, you call them people. I don't include them as people. I know that's politically incorrect, but I don't think they're human. I think they are inhuman. Right. Oh, the Great Escape. This is my BitChute. We've already had this on YouTube. This is the BitChute version. Veggie Shopper says, welcome back on the road. I say thanks, VS. I don't need to put a tag on that. Bust Spooky College. I enjoyed this. This is taking the mickey out of the skeptics again. I enjoyed doing this one. And where is it? I had great fun with this one. I can't see it anywhere. I'm sure I uploaded it. It's probably an earlier one. Maybe I used a different... Did I use a different... Oh, here we are. And I used a different thumbnail. That's why I didn't recognise it. This is another one taking the piss out of the skeptics. This is... Oh, this is... This is old ancient visitation again. You raise a very good point. I personally suspect these profound skeptics are the real intellectual frauds. You suppose right. The ability to fake something does not logically equal to evidence that the thing as being faked doesn't exist. In reality, I can fake the image of a red car in my driveway. It doesn't mean that red cars don't exist. I can fake a flying machine. That doesn't mean machines can't fly. The CIA accepted the evidence to state the following regarding in their testing of Uri Geller. Demonstrated his paranormal perceptual ability in convincing and unambiguous manner. They also received a formal rebuke from James Randi's alleged debunking. Thereby debunked James Randi instead. CIA. Oh right, CIA.gov.library. Okay. And there's some links here. Evidence for psi, telepathy evidence, precognition evidence. The CIA released hundreds of thousands of documents regarding research into psychic abilities. Well, precisely, ancient visitation. This is why, of course, they this is why they recruited him as an agent. Uri Geller. Disclosure Petition 2.
Hospital porters pride in...
Pause. Charlie Brown, says, most of the UFO disclosure seems to be filled with fake bullshit and controlled opposition. No one in the UFO scene has the balls to call out Zionism, Jews, Israel, fiat currency, usury debt-based economy, central banks. None of them support ethnic nationalism. They all push diversity and race mixing. That's false. There's a lot of crossover between the ethnic nationalism and ufology. I don't actually agree with a lot of ethno-nationalists. I think they make mistakes, which I cover in my various videos about the alt-right. This doesn't mean I demonise them as evil, like the left do. You mentioned this list of subjects here. People in ufology talk about all those. I don't include Jews, because Jews are simply not behind the New World Order. I think that is a falsehood. I mean, I know this stuff about anti-Semitism is very often over-exaggerated, but you know, so many people in the alt-right on BitChute, it's everywhere. Oh, Jews this, Jews that. It's like you guys are obsessed with Jews. But what are Jews? Jews, I've done an entire video called Jews about that, which explains why I think you're wrong. Okay, Ben the Civilian. What's going on 2288 says, what is best in life? Asked Piglet. And Winnie the Pooh replies, crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women, replied Pooh. That doesn't sound very Winnie the Pooh-like to me. It's like a little meme, it's like a picture. You can actually post pictures as images on YouTube. You can actually put them on as pictures. It's quite nice. You can't do that on YouTube. You can't put in pictures in the comments. I wonder once they get rid of discuss, you'll be able to do that. Okay, road statue. Comments for this thread are now closed. You cheeky bastards. Bloody hell. Discuss has closed the comments on this particular video. Without my permission, without any notice, with nothing. You oh dearie me, please. Luckily I've like put I put my own like tags in there before. There's no comments unanswered here, but my goodness me. BitChute, please get rid of Discuss. You people are bastards. They really are. Nothing works, alright, nothing works anymore. Genus Loci, they got rid of it. Bad idea, bad karma. Oh, is that someone who's been banned? Is that something to do with Discus? I don't know what you mean by that, but okay, UFO disclosure, Trump on Roswell. Veggie Shopper, nice lighting, Ben. Nice. I don't believe it. Comments for this thread are now closed. Oh dearie me. Oh. The alien interview. Okay, alien interview. There's alien interview. Where is it? Can I find it? It's an old one. I bet the bloody comments are closed on it, aren't they? That's ages ago, the Alien interview. I did the Alien interview. When was it? Sometime. Here we go. Alien interview. That's a really old one. Comments for the thread are now closed. Oh, dearie me. Right, finally the end of the world live stream. Go back to the top. That was, where is it? Oh dear. It's in here somewhere. Oh, it's down a bit, yeah. It was the one before last, wasn't it? Here we go, end of the world live stream. Comments for the thread are now closed. Oh, up yours. Up yours. Okay. I'm just going to do one more. I'm just going to do a refresh of YouTube to see if there's a new comment since I just finished the list here. Okay. Zythantiops says here, the Sherman family started reporting some odd phenomenon going on there, and he's crossed out, starting to sound like Roswell Montauk already, got taken over by some dodgy money people doing paranormal investigations. Citation needed, Skinwalker Ranch, Bigfoot started appearing, portal opening in the sky, aliens crawled out. All highly implausible, and all held up to be rigorous scientific fact beyond criticism, Ben. There's a lot more than meets the eye. What meets the eye is a load of hearsay and bullshit. They put it down to fantasy and publicity. Stunt skeptics do that sort of thing. Straw manning and rhetoric from Ben. I was listening to Mick West on Joe Rogan. He was a terrible IE. He didn't think Ben's dogma. Oh dear. The phenomena goes back many, many centuries. Case closed. No alien disclosure needed. It's an area of high strangeness. Ben is being parsimoniously with the truth as always. Rubbish. That's not true. I never said it was case closed. I never said no alien disclosure needed or anything like that. And you're wrong about comparing this to Roswell. As for Montauk, that's a completely different subject. Again, very interesting. The citation needed is you, I think, not me. Zythantiops says it can't have been staged because of the type of people who were involved. FFF, for fuck's sake, what, the media? No, what, the Attorney General of Utah? Come on, get real. Get real. What's he going to do? Is he going to jeopardize his reputation? Oh, come on. Is he going to jeopardize his reputation like that? Okay, I'll just go to the latest things here. Okay, that's 4 hours. Okay, I've done that comment. Zythantiops, the Sherman family, yeah. Oh, we've done that one. The Dalai Lama says, your logical confusion is perfectly understandable, Mr. Xylophone. We are indeed in interesting times. The greer of truth is bulging forward through the intimidatingly tight trousers of state secrecy, suggestively nudging the pepper grinder of exopolitics and tipping over the wine glass as plausible deniability. Titillating the frustrated wife of disclosure, completely ruining the wedding anniversary dinner of history. This has led to the cuckolding of community spirit and the surprise arrival of the web-footed infant of questionable documentary making. It is for this reason I wholeheartedly support the formation of a truth symposium headed by the heavy hitters of the new paradigm to once and for all bring this matter to a close. P.S. Keep Mr. Jones's loop out of this. That pink rosy gem must be kept safe during this time of confusion. You're getting a love heart for that, Dalai. You really are. That is bloody hilarious. And there's just a little link here. What does it say? Oh, Francis E. Deck's worldwide open secret complete. You do sound like Jimmy Riddle. But anyway, Dalai Lama, that is a very, very funny comment. That's a brilliant comment. And a brilliant one to end this particular comments reply video on. After 6 hours and something, we're going to finally come to an end. It's just gone 10 p.m. I've been at this since bloody ages. But thank you all for your comments, friends and enemies alike. I couldn't do this without the comments. And so, there's that, obviously because of this particular title, you know that already. And so, all the hundreds of hours or whatever it is I've done of comments reply videos, they're all down to you. So much appreciated. I really enjoyed all the comments. Even some of the rude ones were quite amusing. So please keep them coming. And to keep your eye on the channel for some new uploads very soon. I've got a lot planned actually, including some that I've already filmed. So, have a good evening all of you. See you again soon. Hospital Porters, pride and dignity. Stop the New World Order.